When she was still very young, the heroine thought that the main hero of this huge world was herself. The heroine had everything: beautiful shoes, magnificent lace dresses, delicate and delicious puddings sprinkled with small pieces of sugar, and a garden where butterflies fluttered. Her parents loved her more than anything in the world, and she believed she was the happiest person in the world. But one day she read a book and discovered the whole truth about her family. The girl's father died suddenly. The world turned against her, and all subsequent misfortunes turned her into a villain. Her father took care of the baby and wanted to give the princess everything she wanted and fix her life. When Robelia was only 3 years old, the little one already knew the bitterness of loss and the twists of fate. Her father, James E. Valencia, died in a cold coffin. People said the cause of death was murder. No evidence was ever found, so this version was just a possible assumption. After his death, many people started setting their sights on the Valencia family's inheritance. So, James's brother and Robelia's uncle, Sir Marlon, arrived to settle the inheritance. He said that if Robelia's mother wanted to keep the inheritance, she would have to remarry him. Marlon argued that they were family and now needed to protect little Robelia. So Julia, Robelia's mother, accepted a sham marriage to secure the future of her beloved daughter. Julia had no other choice without an expressive past. She simply hoped this choice would protect the family and her daughter. But upon getting married, there was a condition: all the inheritance must go to Robelia. Marlon promised to do it for James's sake, but shortly after the wedding, he showed his true colors. Julia Valencia gave up her right to the inheritance, but there was a small omission. If Robelia was the daughter of Marlon's brother, her status was higher than his. And he could not allow that to happen. Soon, Marlon made Robelia an illegitimate daughter and appropriated the remaining assets. He persistently tortured Julia and threatened her with death, but she could not choose that fate for her daughter. And finally, she renounced the Robelia lineage and escaped Marlon's grasp. Together, they moved to the town to live a quiet, peaceful life full of love and harmony until she was 13, when Robelia mysteriously developed malaria. But Marlon benefited from the baby's death, brazenly asking to be thanked for not killing Julia over these 10 years. Only for the sake of his reputation. Julia offered things that made Marlon hesitate in exchange for treating her daughter. He gave instructions to the capital's temple to heal Robelia and accepted them as the family of a venerable military officer. It was rumored that Marlon was a generous aristocrat who accepted them and gave them everything for the family's well-being. But Julia and her daughter were shamelessly treated like parasites interfering in everyone's life. A lady who divorced Marlon because of Julia complained that even after their reunion, he loved neither her nor his daughter. One day, he brutally beat Robelia's mother with a leather whip, simply because he could afford to. And he hated her. Julia could not bear the severe beatings and lost consciousness instantly. Josephine, frightened, immediately called a congressman. And then Julia was ill for 2 months. Robelia stayed by her mother's bedside at night and often fell asleep sitting on the floor from exhaustion. She waited a long time for her mother to wake up, and finally one day she heard her own voice. Julia was exhausted. She whispered a few important words. That day she asked her daughter why their lives had turned into hell. Because they didn't deserve all this. Julia always wanted her daughter to have a quiet and happy life, full of affection and kindness. And that was all she wanted her entire life after the birth of her beloved baby. The mother apologized in a hoarse voice. It was hard for the woman to speak, and Robelia asked her to save her strength. But a few minutes after Julia regained consciousness, she breathed her last breath. And her heart stopped forever. Robelia took her mother's hand at that moment, cried bitterly, and begged her not to die. And not to abandon her. She sobbed by her mother's bedside and did not understand why such a misfortune had happened to her family. In shock from the death, Robelia fainted, and it was then that she learned about a certain book. The girl learned about the existence of the original, a complete collection of the secrets of this huge world. Her mother's fate was tragic, but suffering must be endured, and someone else took away everything that belonged to her. She woke up, but her mother's bed was already empty, and Robelia feared how long she had been unconscious. Marlon said that Julia was cremated, and supposedly because of the crimes committed, she could not be buried in the family tomb. The young man was a very arrogant and deceptively self-important person, and Robelia couldn't believe he would do such a thing. He gradually took everything that belonged to Robelia and turned her life into hell. The girl heard someone's voice. She didn't know if she imagined it from exhaustion, demanding revenge on all the villains. They committed a cruel crime and need to be gotten rid of so that no one else can stop her. This voice asked her not to let anyone take anything from her or ruin her life again. Robelia woke up with a single thought: inevitable revenge against the people who deserved what they got. And she promised herself that everything would return to normal, that the offenders would be held accountable. And they would be punished. When Robelia was lost for 4 days after her mother's death, she dreamed of great magic. When living in the suburbs, she saw her mother use magic to strangle a chicken. Julia never told her daughter about the gypsies or magic, and yet, when Robelia saw magic with her own eyes in a dream, the gypsy blood running through her veins responded, and the girl understood everything instinctively. And the story written in this book is real, and the main character here was the daughter. And Marlon's part-time cousin. And the heroine here was a villain. She oppressed Aina in every possible way. And worst of all, she used her blood to curse her. After this, Aina, exhausted, met the main character, and together they defeated the main villain. After this, they inherited Marlon's wealth and subsequently lived happily ever after. Robelia played the role of the villain because everything was written from Aina's point of view. But nevertheless, if the story was written from the heroine's point of view, then obviously it would take a different turn. Her mother never told her daughter about Marlon's dirty schemes, nor that Robelia was a biological descendant of the Effalentia family. If she hadn't discovered the truth, she would have taken revenge on Aina, as in the original story. But not now that Robelia knew exactly what to do. And her main target for revenge was Marlon. But to take revenge on him, the girl must first prove that Effalentius blood flows in her. But Marlon burned her birth certificate and important documents, and the only thing her uncle doesn't know is her baptismal certificate. And even if the heroine had proven that she was of the Effalentia family blood, she would have been quickly suppressed because Robelia had no power, so she needed an ally to become a sword and shield. And she had already found a suitable candidate. It was in the summer 3 years ago, at a royal fencing tournament. That day Robelia was at the tournament with Milady Aina. Secular society discussed Robelia, who was the illegitimate daughter of a gypsy. The ladies openly discussed her pedigree and believed the girl had no place among the purebloods. Che de Ferrato was fighting in the tournament that day, and the rumors that he fought ruthlessly were true. He was the only head of house of the Duke in the Empire, and in the original, this man opposes the main character in politics and ideology. And he was the main villain, whose name made everyone's skin crawl with fear. Robelia wasn't sure if she could consider him a good ally, but she had already managed to remember everything from this book. Therefore, he was no longer valuable to her, and the girl could only try to fulfill her plans. And she had nothing left to lose, because everything she had was already taken from her and crushed to dust. Robelia arrived at the Ferrato Duke's palace, and her illegitimacy immediately became a topic of discussion. To meet the Duke, she said she had brought an important letter from Marlon. Of course, this was a lie, but if it wasn't suspicious, it was quite normal for her to be at the complete disposal of noble families. She entered Jade's office, and his eyes, fiery red, were at the same time ice cold. Robelia, with permission, sat in the chair opposite the young man, and from that moment on everything should have changed. The girl admitted that she had lied about the letter, but the young man was not very surprised. Because surely Marlon would not have entrusted such a matter to the maid's daughter. And even knowing this, Jade still let her in and was intrigued by the arrival of young Robelia. The young man wondered why the illegitimate daughter of the Effalentia family wanted to see him so much that she lied about the reason for the visit. and she was not afraid of the consequences. She said she wanted to offer him a deal, but the young man didn't believe the lady had anything worthwhile. But he was willing to listen to her. Robelia heard that the Duke supports especially talented people and wanted to become one of them. Jed knew that the bastard of the Effalentia family was quiet and shy, but the lady's arrival was radically different from the rumors. And to be more precise, Robelia was simply holding back. But after reading that book and accepting the truth, she couldn't do otherwise. Jade won the championship with great difficulty, but the realization of victory came only after the support of the fans. The young man proved that day to be a confident swordsman, and the lady saw it very well. Jade said he was interested in what the girl could offer in return. Robelia confidently said she could help solve his main problem, which few people know about. The young man assumed the girl was going to free him from the royal family or return some lands that, in theory, he didn't need. She said that what the Duke most desires is to free himself from the curse of a foreign state. The young man took the sword in his hands and put it to the throat of the innocent Robelia. But the lady stood firm. He trembled and fiercely asked who had passed this information on to the girl. The edge of the sword did not frighten the girl, who had experienced so much pain and suffering throughout her life. Jade wanted to know how the girl knew this and identify those who report information about him. She asked if the young man was afraid to go to sleep every night because a witch might appear and eat his ego. In the past, following the emperor's orders, he led an attack on other countries. But he was attacked by a madman controlling a magical monster, so he lost his ego. He eventually suffered a terrible curse, so he stopped being human. He often controlled his emotions, and Robelia had heard that when he grabbed a sword. He entered a state of rage and could break this curse. The girl found a sleep-enhancing elixir to help cope with a curse that only appears at night. This was only a temporary solution. It won't completely solve the problem, but after trying it, the young man can trust Robelia. The girl said she wants to start any business as long as she is paid for it. But the most important thing Robelia wants to do is recover the Effalentia family. The young man thought, since the lady wants to return the family, then all the rumors are probably just rumors. The girl asked that when Had is convinced of the truth of her words, he should contact her. The lady left the office, and Jade was left alone with thoughts of the encounter with the unusual person. At the Effalentia Palace, the maids were busy with their usual work tasks since early morning. Robelia stood not far from them and tried not to enter their field of vision so that no questions would arise. She overheard the maids talking about Lady Ina's upcoming tea party, which she was going to organize. The girl gave Yad the elixir, and now all that remains is to wait for him to contact her when he realizes its effectiveness. On the way, she was stopped by Marlon, who was the first to ask where the lady had been for so long. He said, did the lady really think he wouldn't know if she left without his permission, and she must have forgotten that the afternoon had long passed. Because he had repeatedly told her not to leave the palace. Robelia lowered her eyes shamefully and whispered that she had gone to church to pray for her mother. Marlon said that Julia's remains are cremated in the church, and every time the lady misses her. The only thing she can do is visit the church. And if anything had happened there, the man would hardly have found out, so he asked not to. And to err so often, because he is her guardian and must watch over the girl. Robelia promised not to worry anyone anymore. After the conversation, she locked herself in the room and trembled with hatred. She was suddenly overwhelmed by the desire to do something to Marlon, and upon seeing any knife, she fiercely wished to plunge it straight into his throat. But he did not deserve an easy death, and Robelia had to make him pay the dues and answer for all his atrocities. The next morning, the maid knocked on the girl's door for a long time, who was not happy that the lady opened late. She asked the girl to come to the main hall, where Lady Ina was already waiting for her. Ina asked what was bothering Robelia, and learned that the lady had attended church yesterday. She suddenly asked Robelia to clean herself up and stand next to her at the meeting. The maid announced that it was time for Ina to leave, because a newly arrived guest was waiting for her in the hall. Aina said that during the last royal meeting, she dropped a handkerchief, and the gentleman must have come to return it. The girl asked to buy something for her sister, and if you think about it, Aina often drops scarves in front of men. Noble ladies often drop handkerchiefs in front of someone they are interested in. And that young man must return the handkerchief and give a gift to impress the interested person. It was the first time Robelia had seen Aina so happy before meeting a man. And it seemed to be an unusual visit, as the lady had gathered all the servants. 2 young men were in the living room, humbly waiting for the young ladies to come out. And beautiful ladies. Aina approached them. She greeted them with a smile and asked if they came from Duke Ferrado's palace. She was happy that the young men wanted to return her scarf and brought a gift with them. But the young men looked in her direction with surprise. Aina said that the last time she dropped her handkerchief at the royal banquet was a mistake and, however, they came here. But one of the young men unexpectedly announced that they had come here to meet Robelia Effalentia. The young man introduced himself. His name was Joachim Germanis, and he came to see Miss Robelia by order of his lord, Duke Ferrado. Miss Aina did not expect to hear this, because she was sure they had come to her. The girl asked if there had been a mistake, but the young man said there was no mistake. Joachim said that the Duke sent an invitation and a gift right here, to the Effalentia Palace. And if Miss Robelia doesn't mind, his lordship wants to invite her today to thank her. The young men handed over a gift box. It was a very popular plumbum perfume, and it was impossible to buy, even if you really wanted to. Marlon's wife approached Robelia and asked where the lady was going without even saying anything. She said she had heard everything, and that a girl being invited by the Duke was big news. But she was very worried, because, no matter what, she had just recovered from her mother's death. The lady did not want to let Robelia go, and, under the pretext that Aina wants to tell her something, she stays in the palace. She also wanted to know how someone as powerful as Duke Ferrado knew ordinary Robelia. The young man said he didn't know, but yesterday, when he saw her at the church, he didn't expect this to happen. Joachim said that, since Robelia helped his lordship yesterday, he would like to personally thank her for her help. He also said that Robelia must come at all costs, and if she returned empty-handed, the Duke would be very angry. And most importantly, because of this, His Excellency left his schedule empty, and the maids started whispering behind their backs about the gift sent and the Duke's invitation. Marlon, in a recent conversation with his wife, warned her not to give others reasons to mention Julia's death. They came up with the story that Julia supposedly lost consciousness for no reason at all. And that was the cause of her death, so there is no need to make noise and spread useless rumors to avoid trouble. The lady asked the lady to come back for dinner, and Robelia was accompanied by Joachim. Marlon was not in the palace today, so the girl managed to leave here without a scandal. But if he returns, Marlon's wife will not stop, especially since the man will already be there. This was not the first time she was forbidden from doing anything or going anywhere. So the girl was already used to it. The young man asked if everything was all right with the girl because she looked sad. Robelia looked at Joachim and couldn't even immediately answer his question, which they asked very rarely. When she was still a teenager, she encountered a situation where some people crossed the line. And if the rumor among the nobles was true, Robelia reported, it did not apply to Lord Germanis. Joachim apologized if the words he said suddenly offended the girl. But Robelia replied that she was fine. She believed that all people are inherently evil and greedy, and due to greed, they forget morality and do terrible things. And you can never fully trust them until you learn to see through their guts. But Robelia knew all her life that she would never be willing to accept something she didn't trust. The young man accompanied the lady to the dining room, where Duke Had was already waiting for her at the set table. He said he was waiting for Robelia and invited her to sit next to him and gave the order to the rest to be free. Jade asked the lady to make herself at home, and the girl immediately asked about the effectiveness of this elixir. This was the first night without nightmares for the young man since the curse was placed on him. and he asked how temporary this solution was. Robelia said that to completely dispel the curse, she needed to enter the Duke's dreams. And the young man laughed when he heard the solution in the form of magic from another race. Since he was struck by magic from another race, only she can dispel it, and until today, no one could influence his curse in the slightest. He invited the lady to accept the deal, but something was not quite right in their union. Robelia had previously expressed her desire to open a business, which means it must be large-scale. And even if she reveals her identity, when her business grows and she needs to show her true colors, Robelia will quickly become the target of many nobles. And of course, this includes the current Count Ephelentius, and the girl said she was preparing for this and thinking about a patronage system. But Jade confidently said that he knew a much more effective and efficient way. Upon arrival, Marlan was immediately informed that Robelia had been invited by the Duke, and that she would stay with him now. His wife said that the Duke sent his people after her, and that she could not refuse them. But Marlan considered this impossible, and why the venerable Duke needed a fool like Robelia. Before dying, Julia told Robelia something, and the man was determined to find out what the girl knew. The maid informed Marlan that Robelia had returned, but she did not come alone. And she was waiting in the hall with Duke Ferrado. The young man immediately attracted the attention of the young maids, who for the first time saw a man of such high status here. Marlan came out with a false, forced smile and greeted the Duke, apologizing for not greeting him properly. Jade said he had come up with an interesting matter and would like to take Lady Robelia to his estate. Marlan replied that it didn't matter who the young man was, he couldn't agree to such a special request. He asked why Duke Ferrado wanted to take such an ordinary Robelia. "In common." Jade replied the reason for this is simple, and when he first saw her in church. He fell in love at first sight. During a visit to the Duke, they discussed this issue, and the idea of becoming contract lovers belonged to him. He came up with a romantic story about how they met in church and fell in love at first sight. Jade was going to use this as an excuse to go with Robelia to his estate, but he was sure that Marlan would not be convinced by something impossible, since the man knew the Duke's reputation. At first, the lady had the same idea. Instead of breaking the curse, they signed a 3-year contract, but now she is just a commoner. Not a noblewoman, a shameful bastard everyone knows. Usually, nobles value their blood, so she should not have the desire to harm him. And the young man wondered what her answer would be. Then, Robelia accepted the deal, and now the young man told Marlan that his feelings were getting stronger, and that he would like to do more for her. The girl noticed that Jade turned out to be an incredible actress, even better than she expected. There were many rumors about the Duke. A bunch of girls always followed him, and he changed them like gloves. He had a reputation as a real womanizer and a promiscuous man. Marlan insisted that Robelia was his brother's daughter, and that it was his duty to take care of this child and do everything in his power. Jade knew that Marlan was a mercantile, lying, and heartless creature, and he knew how to bribe him. He already thought that, when the Duke returns home, he will forbid Robelia in a separate mansion, and she wouldn't even dream of escaping from there. Jade offered Marlan a tempting option and asked if he became Robelia's support. In his domains, the Duke supported especially gifted people and offered to include the girl in this list and write her a letter of recommendation so she could study at the academy. Marlan wondered if the Duke really wanted the best for the lady, he shouldn't support him. Robelia was sure that Marlan would never let her go out of love. That's why the Duke provoked him and announced his support, and this plan was developed by Hyde himself. Not to mention that his denials no longer worked, they needed more ways to deal with him. Marlan worried whether the lady knew the truth, and what he desired most was something that would completely eradicate that mistrust. Robelia knelt before him and told him that she and her mother had nowhere to go, and that the man was the one who took care of her. And if Marlan does not allow it, she is ready to stop interacting with Duke Ferrado. Jade did not expect things to turn out this way, and he asked Robelia, who was now sitting next to him in the carriage, to let him know before doing something next time. This step was also part of the plan, because Marlon always wanted the girl to bow down to him. The Count's problem was solved, and now the girl needed to enter the academy. In general, as a general rule, students do not usually leave the dormitory. But if there is a reason for this, Robelia may not return until she wants to. So the sooner she can go to Jade's property. Robelia did not pack a suitcase with her, she only took the most expensive item, a pendant that once belonged to her mother. In this case, the young man offered to discuss her business topic in more detail. And if she wants the business to be similar in scale to that of the Effalentia family, considerable investments are needed. But she agreed to help in the initial stage. The business of the Effalentia family is based on 4 pillars. The first is gold and diamonds extracted from family mines. The second is transport through the industrial heart of the empire. The third is rental income from family properties, and the fourth is trading on the stock exchange. The young man asked how the lady was going to get capital for her business, and she denounced an investor. Robelia intended to ask for an investment from Her Majesty, the Queen of the Empire. Jade asked if she was really going to ask for help from Her Majesty, and the girl understood that it would not be easy. The young man thought, if you follow this option, you can get financial support and unlimited influence. But this is not easy to achieve. He did not know what Robelia's plan was, but the confidence in her eyes is hard to overlook, and if he agrees, he can count on the Duke's loyalty. The word loyalty caused vague feelings in the girl, because Marlon once wanted Julia to belong only to him. Robelia replied that she no longer believed in nobility, so she could not trust his words. In this case, she decided to try another way and told the lady not to betray him, and that if this happened, she would die. She replied that although there was no trust between them, she was glad that the young man had clear goals he wanted to achieve. They arrived at Duke Ferrado's estate. They were greeted by the maids, expressing their respect for the returning master. The Duke stepped out of the luxurious carriage, and today he did not return alone. Jade gave the girl his hand and helped her out of the carriage, because now they had to play new roles. He tenderly said that he was very happy to be by her side, and she had no idea how much. From now on, they must portray happy lovers so that everyone around them believes their story. Robelia called the Duke her beloved in front of everyone, holding his hands while everyone around looked ashamed. A man approached them who introduced himself as a herald and was the head butler of this estate. Jade stood next to Robelia, and every minute he got to know her in a new and unusual way for him. The arrival of a new girl became the first topic of discussion among the maids, few of whom believed she would live long. Harold said the lady could rest in the room after a long journey, and that no one could understand why the Duke had chosen her. The maids' conversation could be heard from afar, but the butler pretended not to have heard anything. And Robelia opened the room door. The maids were barely finishing cleaning, and one of them accidentally broke a cup from surprise. Robelia said she was going to dinner with the Duke and asked for help with the preparations. Everyone pretended everything was fine for them, but everything to the contrary was written on their faces. Robelia was still not going to be a good girl in front of everyone, so she was not going to pay attention to every little thing. The lady noticed that one of the maids was sitting on the floor, collecting the fragments of a cup once. Robelia also feared she would be fired for a broken cup. She said she would like to be alone until dinner and asked the maids to leave the room. Before the maids left, she said that if one of them was worried about the cup, she could say that Robelia broke it. The maids did not expect to hear such kind words and remained astonished in front of the door for several more minutes. Tonight, Aina was sitting in her room, clasping her hands on her knees, and thinking about everything that had happened. Marlon told her that from now on, Robelia would live at the academy. The issue was already resolved, and there was no need to touch this topic anymore. A kind of hatred for her sister settled in Aina's soul because she took everything that was hers. She stood next to the perfume gifted by the Duke and thought that she could not forget about her. She did not understand why the lady went to live at the academy, and this happened immediately after meeting the Duke. and Aina was sure that her sister could not act so vilely and leave without telling her anything. When the sun set, the couple finished their light dinner, and the Duke prepared to retire to his bedroom. He informed the herald that Lady Robelia would spend the night in his room today, and asked him to prepare everything. The maids, upon learning this, were surprised because the Duke had never given such instructions before. And the butler ordered the ladies to immediately stop this mess. The maids prepared the nightgown, combed Robelia, and got everything ready for the night. The girl entered the master bedroom and apologized for the long wait. During dinner, Jade asked if they should start the treatment today, and as the lady had suggested. He got down to business. He had been suffering from the curse for a long time, and finally a solution had been found. Robelia said, so that everything doesn't seem suspicious to others. They should say they spent the night together. They were together in the Duke's bedroom, and he was ready to do what the girl said. The lady asked the young man to lie comfortably in bed, and tonight she was going to use magic to enter his dreams. Judging by his look, Yad still didn't believe it and understood that such things were very hard to believe. She told him how everything would happen, and as soon as the Duke fell asleep, she would follow him, thus entering his dream. The lady sat next to the bed and took the Duke's hand, and to enter his dream, physical contact was necessary. Initially, the girl who was supposed to lift the curse should have been Aina, not her. Aina found out about his curse by accident, as well as the decision, being an innocent heroine. And beautiful cleansed his heart. However, such a late agreement towards the young man caused the strong curse to get out of control, and as a result, the Duke died. Perhaps his death was Aina's fault, as Gita Ferrato was a villain, and his existence threatened her happy life. Robelia drew secret magical symbols on her hands, and after some time, she appeared in the Duke's dream. She didn't think it would start from the kitchen, but that way she could reach the Duke faster. She helped carry the Duke's food to the room, and the maid was delighted. Because during the days when his curse was active, everyone was afraid to approach the master. It turned out that this was the Northern Duchy, and the Duke had been here before moving to the capital. The key moment happens in a dream. Robelia needed to find and destroy the traces of the curse in his mind. And it was hidden deep in his memories. Since it was only 2 in the afternoon, she brought a cup of coffee to the gentleman's desk. And the young man said he hadn't seen her here before. He wondered if Jade could remember the faces of all his maids, even while sleeping. Robelia said she started working yesterday, and the young man asked her to start sorting the books for now. The girl decided to stay there and wait for the right moment, and this was that lucky chance. 2 men entered the office and reported new information about road construction, which should start soon. But at that moment, Jade's hands began to tremble, and this meant only one thing: the curse had manifested. He slammed his fist on the desk and shouted loudly at everyone present to leave his office. And from this very moment, no one should ever appear in the duchy again. The lady had a feeling that everyone was used to this, and 4 years had passed since the curse. And there was no choice left but to leave him alone. Robelia sat down at the table and observed the young man. She noticed a curse mark right on the nape of his neck. Despite the fake sword the gentleman was holding, in that state any weapon in his hands became dangerous. And it was impossible to hesitate for a minute. The girl wanted to get rid of the mark on his neck, and first she needed to get close to him. She carefully poked her head out from behind the table, and the young man became furious because she did not listen to his words, and dared to stay in the office. He saw blood on her fingers, which angered him greatly, and he shouted at her to leave here immediately. Robelia approached Jade and tried to calm him down, and she saw that the young man had already suffered throughout the curse. From the moment he became Duke, no one knew about the curse. Only he suffered terrible pain for 4 years. Robelia said she wouldn't hurt herself with his sword, but Hyde just turned away and said she was no different from the others. The girl said she was clearly not like the others and asked the Duke to trust her right now. It turned out the Duke was very afraid of hurting someone due to his uncontrollable curse. The girl approached him and placed her bloody hand on the nape of his neck, where the symbol was located. After some time, the Duke said her name in a dream, and the girl asked him if he was all right. She asked him what happened after he lost consciousness, and Robelia informed him that they were now in his dream. She had just gotten rid of the traces of the curse that had been appearing in his dreams for years. And now she needed to help the Duke wake up, just as he helped her fall asleep. Jade said he trusted her and her actions, and that she was the only one whose hand touched him. And her pretending to be a true maiden seemed very believable. The lady noticed that everything happening impressed the gentleman, probably because it was his first experience with something like this. But now the time came for them to return to reality, and Robelia asked to be given his hand. The young man was a little embarrassed to have to hold hands, because they were not a real couple. But this gesture was necessary, and if they didn't follow the plan, they wouldn't be able to get out of there. A little later, everything she had experienced in this would repeat, and the young man said that next time he would probably recognize her from the beginning. She asked him to relax and imagine that he was lying on the water's surface and could finally breathe freely. But at that moment, someone appeared not far from them. Robelia said there was nothing wrong with this, and there was no need to pay attention. But the Duke couldn't just stand there and watch this child, but if he made a mistake now, the progress in the cure would come to nothing. A few minutes later, Jade opened his eyes in his room, and the first thing he felt was an incredible lightness in his body. Because they destroyed the mark in that dream, there was a void there, and Robelia advised them to wait until the void was filled. Jade asked if the girl was all right because she looked quite tired, which was probably a side effect of the first time. The young man said before leaving, as planned, in the morning he was going to visit the academy and decide on the admission topic, so if Robelia was tired, she should rest well. The girl stopped near the door and said she didn't need to worry, and that everything would be fine for her. The next morning, the maids talked about the night the Duke spent together, and Robelia, and suggested that the young man really seemed to have fallen in love. One of them asked them to stop talking nonsense, but the other lady did not want to say anything bad. Robelia couldn't wake up for a long time, and when she opened her eyes, she realized the state of exhaustion she was in. The maids noticed that the girl looked simply terrible and offered to improve her appearance with makeup. But unfortunately, Robelia started looking even worse after applying makeup, and the signs of her fatigue were hard to hide. The mustard girls started apologizing because they wanted to do better, but Robelia said there was no need to correct anything. She was about to leave, and the Duke should not be kept waiting too long. It seems that entering other people's dreams using magic requires more energy than expected. She was awake in a dream, therefore, she worked all night. On the way, she was greeted by Villainess, who immediately noticed the girl's very pale face. He was worried and asked what happened last night for the lady to look so bad. The young man suggested that the ladies probably didn't like the estate, or that the maids weren't behaving in the best way. Robelia replied, "The people here treat her well with respect and deference, so there is no problem with them. No one insulted her or soiled her." So the lady confidently declared that everything was fine. They simply didn't care, because everyone considered her just one of the Duke's girls, whom he would cast aside at any moment, just like the others. She said she would go first, and the Duke was already waiting for her in the dining room. The young man warned that if anything happened, the lady could always tell him and protection would be provided to her. Robley noted the boy's kindness and wondered if it was only because he was a gentleman, or if he really treated her well. He put his hand to his chest and said a gentleman must protect not only girls, but everyone who needs help. The lady replied that she did not need help and would not ask for it. But in reality, she believed that as soon as someone starts helping her, she gets used to that help and becomes very dependent on that person. And if all his kindness is sincere, she will only hinder his revenge. Jade looked at Robelia sitting across from him and said she didn't look very well. The girl had been told 3 times already about her bad appearance, and this meant that everything was really wrong. And the young man asked if it was she who claimed that breaking the curse would be easy for her body. She replied that it was because she couldn't sleep while she was in his dream. The Duke did not expect that removing his magic could damage his appearance and health so much. But the lady insisted that everything was fine. The Duke asked her to tell Harold if she needed anything, and he would definitely buy it. Jade said the lady would live in the east wing of the academy, and he had already agreed on everything. The academy is divided into 3 buildings, east, west, and north, and Robelia was assigned to the east. And all because many people associated with the Duke are in this building. Robelia knew that Ilan Rigretina's half-brother would also be here, and he was a supporting character who constantly hung around Aina. He was the second son of the Earl, owner of the famous Rigretina store, and unlike the main character, Ilan is a very calculating man who covets Valentius's money. Considering her need to carry out the girl's plan, her entry into the East Corps was just in time. And perhaps she could meet Ilan with the help of her half-brother. After lunch, they went to the academy, and the young man said it looked even more incredible than his estate. And the girl's face showed that she had seen something unprecedented. This was because the lady had already seen the Duke's estate several times. But this was the first time she saw the academy, and she should get used to it. And Jade suggested going in to go through the registration procedure for the academy, where everything was set up to start soon. The Duke provided all the necessary documents for registration, which took very little time. The lady who accepted the documents said that besides everything, there was no permission to spend the night outside the academy. Her smile spoke for itself, and the lady promised to arrange everything so that the Duke would have no reason to worry. Robelia thought she would meet her half-brother Ilan here, but now she wasn't even sure about spending the night here. The Duke whispered to her that the lady wouldn't be here for more than 2 days, and that they shouldn't waste time. And he offered to accompany her to the carriage. Jade was the most famous young man in the city, and this should definitely benefit them. They had to discuss some matters, and the young man asked if she really wanted to represent the Empress's palace. He considered this an excellent development opportunity, and word had just gotten out about an open position. But the competition was expected to become tough. Palace representative is a position that allows for the management of the royal family's assets, such as investments, profits, and the distribution of all expenses. This position was invented by aristocratic families who do not want to delve into financial matters. The kingdom does a great job investing, but representatives must be outstanding. And they are chosen regardless of their rank or origin, which results in resources being distributed fairly among all communities. Her Majesty was from Marquis Milix's family, and this is on par with the Effalentia family. And if Robelia becomes the Empress's palace representative, she will receive a good fortune to start with. In the original story, Aina received this position, although she didn't know how to invest. With the help of bribes, Marlon made her the legal representative. She donated all the money for the Empress's events and had nothing to lose. And all because he could gain more by manipulating Aina. In return, the Empress received something, and Aina was appointed palace representative. Robelia said they don't need to take this into account, and she doesn't know what Her Majesty wants. She said the Empress had been obsessed for a long time with finding a rare blue diamond. The Empress has a secret that only a few people know from her youth. She couldn't stand the severity of other empresses and made a mistake after the debutante ball. Addicted to gambling, she made bets she couldn't pay, so she used her mother's blue diamond to settle her huge debts. Only after her mother's death did she start to regret it, but she could no longer find it, fearing that her shameful past would be revealed. This diamond was a kind of weakness for the Empress. Also, representatives must obtain the things the imperial family wants. And if she returned the blue diamond, her attention would immediately fall on Robelia. The girl smiled and said she didn't know where it was, but she knew where it could be bought. Jade noticed that the lady had good knowledge, and that this was very important information. Robelia only replied that it would be a godsend to return the money, and the owner actually wants to get rid of this diamond. And this man was the second son of the Regritin family, named Eileen, but the Duke knew that he was not the type of person who would sell something cheaply. The lady spoke about her intention to befriend her half-brother to have a better chance of meeting Eileen. And Jade remembered that Eileen would have to visit the Sergei Manhwa Opera, which was a public place where everyone gathered before and after the performances. He doesn't miss such events, so he must show up, and the lady said she would need the Duke's help. The next day, the maids worried about Robelia, all in preparation for the upcoming date. Each of the maids was responsible for the hairstyle, makeup, and attractive attire. And they had every intention of turning the girl into a real luxury queen. This time, the maids worked much more professionally, and it was clear that they were all concerned about the failed previous makeup. Rovelia tried to understand where all these decorations and several dresses of all colors came from, and styles, and whether Chad's lovers were really there. The maids told Lady Rovelia that her look was ready, and she could look in the mirror. The pale blue dress was magnificent, and it turned out to be a gift from the Duke, who had personally ordered it yesterday. Robelia had heard that her appearance seduced men, and that was exactly what she needed. The Duke was already watching the time while waiting for the girl, who, as usual, was a little late. She apologized for being a little late, but she was already completely ready. Yad, seeing the lady in a beautiful and gentle image, couldn't take his eyes off her for a while. The girl was worried that she had been overmade up, but the young man said everything was fine, because they don't go to the opera very often. He stood in front of Robelia and looked into her eyes, wanting to say something. On the way to the opera, the girl explained to him what Eileen had done with the blue diamond. Eileen, although popular, is not a very good person, so it's better not to talk to him for a long time. And get straight to the point. High society gathered at the luxurious opera house to enjoy an evening of art and culture, and an atmosphere of splendor and sophistication filled the hall, creating an exceptional setting for an evening full of music and magic. Robelia and Jade arrived at the opera and immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The respectable ladies were again delighted with the beauty of Duke Ferrado and his manners. The young men immediately approached him to greet him and express their great respect. The ladies whispered that the men would definitely be fascinated by her, but many heard that she was the daughter of a gypsy. At such events, the same false atmosphere still reigned, and Robelia experienced the same vague sensations. A lady asked why the maiden was dressed like a noble maiden, and this question was directed at Aina, who looked directly in the direction of her sister with surprise and anger. After all, she said she was going to the academy, but before leaving, she didn't even say a word. But now she does what she wants, and he treated her very well. Once upon a time, during music lessons at the Effalentia Palace, one of the girls was indignant because Robelia, holding sheet music, covered them with her fingers, and supposedly this could affect the performance. Then Aina approached the girl and told her that her sister simply doesn't know how to read music, and that she can be forgiven. Lord Effalentia's attitude towards the illegitimate surprised everyone, and many believed that Aina was too kind, and for some reason brought her here. To everyone, Aina seemed like a kind and sweet girl who constantly defended her sister. But in reality, she only considered her doll, who had no right to treat her like that. Aina couldn't contain her emotions and moved away from Robelia so as not to show her furious feelings. At that moment, a young man approached her, whom Robelia was already ready to meet. It was Ilan Regretina, who came for the first time to greet Lady Aina. He said the lady seemed worried and suggested she have a glass of wine to relax. Robelia approached them and found herself too close to her sister, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Ilan greeted the lady and was happy to have such an encounter, while the girl walked in small steps towards her goal. Ilan was the best supporting character, and meeting him today should not end like this. As far as Robelia understood, and the original story, he treated her with respect. Also, he offered her a plot for Effalentia to take over. The young man seemed quite friendly, but it was just his habit, and he could actually be dangerous. Aina took Robelia's hand and asked her to look at her. She couldn't restrain herself, and angrily asked why Robelia went to the academy while she herself was here. Her friends stayed behind and watched with anticipation as Aina spoke to her supposed maid. to whom she had previously introduced Robelia. All her friends were here, and Robelia was always in the role of a servant. And Aina was very nervous about what her friends would think of her. Robelia needed contacts for business, and leaving the opera because of her sister made no sense, especially since they met for the first time today after she left home. The friends became interested in what was happening, and if Robelia was leaving the mansion, then Aina should not contact her anymore. Jade approached the lady and asked her to go sit down at the opera. Aina was distressed by what she saw and loudly declared that she lent Robelia to the Duke because he supposedly needed a maid. Robelia didn't expect to hear this and looked at the lady with disbelief, waiting for what would happen next. Aina was doing something strange, and Robelia needed to clarify the situation, so Jade, whom a maid was supposedly lent to, approached her with this question. Jade asked if Aina wasn't ashamed to spread such rumors, and he personally asked her father for permission to go out with her. Voices came from behind him and openly criticized his choice because of Robelia's lineage. The Duke asked the aristocrats to watch their language, and he didn't care what they said about him. But he would not allow Robelia's honor and dignity to be insulted further. Almost everyone involved in gossip knows that Jade Ferrado never truly loved anyone. He avoided family pressure in marriage. If a noble lady confessed her sympathy to him, a part of him would accept it. He never crossed the line. Even all his gifts to his lovers were for show, and not from a sincere heart. But now with Robelia he behaved differently, which greatly alarmed all secular society. Jade asked in front of everyone why Aina allowed herself to openly lie about the fact that she supposedly gave Robelia away as a maid. The girl looked at Aina, with whom she had lived for a long time, and did not understand why she was acting so strangely. She only needs to say that she is not fit to be a girl for the Duke. She is doing this for the good of Duke Ferrado's house, and if she says so, he will forgive her. In any case, this was an advantage for Robelia. She addressed the lady and told her that she supposedly had many flaws. And Lady Aina was simply worried about this. The lady thanked Aina for her concern and told her that she and the Duke would go first. Robley was worried that Jade hadn't gotten this far, but she said that these people insulted her love in front of everyone. Even if it's fake, but he took it seriously. She asked if the young man knew that this opera belonged to the Effalentia family. The former earl turned this place into a beautiful land for the capital, and thanks to this, the Effalentia family became stronger. And Jade wondered if he planned to reclaim this building. Without hesitation, Robelia confidently stated that they must get it and snatch it from Bill Marlon. And the first step he will take will be Island Regriton, whose meeting should take place today. The young man was sitting next to Miss Aina, who asked him if he was all right. Because the lady seemed surprised. Aina was immersed in her thoughts about Robelia, and she was sure that if she didn't get used to aristocratic society, she could only return home. Everyone saw how she supposedly cared for the maid, and many people supported her. And Robelia also knows how worried she is, and should definitely forgive her. But still, the attention of those present focused on the daughter of a humble gypsy next to the Duke, second in power after the Emperor himself. And now that Robelia had drawn attention to herself, she needed to work hard. And all for the sake of her future business. The lady approached Ailan, who was talking to Aina, who upon seeing the lady immediately asked her to come a little later and not interfere in their conversation. Robelia approached anyway and asked their permission to sit next to them to talk. She decided that from now on, in front of all the nobles, she would no longer consider Aina, who had just acted in the vilest manner, trying to pass her off as a servant. Aina's friends whispered, Robelia is no longer a servant, and when she sits down, she will have the opportunity to talk to the Duke. It actually worked. Robelia was no longer treated as a servant, and that was a great achievement. Aina was very nervous, and she was sure that common people like Robelia needed to know how to keep their distance. Aina asked Ailan if he really wanted to put new gems in the store, and heard that there would be many of his jewels at the auction taking place tonight. He replied, this time there will be many of them, and she should definitely like the ruby necklace that Queen Revan herself wore at the coronation. Robelia didn't care if Aileen flirted with Aina. The main task was to get the diamond, and now it was necessary to find out all the information of interest. Shamelessly, she asked Aina if the young man had ever bought diamonds that amazed people with their beauty, and would like to find a special one that cannot be compared with others and buy it at any price. Previously, Aileen would have ignored the bastard, but now the Duke himself is taking care of her. He assumed she was looking for a diamond for Hada Ferrado to give to his mistress. Aileen replied that, unfortunately, he cannot help Miss Rovelia and does not have those diamonds. And this was the next part of her plan. The necessary bait for Aileen had just been thrown to her, and she only needed to wait a little. She told Jade that she wanted to clear her mind and would leave for a while. The lady went out to the courtyard and was immediately followed by Aileen, who seemed interested in her proposal. He hadn't noticed before that the lady had a pleasant aura, and only now did he notice it. Indeed, the young man said he came for the blue stone that Robelia wanted to buy. He asked if she was really willing to buy it. Although cursed, the lady knew he was a merchant, but more honest than she thought. And according to his calculations, he should have sold it to her without saying a word. She said that in reality, not everything was so simple, but the girl was already aware of his dignity. There were rumors about this tear-shaped blue diamond that brought misfortune to its owner. And the lady probably thought the curse was just a rumor, but after buying it, misfortunes really start to happen from small to large. Robelia replied that she was sure that this was not speculation and that the diamond's curse was real. Once great sorrow arrives, the young man will try to get rid of it anyway. And no matter how much a person tries, the stone will always return, and the owner can only exchange it. She knew that the young man bought it at an illegal auction. In fact, he tried to hide its existence from everyone and was worried that misfortune would befall him, and that if everyone found out where it came from, Aileen would be finished. Robley offered to help him, and so that the young man wouldn't lose the money spent, she promised to make his profits increase 15 times. She asked if he was willing to accept the offer and saw the young man's eyes full of excitement. He always wanted to sell this diamond at any price and assured Count Regritin that all the problems were due to the stone. The man did not believe the nonsense his son was talking about and could not believe that because of some jewelry his business was going downhill. And the train derailed. He said the curse had already been cast since the diamond was auctioned, and that his son is truly so ignorant that even at this age, he doesn't know the basics of business. The man said he could not believe what he was hearing, and that his son still seemed to consider himself a child. And if he cannot officially auction the diamond, he will have to find another way to sell it. Since childhood, Aileen had good intuition despite his young age. He knew whom it was worth knowing at social events. And when he grew up, he already knew how to get the most out of these connections. Throughout this time, his instinct had never failed him, so the young man was convinced that he had to throw away the diamond. His father warned him by betting on his position as heir, but he felt he had to get rid of this stone. And if he kept this diamond, he would become its victim. It seemed to him that everything was over until he returned to his office and saw the diamond in its place as if nothing had happened. Aileen couldn't believe what he was seeing then, because he himself had just thrown this stone into the sea. After that, he threw it several more times, and it always came back. For the first time in his business, he suffered losses and faced minor problems. Also, he was injured due to strange circumstances. And the carriage, which was in good condition, suddenly had its wheel fly off. And the concern about suffering direct harm grew stronger. This was his chance. Since he couldn't throw this stone away, he planned to somehow hide the truth about the blue diamond and sell it, but that was until he looked into Robelia's eyes. For some unknown reason to him, he was astonished by this unusual girl. And it was obvious that her offer was a condition that he could not simply refuse. Aileen had a strong feeling that he should not miss this opportunity. The lady asked him to get her an invitation to a reception at Countess Dora's hall, which would take place in a week. She asked for an invitation for the Duke and didn't want to be indebted to him anymore. And in contractual relationships, both parties should be equal. Jade waited quietly for the girl all this time and was sure she would do whatever was necessary. Robelia returned and said she had promised to buy a blue diamond for any money. Jade admired the lady's success because Ailan agreed to sell it very quickly, and the more he looked at her. The stranger the lady seemed to him, he was joking, in fact there is no curse. And the girl just used some trick to cause that accident. She laughed and couldn't even imagine what she had to do to ruin the railroad in Yart. Robelia said that the diamond had indeed been cursed a long time ago. A woman from Marquis Millix's family asked a stranger to cast a spell on it. In the hands of the Millix family women, it is a common good luck charm. But once someone else possesses it, it becomes a monstrous object that causes death. Since the stone was only inherited in the Millix family, its curse was not widely known. Its effectiveness was reduced. Therefore, the train simply derailed. And if the effect had remained the same, anyone who touched the gem would already be dead. In any case, now all that remains is to return the jewels. The next one. The first step is to be able to contact the Empress. Robelia said the Duke does not need help, as this is not in the terms of the contract. And that is her personal concern. At that moment, the maid approached them and informed them that she had brought the cake they had ordered. The Duke said he ordered sweets to be brought because he noticed the girl left without even eating. Every time they dined, he thought the lady had no appetite because she barely touched the food. But it turned out that the girl simply loved sweets. Until now, no one had noticed this, and Robelia was unaware of such kindness. But she had more important things to do, and it was impossible to be influenced by those feelings. And with it ruin the revenge plan. A week later, the maids were busy preparing Lady Robelia for an important event. She received the long-awaited invitation to a reception at Countess Dora's hall, which she asked Ailan for. This meeting was going to be an important step in her plan to advance faithfully. When Robelia was still a child, after her mother's death, she fell into Marlon's hands. He took her to live with him, and one day he met the cute and small Aina, who was his daughter. Then, the man told his daughter that Robelia is the illegitimate descendant of a dirty gypsy, and that she shouldn't consider her sister, because in the future Aina will become the empress of this country. He promised that Dad would take care of this, but for that, the baby needs to learn how to manage people of lower status. Marlon suggested that his daughter practice with Robelia to learn how to lead people, and asked her to treat her fairly like a doll. Since early childhood, Aina has been at the center of the social world. The Effalentia family is the most powerful and wealthy Duke family after the imperial one. And no one would want to become an enemy of such a large family. Therefore, most noble families showed interest in her, but for Aina it was just entertainment. She tried to convince herself that Jade would also have been her entertainment if Robelia hadn't intervened. Aina was nervous and angry. They liked everyone before, but now everything has changed. She tried to forgive her because the girl left her and acted spontaneously, but she couldn't ignore Aina in front of the other nobles. And the thought that Robelia exposed her as the laughingstock in front of all the nobles, and gave her no rest day or night. Aina was not going to forgive her, and hated Robelia for so vilely dishonoring her. Robelia arrived at Countess Dora's estate, and today she was accompanied by the venerable Sir Jeremy Noose. The lady accepted his offer to accompany her, but since she didn't want to be indebted to him, she tried to come here with a coachman. The Effalentia family crew was nowhere in sight, and most likely Aina didn't come here today. A few days ago, the maid informed Robelia that she had received a message from the maid of the Effalentia estate. That Lady Aina would not attend the reception. Upon learning that my lady would be present, Aina declined her invitation. Robelia didn't understand why she became so capricious, or even decided to leave her alone. But it didn't matter anymore, because the girl was going to do the same. The young man said that now that the girl had arrived safely at the reception, he would wait for her in the carriage. His state of excitement seemed natural, and his large blue eyes radiated sincere kindness. He stays here in case the lady feels uncomfortable, despite the fact that she has always been cold to him. Guests at the reception were informed that Lady Robelia had arrived, and many wondered how she managed to get an invitation to such an event. Everyone considered her the Duke's next mistress, and he would be with her until he simply got tired of her. The theme of this hall was music and poetry. In the distance stood a young man with dark brown hair and jet black eyes. And it was to him that the lady was going to address today. Helen Dora, Countess Dora's wife, approached those present and thanked everyone for honoring them with their visit. She pronounced the theme of today's reception she had organized, but after the first sentence, she completely forgot what she wanted to say. The guests awaited her speech, and Robelia carefully looked at this lady. Helen Dora was a close maiden to the Empress, and most of the Empress's maidens also have great influence in the social world. However, she didn't know how to manage the course of events, and therefore, she was quite unpopular due to her weak character. The Countess was a good friend of the Empress, nothing more, and it was the easiest way to approach the Empress. She also had an older sister, Florin. She asked why Dora was so nervous in front of people and made her feel like she needed help. Florin asked the lady to leave so as not to embarrass the guests. She told those present that Helen was still not used to organizing social evenings, and asked those present to forgive her. Robley began to think about meeting all the nobility face to face, so the Countess must have been very nervous. The enmity between Florin and Helen began because of the wedding. Helen and Countess Dora dated with the premise of getting married. After 5 years of relationship, Helen received a marriage proposal, which she happily accepted, and began to prepare for the wedding. But the problem was that Florin was still an unmarried lady at that time. In aristocratic society, it was considered shameful to marry later than one's younger sister. And that is why Florin spread many rumors, and they began to compare her to Helen at every reception she didn't attend. Since then, Florin attends Helen's party to make her the laughingstock and take revenge for the humiliations she suffered. 10 years have passed, so their relationship can now be considered irreparable. Helen was very worried about not being able to face this situation with pride. Robelia came here for a reason. She approached the lady and offered her help. Helen turned and asked how Lady Robelia arrived at the reception, as she hadn't sent her an invitation. The girl saw that Helen, once again, closed her eyes to what was happening. Of course, if she were in her place, she wouldn't listen to a powerless, illegitimate child either. But if everything goes according to plan, the Countess should hear from her. She said, everything can be fixed, and Helen has a chance to escape the tenacious hands of Lady Florin. 10 years ago, her husband Count Dora once said, Robelia is an illegitimate daughter of the Effalentia family. When James was still alive, he often saw Robelia, and she was an exact copy of her father, with the same kind character. However, after Julia and Marlon's new marriage with her, she began to be treated as illegitimate. Maybe they stole her surname, and as a commoner, she was listed in the family register only as Robelia. He regretted that his friend James's daughter was treated this way, but he had no right to interfere in the affairs of other families. Maybe her husband was right, and this girl was being treated unfairly, and Dora knew that the girl had suffered just like her. But Helen quickly made contact and smiled sweetly at Lady Robelia, who wanted to offer her help. She looked at the girl with kind eyes and said she was ready to listen to her plan. Everything turned out even simpler than Robelia had imagined, and in fact, if she had refused to listen to her, the lady would have simply made a public statement. And now all that remained was to regain control of the hall and put the Countess in her place. Florin immediately noticed Lady Robelia's presence at today's reception, and she went to greet her. The lady said she was glad to see her, and that the last time they saw each other was at the opera. Robelia thought about it. The lady clearly wanted to achieve something with this conversation, and it arose for a reason. Florin said perhaps the lady simply doesn't remember her because she was busy with something else. And at that moment, she supposedly tried to seduce my Lord Eilen, even though the Duke of Ferrado was right next to her. The young man nearby joined the conversation and pointed out that, having attended several parties as a servant, Aina Robelia wanted a luxurious life. They continued openly condemning her, because seducing men left and right is behavior unworthy of such a young lady. Robelia saw this absurd story, in which Florin had just tried to liven up the evening by ridiculing the girl in front of all the guests. In fact, for the sake of revenge, Robelia was willing to endure any humiliation, because that was her only goal in life. But if she ignores this kind of mockery now, later, when she proves she is the legitimate heir of the Effalentia family, and presents herself again before the secular world to expel Marlon, they will mock her again. And the lady will have to reconsider the plan she told the Countess. The girl addressed the lady with words, in which she also wanted to tell everyone a most interesting story. Robelia asked Viscountess Dream, standing next to her, if she was really so patient with her husband's adventures. And she probably already knew about Baron Risto and Lady Claire. And the last time she saw them was recently kissing near the academy. These words provoked a heated discussion among the guests. It's not that they didn't trust Lady Robelia's words, but when she mentioned Claire, the situation became similar to reality. Those present quickly started discussing how the Viscount left his wife for an affair with a young woman. Lady Dream asked if her husband mentioned that the last time Lady Claire went to his house was supposedly to return the fountain pen that Baron Risto lent him. And only now did she realize that her husband really had an affair with a young woman. And so many people had just embarrassed her in front of her. The lady ran out of the reception hall in tears, and the Viscount ran after his wife. Florin saw everything that was happening, and she started getting angry thinking that Lady Robelia dared to ruin the party. She stood in front of the girl and asked why she decided to behave so unceremoniously at her reception. But Robelia replied that the lady would definitely want to hear another interesting story about Lady Florin's romance. Florin is angry because her illegitimate children are trying to oppose her, who, thanks to her success in the gemstone industry, has gained a strong position in the upper class. Robelia whispered in her ear, the lady probably knows that some of the jewelry she sells has fake stones inlaid. And the lady bought the necklace she is wearing now on credit to impress, but since she had no money to pay the debt, she made exact copies of the jewels and sold them for profit, believing she could fool everyone. The lady did not understand how the girl could know this, and Robelia continued, if the lady dared to do this again, she could be caught deceiving the nobles. And even if the jeweler was still there, the lady would not consider such an act brave. Robelia said she would be interested in the reaction of the nobles if she told everyone, and showed that the stones were fake. Florin understood that if everything was revealed, she would never be able to appear in secular society again, and furthermore, she could be sentenced to prison for fraud if the imperial family was informed. The lady needed to hide the fact that these were fake jewels, and in a low voice, she replied to Robelia that she had made a mistake. Robelia said that this is not exactly what she would like, and the lady knelt down in front of the lady. At that moment, informed by the young man at Duke Ferrado's estate, Robelia went to the reception, accompanied by Mr. Joquin. Robelia did not think Florin would kneel, and everything happened much faster than she expected, and asked her to apologize. Through clenched teeth, the lady loudly declared that she apologized for the rudeness towards Lady Robelia. And before all secular society, on her knees, she promised to be more careful in her statements in the future. The guests were stunned by what happened and considered Robelia a very dangerous lady, since Florin herself knelt before her. So Florin intended to compensate Robelia for all the shame. As soon as she got rid of all the evidence, Robelia advised the lady to listen to her words in the future, because she had all the proof that the jewels were fake, and her secrets could be revealed at any moment. Florin wondered if the girl had really planned everything in advance and prepared all the facts. Robelia asked the lady not to appear in high society for a while, and she could only accept defeat shamefully. Of course, Robelia lied about having evidence. At least she had to resort to vile tricks. Countess Dora was not the only one surprised by this. The rest of the nobles, fearing for their secrets, also fell silent, and many decided to leave before someone found out about their skeletons in the closet. Robelia apologized to Dora for the trouble she had caused, and smiling, she offered to continue this wonderful evening. After this, Helen began the second part of the evening, reading poetry, and many of the guests got bored because several people had already performed almost the same. Numbers and motifs. Robelia approached that young man with jet-black eyes and asked him, why shouldn't he perform in front of the guests? Because he definitely has something to show. The boy was worried that there were no ladies who liked the poems of a poor poet like him. And Robelia noticed his low self-esteem, even though he wrote such a beautiful poem. The girl tried to support the young man and told him that she trusted in his successful performance, and that everything would definitely turn out well. Robelia said she had read his poems and that the young man was named Wilhelm, and asked her to call him simply by his name. She began to read lines from his poems, and Wilhelm did not expect to hear his work from the mouth of an unknown girl. The young man closed his eyes and was imbued with her poem about the eternity of nature and the golden meadows. It was a way to convince Wilhelm, but in reality it was her sincere compliment. And although everyone wrote about love, only his poetry had, in her opinion, a deeper meaning. On the other side of a field of ripe barley, the young man conveyed the message that reward comes after hard work. And he was surprised how the girl knew it. Dora was annoyed. The butler said he had sent invitations to the best poets, but for some reason, everyone writes about popular sentiment. And if things go on like this, the reception will definitely be ruined. Robelia approached Helen along with Wilhelm, who was very nervous before the performance. The girl took matters into her own hands and asked if the charming poet now had the opportunity to speak at the reception. Helen realized that this was the same young, timid poet that Robelia had already reported on. But she decided to give him a chance, because in any case nothing worse could happen. Wilhelm was brave enough to try, because at least one person already liked his poetry. The wonderful melody of the piano echoed the rhyme, and the young man's resonant voice as he read a poem about the ancient Holy Grail. The poet is Wilhelm Meister, and 4 years later he became known as a genius poet. When he sang about the Holy Grail, everyone seemed to feel divine energy. And when he sang about the sun's rays, Robelia truly felt as if the sun was shining before her eyes. After his performance, the guests applauded and shouted bravo to the young and talented Wilhelm. And even Robelia herself did not expect his performance to be so magnificent and delight those present. Helen had never heard such a beautiful and enthusiastic poem, but no one could have enjoyed such talent if Lady Robelia had not introduced him. The girl seemed to have great knowledge of people, and Helen asked her to give her some time. They went out onto the balcony, and the lady admired the girl's penetrating eyes. The lady thanked the lady that for a while Florine would not appear in high society out of shame. And all thanks to Robelia. In high society, no one does anything for nothing. That is why the lady knew what Helen needed and helped solve the problem. Helen asked the lady to tell her what she desired and promised to fulfill her request if she could do it. This was in the spirit of the upper class, and Robelia asked the Countess to convey her words to Her Majesty. Robelia said that this request is feasible and that it is necessary to convey the following words. I consider the tears I shed a long time ago beautiful, and Helen understood that the girl had thought about everything long before their conversation. The lady asked for time and said that in any case it is better to settle the debt as soon as possible, and promised to soon convey Robelia's message to the Empress herself. The guests continued to enthusiastically discuss the performance of the young man, and some even wanted to invite him to their receptions. This had its own logic. And if someone wants to invite a poet who was previously invited to the hall to a private reception, he must obtain permission from the organizers. Robelia did everything in her power this time and could now leave quietly for home. Wilhelm called her, who decided to thank the lady, because only thanks to her he could read his poem in front of everyone. Robley really thought that the young man was very talented and that his works were truly beautiful. The young man said that no one believed he could do it, and Robelia managed to instill confidence in him. Wilhelm asked to be informed if the lady needed his help, and looked forward to the day to thank her. Robelia looked into his kind and sincere eyes and thanked him for his determination and creativity. Wilhelm would have become famous 4 years later even without her help, but now it happened much earlier. The next day, at the Ferrado mansion, the Duke and Robelia were having breakfast in the courtyard. And the young man was clearly dissatisfied with something. He wondered if he could ask why the lady went to the reception alone, but knowing her character. He would definitely ask why the young man was interested in this. Robelia noticed the Duke's attention and asked him if such a bait felt uncomfortable with her. She said she needed to check his condition and asked him to hold her hand. Jade still couldn't get used to the lady touching his hand like last time. He said that after her meeting with Her Majesty, the second stage of treatment could begin. Robelia extended the invitation and said that she had finally received the long-awaited response from the Empress. The lady received a response from the Empress herself, and Jade admitted that he wouldn't have even thought this could happen. The meeting was going to take place at the Rose Palace, and this was the only place to receive strangers. Jade approached the girl and asked if she would allow him to be her companion this time. 2 days later, a meeting took place at Rose Castle, and Jade respectfully accompanied Robelia. The lady knew that the Duke's presence could be an excuse to present herself before the Empress. And it seemed she was once again indebted to him. There were rumors that the castle trees grow to create a labyrinth, and people who go there for the first time face some problems. So aristocrats prefer to walk outside the labyrinth. The girl was greeted by a young man who told her that he was already aware of the lady's arrival and was waiting for her. This young man turned out to be Prince Cedric Fontenham, and he was surprised to see the Duke with the lady. The prince said that they were here only for Robelia, and that his mother was already ready to meet her. Robelia underestimated the Empress's intelligence and did not go to meet her, but sent the crown prince instead. The lady told Jade that she would leave him for a while, and the young man respectfully kissed her hand. The prince said that, when he heard Robelia and Jade were dating, he got the idea to pretend so that the Duke would finally stay behind with questions about marriage. He suddenly asked to give the lady some advice, not to trust the Duke too much and not to forget her goal. Robelia thought that the young man didn't like that she was addressing the Empress. But what did it matter that thanks to the Duke she could fool Cedric? When she was Aina's maid, she felt Prince Cedric's strong contempt for her. But he always showed his sympathy, and even gave gifts to win Aina's love and attention. Thanks to this, he was loved. And at the same time, she became an illegitimate daughter and did not know the whole situation. So it was amusing for the nobles to mock the girl. That's why Robelia always tried to stay away from Cedric and out of his sight. The young man led the girl to a viewpoint decorated with red roses, where the Empress was already waiting for her. Empress Alina Fontinium informed that Robelia asked Alina to convey some words to her. She didn't even give her a chance to greet her, and only cared about the news the girl was about to tell. The Empress really wanted to return the diamond, but if she got involved in her affairs, there would definitely be rumors, and besides, she didn't have a person to entrust this matter to. Robelia said that she could buy it and give it to the Empress, and the bad reputation about her only exists in high society. And she promised that no one would be surprised by her dealings with the Regrittans. The Empress wondered if this girl had somehow received an invitation to the reception, and convinced Helena to convey her words to her, and she was definitely a brave girl. Her eyes said she had nothing left to lose, and they were filled with hatred and thirst for revenge. The Empress perfectly understood such people. They achieved their goal at any cost, and she asked what Robelia had to ask of her. She asked what the lady was going to receive in return, but the girl replied that she would not need anything. And if any other noble were here, she would simply demand compensation. Robelia said she admires Her Majesty with all her heart and only wants to be useful. And that is her only wish. The Empress got up from her chair and admired the courage of the girl who dared to be here. Her Majesty approached and asked the girl to tell her what she planned to do. The Empress knew that the girl had a great talent for buying things and said she could leave this place to her. Marlon considered it necessary to have a servant like Aina in the palace, and now Robelia was supposed to take this position. And if she received payment for the Empress's expenses, she would soon accumulate money for her business. Before leaving, the Empress warned the girl that everything that happened today was an accident. They, by the will of fate, met in the Rose Palace, so she was simply hooked by Robelia's wit. And that is why she allowed her to take this position. The Empress did not give her personal property, but rewarded the girl with diamonds for the work done. And now Robelia could invest in her business without attracting the Empress's attention. The lady asked Cedric to accompany Robelia, and the young man asked why the lady wasn't going to Ephelentia. The young man suddenly changed his face and asked the lady not to forget who she really is, and that she shouldn't even try to climb the ladder, but now she is paying Aina with that coin, and lives with a man like a shameless one. Robelia said that she did not quarrel with Lady Aina, and all these rumors are completely false, and asked to be careful with the Duke, because his family is the only one that even the royal family cannot look down upon. The prince wanted to say something more, but fell silent when he saw Jade coming to meet her. He said he was already tired of waiting for his beloved, and that's why he was the first to go to meet her. The prince turned around and left, and this time he failed to intimidate Robelia, who was as naive as before. The next morning, the lady hurried to the academy, and the Duke reported that if Count Ephelentia had known that the girl was now serving the Empress, he would definitely have visited her. Robelia prepared to go to the Ephelentia estate, and the Duke again asked if he could stay with her. But the girl wanted to deal with the Count alone, and if the Duke was with her, he would be even more careful. Jade said he could imagine what the lady was thinking, and it wasn't that he didn't trust her. It was just that an urge was really very dangerous. But Robelia opened the door, said she suspected danger, and thanked the Duke for his help. Marlon got out of the carriage near the same academy where Robelia should live now. Her appointment had been sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Imperial Palace, and he only found out about it now that the Empress's decree had been rescinded. He asked the servant to take him to Robelia, where the girl was unpacking her suitcase at that very moment. She needed to create the appearance for the Count that she lives here, and if he finds out that after enrolling as a girl, she left the academy, it will be difficult for her. Marlon asked the servant to accompany him to Robelia's room, and now they were right outside her door. Marlon opened the door, and after a long time finally saw Robelia, whom he treated with such contempt. The girl turned around and immediately felt this vile bastard beside her. He called her by name, and Robelia asked what the man was doing here so suddenly. The man was annoyed, because the Duke of Ferrado's knight was also in the room. He told Robelia that he had something to tell her. They asked Sir Germanis to step out for a moment, and the young man was waiting for the girl outside the door. He immediately asked what Robelia had told the Empress that had made her his servant. And the girl replied, supposedly, simply saying she wasn't happy after leaving the Ephelentius residence. Robelia reported that the Empress allowed her to choose what she wanted and spoke well of Marlon. The lady played her part well, and supposedly everything was done only for the benefit. And Ephelentia's help, the girl reported that the Empress offered her the position of court deputy. And the man himself always said that glory would return to Ephelentia thanks to public service. Marlon was indignant. This position was meant for Aina, and he invested a lot of money and effort into it. Robelia said she knew nothing, and could tell the Empress she was resigning from the position. The lady knew that if she refused, the man would be in a difficult situation, and he wouldn't dare go against imperial order because of Aina. Marlon spoke, in any case, this place does not belong to Robelia, and she must accept it. And he asked her to make sure the Empress herself quickly got tired of her. After the conversation, the girl sat in the living room, and next to her was the Duke of Ferrado's knight. The young man noticed that the girl was very worried and wanted to help her with something, offering to stay with her until the Queen issued a decree. Robelia accepted Joaquin's help because she really needed support. She spent 3 days at the academy, waiting for an official decree from the Empress. Normally, after classes, the lady would go to the library and gather so many books to read them all night. And during all this time, Sir Villainess didn't leave her side. That day, the lady who was currently accepting her enrollment documents was looking for her in the library. Professor Bridgel was responsible for admissions and seemed worried about something. She said that Her Majesty, the Empress, had drafted a decree addressed to Robelia and had already sent it to the Academy. She needs to go to the faculty department and pick up an important document. Robelia was about to leave, but she didn't notice the young man with books behind whom she bumped into. The young man said he was very sorry and that he simply didn't see Robelia because of the huge pile of books. She picked up the glasses that had fallen on the floor and handed them to the startled young man. The young man dropped his brooch. Robelia picked it up and was going to return it the next time they met. Professor Bridgel warned that Robelia had to hurry. She arrived on the faculty department floor, and the lady asked the girl to go to the reception area. A lady received her with a cup of hot tea and greeted the young Robelia by name. The lady politely said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that the girl definitely didn't expect to see her here. Countess Dora herself was sitting opposite her and clearly wanted to talk to the lady about something in private. Helen asked her to look at the letter that the maid was holding on a golden tray. Robelia suggested that the folded letter must be the Empress's own order. But next to the letter was a key, and Helen said that it was the key to the Empress's personal treasury. Thanks to it, she can now manage the budget, said the lady, who heard that the Empress entrusted the work to Robelia. She really counted on the girl, and if she failed, the position would be entrusted to someone else. Robelia said she wouldn't disappoint Helen, and that tomorrow she would receive what she needed. Although Robelia had no experience, it seemed that the girl initially knew everything in advance and had a lot of experience. Helen found this surprising because she had been looking for this diamond for years, and Robelia was ready to give it away tomorrow. She felt she had to warn the lady about the risks so that she could overcome the difficulties. And the Empress was not someone who trusted easily in another. Helen said that any small thing could offend the Empress and damage her reputation. And if this happens, she will have to stop the girl at any cost. She thought that although the lady understood high society, she was still too young. But Robelia asked her not to worry. And she said she would take all her words into account and would definitely listen to her opinion. Thanks to her new position, Lady Robelia could now leave the academy freely without permission. The Duke of Ferrado came to meet her, who greeted the lady with a gentle smile. He asked her to tell him what happened during that time on the way back. She said she had received the treasury key and was going to visit the bank to get funds to buy stones. In the past, Robelia had no reason to go there, so Jade suggested going together. He expected the Imperial Bank to be large, but didn't think it would be so crowded. They had to queue, and judging by the number of people, it would take them quite a while. The young man asked Robelia to go ahead and give him her name to guide her to the correct line. The bank employee asked the young man to leave and greeted Duke Ferrado with honors. For Robelia, everything here was new, but the Duke's strength and patience amazed her. And if she had come by herself, several hours would have passed, but thanks to him, everything ended faster. The girl suddenly asked Jade to return to the mansion first. This world was definitely unfair. That evening, Countess Rigratina's mansion was quite noisy, and rumors had already spread that Ilan had sold the stone for a large sum. The father claimed that his son sold the stone for such an unimaginable price, and if he had at least sold it for more, he would have gained 20 million more. He got angry and said he didn't expect such an act from his son, and he wanted to make him his successor. The young man replied that he had decided to make a deal and said that he had increased his income, and he could double it. But he could not tell his father the whole truth because he did not trust his own father, who was possessed by a thirst for money. But at that moment, he was informed. Robelia said she wanted to make a deal and asked for a meeting herself. They met in the reception hall, and the lady asked to see the goods she wanted. The young man still couldn't understand how the lady agreed to pay such a large sum for the cursed jewel. The lady said that the young man bought this stone for 80 million mahini, and that now she only feared that Robelia would refuse the deal. As promised, She paid 15 times the original amount and handed the check to the young man. After the meeting, he asked permission to accompany the girl to the carriage. And he still couldn't believe that he had gotten rid of the cursed stone. He thanked her for today's deal, and thanks to it, he was able to sell the cursed diamond. The young man said he heard that the lady managed to meet Lewis at the academy. And he probably meant her half-brother. Aileen asked the girl to take care of herself and thanked her for the successful meeting. The next morning, at the Rose Palace, the Empress held the blue diamond she had been looking for many years in her hands. Robelia was in her room reading a book when she heard a soft knock on the door. This was Sir Villainess, and he was holding an envelope addressed to the girl in his hands. The Duke ordered that the letter be personally delivered to the knight, and this meant that the letter contained very important content. He said that, to thank the lady for her work, the Empress would organize an event in her honor this week. And she would provide her with a large sum for her to use wisely. Robelia has always been, to everyone, the illegitimate daughter of a gypsy and the daughter of a count. She was labeled more than once, but she never gave up and kept moving forward. She started without support behind her, met many people, and they gave her confidence. And without them nearby, she would hardly have achieved anything. Robelia had everything she needed only thanks to her, and now she couldn't miss this opportunity. The mother was always worried. Her daughter carried a heavy burden, and she often asked for forgiveness, but her voice still remained in her mind whenever she closed her eyes. Holding her pendant in her hands. And this time, everything was going to happen differently, and Robelia was determined to drag Marlon to hell. She wanted to take everything from him and make him suffer in any way, resorting to the most terrible methods. Robelia often talked to her late mother, and this time she asked to wait a little longer to return the Effalentia family. That night the girl went with the Duke, and was going to treat him immediately after meeting the Empress. But because of the Count, she had to stay at the academy. He reported that the nightmares disappeared after the first procedure, and asked if it was necessary to fall asleep every time. Robelia didn't know another way, but it is possible to gain consciousness in a dream, acting in a dream as one is accustomed to in life. The mind is sensitive to details, and when something doesn't happen according to the usual scenario, a person involuntarily tries to figure out what is happening. For example, he might fold his fingers or check what time it is. And the Duke always carried an old watch with him. She asked him to acquire the habit of constantly looking at the time. But passing by one of the rooms, they heard the maids talking again about their night together. One of the girls called Robelia a fool and didn't understand how the Duke could love her so much. She continued to insult the lady, calling her a gypsy and considering the Duke's love for her stupid. The lady confidently stated that Duke Jade would soon fall in love with her, but she was unlikely to be so bold when she turned around. And discovered that right at that moment, Duke Jade Ferrado was standing behind her. The maid turned around and looked with frightened eyes at Duke Ferrado, who had been standing behind her the whole time. He said that it happened that the servant allowed bad things to be said about his master's personal life in his own palace. Jade said menacingly, "The Duke's reputation is not something one can talk nonsense about." And he asked the maid to pack her bags and leave the mansion before morning. The price for such behavior is very high, and the young man warned that there would be no letter of recommendation from him. Servants expelled without a letter of recommendation faced an end. And one could forget about working for noble families. No one would invite a maid who could become a source of trouble, especially since this could affect the relationship with the Duke of Ferrado. Jade left the room and asked Robelia if she was all right after hearing what she heard. But the lady acted as if nothing had happened. The young man couldn't let the situation go, and was sure that the maid had no shame in saying such a thing in his mansion. Robelia assumed that the Duke was so angry because he was simply worried about her. But precisely because it was hard for him to admit it, he preferred to pretend he didn't know anything. The Duke has become a good man for her. He not only shows kindness, but also cares about the girl, and surprisingly she shows helplessness towards his kindness, with which he can treat anyone. And the girl had a strange feeling, as if a ray of light had appeared in her gray life. Jade asked if the lady wasn't angry because they had insulted her, and she shouldn't turn a blind eye to improper treatment. Robelia replied, "The only thing that worries her now is the return of the Effalencia estate. As long as it is not related to my business, she doesn't care what they say behind her back." The girl didn't want to get used to his warm attitude anyway. It would pass, so it was better not to let it start now. That night, Robelia intended to continue his treatment and informed the Duke that she would put him to sleep now. After a while, she found herself in Jade's dream. It was a luxuriously decorated hall of a rich palace. Based on what was in the original, there should be a monster attack now. And probably the Duke's dreams had changed. Robelia tried to remember. The royal palace ballroom meant it was a dream about the royal banquet, which in the original appeared during the 5th session. That was when the curse manifested. At that moment, the solemn arrival of the prince, the empress, and the Duke of Ferrado was announced. The event was 4 years ago, and he seemed quite mature in the sword competition. The main event was going to take place in the garden, so the girl decided to hurry. And went there. She flinched when she heard the Duke's voice behind her, who said he had never met her before. Jade said that he personally sent the invitations, and there is no one here whom he doesn't know. Robelia tried to concentrate, because if the Duke had the slightest suspicion, the curse would not manifest. She said it was the first time she attended such an event, and that obviously the Duke simply didn't know her. The lady asked what brought the young man to the garden. It turned out he felt out of place at such events. And besides, the stranger was interested in her. Jade suddenly asked if the lady would believe him if he said he fell in love with her at first sight. The young man seemed to have full confidence in his actions and looked at the lady with a smile. He admitted that it was definitely the first time they met, but he felt something familiar and mystical in her. Robelia wondered if he really remembered her and their engagement agreement in real life. But the dream was unconscious, and it was impossible. The Duke knew that his words sounded strange, but the girl seemed like an incredibly unusual person to him. But suddenly, the young man fell to the floor and shook violently. Robelia realized that the curse had begun to manifest, and it was time to act. She had to find a trace of the curse and eliminate it. Jade took her hand and asked her to urgently go to the ballroom and call someone for help. Jade didn't understand what was happening to him, and he was trembling with fear, afraid of turning into a bloodthirsty monster. Robelia assumed that this was only the beginning of the curse, so the young man was very shocked. And the mere sight of what was happening took her breath away. Now the Duke felt like he was turning into a beast, and the feeling of being swallowed by a monster must have been terrible. Robelia approached him and asked him to exhale slowly, but the young man seemed to run out of breath. Jade apologized and asked the lady to stay by his side and help him endure these hellish torments. He was worried that the lady would be scared by what she saw, but Robelia calmed him down. She looked into his eyes and said, she is sure that he is a kind person and will not dare to hurt her. Robelia placed her hand on his eyes and whispered that as long as she was there, he would be fine. The girl waited a while for the young man to calm down a little and regain consciousness. Robelia found the symbol on his neck and placed her finger with a drop of blood there to perform the ritual. Jade was unconscious, and Robelia thought the pain of the first reincarnation was directly reproduced in the dream, and how much the Duke had to suffer. She returned to reality and slowly opened her eyes, sitting next to the bed and holding the Duke's hand. Robelia wanted to leave, but Jade took her hand and asked her not to leave so quickly this time. The Duke could easily ask others for help, but for Robelia, it was different when she got into trouble. And when people sought help, they pushed her deeper into the dark abyss. Thanks to them, it is now difficult for the girl to believe in devotion and sincerity among people. She fell asleep right in the bed opposite Kate and clearly spent a lot of energy during this treatment time. Robelia fell asleep holding the Duke's hand, and this time she didn't want to be alone. The maid arrived early in the morning and said she had brought water for the bath. But the Duke asked her not to make noise. The maid rushed out of the room and was clearly not ready to see Robelia sleeping in the Duke's bed. This morning, Aina received an invitation from the imperial palace, and the lady immediately thought it had definitely been sent by the empress. The maid from the two-room apartment turned to her and told her that she still had something important to say. According to the duke's words, she was appointed to the position of palace representative, and Robelia will also attend the event. Aina said that it was fine, and that taking care of the poor members of her family was also her responsibility. She considered herself the official daughter of the Effalentia family, and is undoubtedly the most beautiful candidate for the position of crown princess. Aina believed that Robelia couldn't stand it, and that's why she left home, and she obviously always wanted what the girl had. And when she appeared before the empress, there was no need to be indulgent with family members. A week later, Robelia was traveling in a carriage to an official reception in the empress's hall. The duke was still worried about having spoken rudely to the girl. And for the first time, he saw that expression on her face. Jade called head butler Harold to his office this morning to relay important information to him. The man has already assumed that his call is related to an incident that happened a couple of days ago, said Jade. He invited Robelia as a guest and ordered that she be attended to carefully and without omissions. And he didn't expect the butler not to understand what was being said. Harold realized that she was too careless. He allowed himself to be fooled by the rumors, treated Miss Robelia lightly, and ignored the behavior of the maids. He knew perfectly well that all responsibility for what happened, and the blame rested solely on him. The butler admitted that he realizes his mistake and asks that he be given the opportunity to improve by enduring any punishment. Harold promised to do everything possible to ensure this never happens again in this palace. The empress greeted the guests with majesty. Her graceful movements were full of grace and majesty, like a celestial being made of moonbeams and stars. Her eyes shone with kindness and wisdom, and her smile made the guests' hearts jump a beat of admiration. She asked for silence in the hall and said she had to present a person to the guests. The empress asked Robelia to come with her, and all secular society didn't understand what was happening now. The girl approached Her Majesty and greeted the most majestic woman in the empire. Robelia bowed and expressed her gratitude and appreciation with all respect. Her Majesty asked her to come closer and stand by her side to introduce her to those present. Her Majesty began to speak. A few weeks ago, she accidentally arrived at the Rose Garden, and as she was walking, she met this girl who is incredibly intelligent, which is why the Empress would like Robelia to be by her side. The lady notified the guests that, from now on, Robelia was designated to the position of palace representative. And at that moment, Aina looked at the lady with eyes full of contempt and despair. She could not so easily allow her to take the place she had dreamed of her whole life. It was the highest position for a person of non-royal blood, and even she, the official daughter of the family, could not get it. The Empress loudly declared that from this day on Robelia is her right hand, and that all guests should get used to her presence. Today's event was organized in honor of Robelia, so the Empress asked not to be angry that someone else did not become the main person. And she made many preparations so that everyone could fully enjoy the event. After the Empress's speech, Aino approached Robelia and dared to call her sister again after everything that happened. She congratulated her on receiving the position of palace representative and said she would like to say something. They went to another room, and Robelia asked what exactly the girl would like to talk about. Aina began her speech with unexpected words that she really wanted to give Robelia a chance. However, Robelia did not say the reason why she came to the academy and did not say why she left the Effalentia family. Aina said she was angry with the girl for that shameful incident in front of everyone, but that this time she would supposedly forgive her. Aina insists that all people make mistakes, but she is willing to give Robelia a chance to find forgiveness. Aina smiled maliciously and clearly wanted to make Robelia feel ashamed of her actions, and asked her to stop completely and return to the Effalentia family. Poet Wilhelm himself appeared at the event, whom the guests remembered from the last time at that party. He appeared at the Empress's reception and even strict literary critics began to praise him highly. Her Majesty asked the young man to begin, and she was curious to see the talent that everyone admired. Wilhelm sat at the piano and began to read one of his most beautiful poems to the sound of music. The young man's voice was angelically beautiful, and the bell rang, and everyone present listened with amazement. The Empress held her breath. It was the first time she had heard someone sing so magically like an angel. The young man finished his performance, and for the first time heard loud applause and exclamations of admiration. The Empress said she was tired of poems that only praised her. And the young man sings quite well, and his poem is truly moving. Her Majesty spoke. Helen recommended this poet, and he reads extraordinary poems. She asked Wilhelm to get off his knees and told him that she really likes talented people, and that his status doesn't matter. The young man said he wanted to pass on the courage he received from his benefactor to others. The Empress said that in gratitude for this, she would like to give a gift to the talented young man. She remembered that Helen had told her how, thanks to this boy whom Robelia had provided, she did well at the party. Therefore, her benefactor is Miss Robelia, who gave her confidence in the success of her work that day. The Empress laughed heartily with joy when she heard again about Lady Robelia's merits. She considered the girl a brilliant child who exceeded all her expectations and guesses. A lady approached her and told her that Lady Robelia and Aina were together in the room. She replied that she would call them. But the Empress expressed her desire to go herself to check how they were doing. The Empress entered just as Aina was trying to force Robelia to resign her position as palace representative. Her Majesty immediately realized that something was happening here, and the frightened Aina looked in her direction. The Empress menacingly asked who the lady thought she was, daring to interfere with Her Majesty's decisions. Aina was very frightened and said that she was very sorry for allowing her emotions to take over her behavior. And she has absolutely no intention of defying the most honorable woman in the empire. Even if Aina's words and actions deserved punishment, they were all here for Robelia. The Empress did not want to let things go, and was indignant that the lady dared to interfere in the affairs of the royal family, and, despite her status, deserved punishment. But this ceremony was held in honor of Robelia, and all the attention of the nobility would focus on Aina. And not on Robelia, and she clearly didn't want this to happen, so she asked to forgive the girl. The Empress said that this time she would not punish Aina, but if this happens again, the girl will experience all her anger on herself. Her Majesty turned around and warned that after this, the lady should behave carefully. The Empress and Robelia went out to the hall to the guests, who were delighted that the girl was the benefactor of the poet Wilhelm. The lady did not believe she was that good, and those present were clearly exaggerating. At this meeting, rumors arose about Robelia's ancestry, and many said that there was an opinion that this girl could be the biological daughter of the Effalentia family. And if she hadn't been a true noblewoman, she wouldn't have been so smart and polite. Aina overheard the conversation between the two ladies and immediately understood that they were talking about the official daughter of the Effalentia family. That evening, Aina talked to Marlon and asked for help because Robelia took everything from her. The man was furious. The one who deserves the position of royal representative is his daughter, not Robelia. He said that if the Empress saw her appearance, Aina should soon take the position. But before that, something needs to be done. Marlon came up with a plan when the Empress invited Robelia to join the elite. She should stay close to demonstrate the nobility of the Effalentia family. Then all secular society will compare her to Aina. Aina shouted and was indignant. In the end, the Empress allowed Robelia to remain in her position, and everyone who saw this began to approach her. The lady was hysterical and said she couldn't give up this place, and in the end, Aina accused Marlon of the fact that everyone around her said that Robelia was the true heiress of the Effalentia family. Marlon couldn't stand it and raised his hand towards his own daughter, unable to bear her reproaches, and shouting. The man became enraged and asked how his daughter dared to allow her own father to treat her like this. He knew very well that she had been embarrassed during the holidays. Marlon grabbed the lady by the shoulders and wanted to know how she dared to let people say in public that Robelia was the official daughter of the Effalentia family. He shouted that he was doing everything possible to help her get the Empress's attention. And if Aina listened to him, there would be no problem. After all, it was he who gave her everything she has, and his daughter acts so ungratefully. He asked her to be obedient and not leave her room for a whole month. He locked the door and said that the lady should be fully aware of her guilt and be punished. And only now did Aina realize that she was that same doll in the hands of her own father. But she did not want to be a puppet to honor the arrogance of the 7 Effalentius and her own father. That dark afternoon, Rovelia walked through the garden looking for the Duke, who was doing business with the gardener. He asked if the girl had fun at the Empress's reception and how she felt. The girl thought for a moment, and after that night together, this was their first meeting. Rovelia talked about her successes, and Jade was amazed at how easily the lady solved such complex problems. And even if she was lucky, that was a very difficult mission, and Robelia felt she had to apologize. But Jade anticipated her, and after a brief silence, he suddenly said he was very sorry. He apologized for saying thoughtless things, and Robelia was the first to feel lightness throughout her body. This was quite a sincere move on the Duke's part, who had never apologized before. During dinner, the Duke asked how the girl's first project was going and suggested she try a boutique business first. The lady said she wanted to go to Meridian, the western mining region, and the Duke warned that it could be dangerous. He believed that no matter how much money was spent, there was no guarantee that gold would be found. And perhaps there was a risk of getting only dust and stones. Robelia knew that nothing could bring her more money than the mining business, and this time she had a certain advantage. She asked the Duke for support, and he was sure that Robelia again had a great plan. The butler informed Lady Robelia that he had brought what she requested. The lady took longer than expected to fake identity and origins. The butler warned that there was a problem, and the Duke wondered if everything was all right with them. The butler decided to take a moment and apologize to the girl for what he had done. He did not do his best and continued to avoid her, so he truly regretted what happened. Harold admitted that he was terribly ashamed of having forced the lady to go through this, and that if Lady Rebelli intended to punish him, he would endure all trials. But the girl never saw any meaning or need for punishment. She asked the butler not to worry about it, and everything that happened was not his fault. After lunch, the maids told Robelia that they had prepared everything she would need. And after a while, Robelia looked like a completely different redhead. She was going to use this image in Meridian to not attract too much attention. Sir Jereminas didn't even immediately recognize that the lady with fiery hair was Miss Robelia. The lady looked at herself in the mirror and was amazed at how much makeup could make her look so magical and different from herself. The butler suggested that she hide her identity and meet the Duke to see if he recognized her. Or not. Jade was busy working and handing out important documents to the palace staff. He needed to return to his office to complete one more job concerning land matters. Harold went specifically to the Duke's office with the disguised Robelia and said he had prepared tea. The girl dressed as a maid stood with a tray and humbly looked down. With downcast eyes, Jade realized at first sight who was in front of him and laughed about why the lady was dressed like this. He looked her in the eyes and joked that the other maids had ordered the girl to dress this way. The Duke identified her by her familiar perfume, but that wasn't the only reason. And yet, Robelia was sure her appearance had changed a lot and thought the young man wouldn't understand. Jade replied, even if she changed her perfume or met him in the middle of the road, he would undoubtedly recognize her. He called her his benefactor. Every day he was tormented by nightmares, and the curse was getting worse and worse. His determination gradually disappeared, and these were terrible days when he was a monster. And only Robelia helped him out of his past life. He hadn't told her about it before, but he was very grateful for the peace she brought him. And even if she doesn't believe his words, he promised to do everything possible to make the lady believe in him. He wished her a good trip and told her that he would surely wait for her return. Jade personally came to see the girl off tonight and wished her a good journey. Robelia went with the maid and Sir Knight Gereminus, who also received a red wig. Joquim's bodyguard was Kelvin Harold today, and Mary, the Harold family maid, accompanied him. On Main Street, Robelia noticed the building that her father had once built. Mining and railway projects are the main sources of income for the F. Lencha family. From the moment his father first saw a train in his life, he was fascinated by these iron machines. A voice loudly announced the arrival of the train, and Robelia prepared to depart. Now Robelia and Sir Joquin looked like real relatives with their matching wigs. Everyone got on the train together, and Catherine, satisfied, was happy to go with them. Robelia felt a terrible headache throughout the journey that did not subside, and even after an hour, she still didn't feel better. Joquin brought the girl mints and a glass of cold water with lemon so the lady would feel better. Robelia rested her head on the window and said she wanted to rest a little. And even the maid didn't expect the girl to feel so bad because she gets carsick on trains. The lady said she would like to become the representative of this place. But since she doesn't have a good status or background, she has to work hard and diligently. She said that, in any case, she would really need his help for future jobs. Robelia was going to buy the mining mines, and they had to be careful not to reveal their identities. Joachim immediately said that he could start looking for an interesting person who would be useful to them. The train employee said they had arrived at Meridian, a western mining region. She finally arrived at the hotel in Meridian, and the maid reported that she was very tired. As soon as they got off the train, merchants came running towards them from all sides. And she was very worried if Robelia lost her wig. Everyone had to work hard to arrive safely. Robelia said they should walk around the city and go eat at some establishment. The lady stopped near a place, and the others waited to see what she wanted to say. She did indeed stop to listen. Voices of men were heard nearby, and they were talking about a large sum of money that someone owed. The man shouted that they supposedly borrowed money from him, and now they refused to pay interest. He threatened the young man with violence if he did not find a large sum by a certain deadline. Behind her, Robelia heard an unfamiliar voice asking if the girl he had never seen in Meridian was standing in front of him. He started insisting on talking, but then the maid who was with Robelia intervened. They started arguing with another young man as to whether it was the girl who had just walked down the street. The maid grabbed the man by the elbow and asked him to remove his dirty hands from the lady. She pushed Mary away, and Robelia was no longer going to tolerate the rude antics of this scoundrel. The Duke Ferrato was at his workplace at that moment, discussing land distribution, and hoping that Robelia was doing well now. But in fact, not everything was entirely smooth, and the street thug was already guessing what kind of ransom he might receive for kidnapping the girl. The thief grabbed the girl by the cloak and told her that his expenses had decreased in recent days. But now everything will be fine. Robelia took the opportunity and kicked the young man in the leg with all her might, making him scream in pain. The young man ran after Robelia, screaming that he would kill her as soon as he caught up with her. And caught her. But Sir Joquin had already arrived to the rescue and apologized for the sudden delay. The thief stared at his partner, whom he considered a complete idiot because of whom they had just lost. Gereminus put away his sword as the thieves ran forward, away from the armed men. For the maid, everything was fine too, and the bruise on her arms was very small, and did not require treatment. Robelia accidentally saw Joel Pramer, with whom she was determined to speak right now. The young man asked how the stranger knew his name and who she was. Joel was the lame son of Silverstone, and his red hair was the same as in the original story. Robelia said she was here because she had a personal request for the young man and promised to pay a large sum. She asked the boy to arrange a meeting with his father. The young man replied that he would allow her to see him, but only after the lady told him the reason for the meeting. The young man didn't immediately understand what they wanted from him, and at first, he was even afraid to answer the stranger's questions. To carry out the plan, Robelia asked the young man to give the watch to his father Sylveston. Let him look at this and decide if he wants to meet and promise to pay for her work. After a while, the knight and Robelia sat across from the man with whom the deal to buy the mine was to be made. He said he knew the Herald family went bankrupt several generations ago and returned to their homeland. And he asked how they earned money for the mine. The man warned that confirmation of the buyer's solvency is verified before signing the contract, and it is a mandatory procedure. With the passage of time, interest rates increased enormously, and he met completely different naive people. For Viscount Lohan, 700 million menishes seemed like a large sum. But for Robelia, it meant nothing. The young man said the procedure would take about 5 days, and the lady was surprised because she had heard it would take about 2 weeks. It turns out the Count will come to Meridian personally and arrive with Lady Aina. Obviously, this was not the case in the original. At least 3 years passed after Aina started the first mining project here. Then she visited Meridian for the first time, but due to scarcity, the work was suspended, and decided to try to dig deeper into mine number 9. Robelia noticed that everything had changed a lot, and probably everything was because she was behaving differently than in the original. And now the most important thing was to solve everything and unravel this tangle. She met with Marlon, and he asked her this time to carefully examine Meridian. And the lady should also notice how he created his reputation thanks to his status. At that time, at the Ephelentia branch in Meridian, a man begged to be reinstated as a miner. The man said he only wanted his boys to be allowed to work here under his leadership. He claimed he had been loyal to Ephelentia for decades, but the other young men did not want to listen to him. After the conversation, his son found him and immediately rushed to give him what Robelia had given him. And the man recognized Madame Julia's necklace. Lady and Joachim were sitting in the hall. The young man said that last time, Robelia was interested in something. Even the reference guild could not find information that Lady Ephelentia attended a party in honor of Countess Evian. Robelia doubted that Marlon had sent her there to elevate Aina's status could easily be done in Meridian, where Ephelentia's influence was stronger, and since that was the case, the matters in the capital could be ignored. The young man said that just in case, he would try not to meet Count E. Ephelentia. The maid said that Sylvestre Primer had arrived with his son and wanted to see Robelia. She looked in his direction and politely asked the man she was seeing for the first time to come in. The man saw Robelia when she was still a baby in her father's arms. He asked how the lady had gotten here, and Robelia said she had come to see him. The girl approached the man and asked him to tell her what had really happened. After James's death, Marlon accused him of embezzlement of public funds and fired him for disobedience. And for some reason, he fired the miners who worked under his leadership. For this reason, many families left Meridian. He found Marlon and asked that the people be allowed to return to their work. And every time he refused, he insulted and laughed at Primer. Robelia was surprised that Marlon really did this. And Sylvestre said that after his father's death, he rarely bowed to Marlon. In the original, he found her and begged her to return the mining business. But the lady did not help others. Now everything was different. Robelia said that Marlon deceived her and deprived her of everything for a selfish plan, so she is going to give back to the Ephelentia family what once belonged to her. And then she will finally put an end to Marlon, who has created a tragedy worse than death. To win, the girl needed the mine and also the help of Mr. Primer, and for him, this was a chance to get back everything he had lost. The lady asked him if he could gather everyone at the mine and work with her again. The man said that he had previously been devoted to one girl, once. He swore that he would be faithful to James, so it was natural to trust and follow his daughter Robelia. Robelia walked with Maria and Joaquin after the meeting, and the maid asked if the lady had really received the letter again. The man with whom they had signed a contract for the sale of the mine was waiting for them, and he said that he was obliged to invite the lady to the party. Joaquin tried to refuse, but the man said he considered her answer as consent. The young man said that if the lady appeared at the party, he would have to greet Count Ephelentius. However, Robelia decided to take the risk and confidently accepted the invitation to the event disguised as Catherine Harrell. She closely observed what was happening, and the guests were preparing and greeting each other. Marlon has not yet appeared, and probably because he is busy, he should arrive a little later. A young man approached Robelia with a glass of red wine and a rose in his hands, and told her that he had met such an incredible woman. He said that the lady would not dare to leave until he knew her name, and the girl realized how tired she was of such events. He introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Legretin, named Theodore, and offered to dance with her. Robelia said she was a commoner, and the young man was indignant at how a peasant could dress in noble clothes. Island defended the lady, blocked the girl, and ordered his brother to stop. He said that this woman is his faithful companion, and there is no need to be so rude to her. Island and the lady went out to the balcony together. He asked for forgiveness on behalf of his rude brother. It turned out that he did not recognize Robelia. It seemed to her that he was not kind to everyone. And it seems that this is the case. The arrival of Count Ephelentius was announced, and the girl rushed into the hall to greet him. She told Island that there is no person who does not know Count Ephelentius, and the young man agreed. Legends are made about him. Island never recognized Robelia in her new appearance, but only tried to protect the innocent stranger from his brother's attacks. The young man shared that lately he has been rethinking the idea of buying bonds. Robelia wondered why the young man suddenly mentioned bonds, and if he had really heard rumors about Harold's successful business. He said it was better to talk to Anna first. She loves attention, and that's why she won't miss this opportunity. The lady noticed that it seemed the young man was slowly starting to change the subject, and moved on to talking about the Count. He did not keep the girl for long, and said he was ready to say goodbye and leave such wonderful company. Secular society vigorously discussed the news that it seemed the family had officially begun preparing a successor. This happened about 3 years ago, and Robelia needed to remember Marlon, who would be deprived of his property. This guy turned out to be a real bastard, and the girl couldn't even imagine what else he might be capable of. The man who closed the deal pointed out Robelia with the Count and told him that this lady wanted to buy the mine. Marlon happily approached the girl and told her he was incredibly happy to meet her, while Robelia was afraid to look at him. Although she had been preparing for a long time, the feeling of fear never left her memories. She could only remain calm, but the man noticed that the girl was very nervous. At that moment, Joaquin and Maria could not find a place for themselves, and the young man said they urgently needed to meet Robelia. Marlon laughed heartily and said that it seemed that due to her inexperience, the lady was simply nervous about the first transaction. He claimed that the girl had thought everything out perfectly, and that the rumors that there was nothing in the mine were a complete lie. Marlon said he was ready to sign the contract immediately and asked Lohan to bring the papers. Robelia left the banquet hall with documents in hand and saw Lady Aina in the courtyard. She was about to greet her and leave, but Aina directed her attention to her. The lady took her hand and asked if it was Robelia, but said the girl must have been mistaken. She admitted that she wanted to tell Robelia something, and that's why she was waiting for her here. Joaquin and Maria arrived just in time and interrupted the conversation with Aina. He said that the lady had definitely been misidentified, because not even Marlon himself could recognize her true self. Robelia told her friends that she had made a deal, and that tomorrow she would have to pay the second installment. And the mine now belonged entirely to her. In honor of the holiday, Maria and Joaquin decided to have a culinary duel, and the maid was already sure of her victory. Everything happened differently, and the maid managed to lose to the knight who prepared the most delicious meat. Maria was a quite competent person, but for some reason Robelia felt deceived. Sir Germanus said that he cooked for his brothers and sisters every day. After long service with the Duke, the family situation was improving, and he no longer needed to do this. He told the girls that he was going to buy salt, and was surprised by a strong wave of hostility invading him. Although he certainly did not feel disgust for Miss Robelia, and should have behaved more carefully, because small words could hurt others. Mr. Primer told his employees that they could return to work soon. The mine no longer belongs to Ephelentia, so they can work on it. At the same time, Marlon celebrated the successful transaction for the sale of the ninth mine. He couldn't even imagine that there would be a fool who would buy this mine, and the trip to Meridian was a success. The next day, the bank employees were busy processing the transaction. And all documents. They apologized for the wait and said they had verified the receipt and that the transaction would be completed after verifying its contents. Mine number 9 was lifted and sold for 700 million menishes, and the employees promised to send property transfer certificates. Marlon's partner in the deal said that while the contract was being signed, they suspended the miners from work, but that they could start working. He said he hoped luck would quickly smile upon them and that the mine would be profitable in a few days. Joachim, in disguise, thanked him for the warm welcome, and the man wished him a good trip. He handed the documents to Primer's son, who with this copy of the certificate could return to work in the mine. The young man assumed that place was an abandoned mine and that the work did not only belong to his father. The workers arrived at an abandoned mine, whose work had been suspended for a long time. The young man asked if the boss suspected fraud in the people who sent them there. His son insisted that it was probably a dishonest deal, and that buying an abandoned mine for such a high price seemed quite strange. Unless the buyer was fooled and bought this abandoned place completely by accident. Primer asked the workers to accompany him and first see what was happening around them. This morning, Robelia was ready to start working in the mines. Maria was worried. The mine had been abandoned for a long time, and Robelia decided to remind her of the story of an adventurer who couldn't find the treasure and returned exhausted. The adventurer and the miner traveled in search of the treasure, but the adventurer was quickly overwhelmed by the thirst for profit and went home alone, taking everything he could sell. The miner was left alone, having nothing in his soul. He examined the area for another week and still found the treasure. And Robelia was going to be that miner, and the others would be very surprised when she finished with the gold. The girl decided to convince the miners that there really was gold in the mine and that it could be found. The miners were sure that there was only dust and stones in the mine, and everyone started worrying about how they would be paid if the mine didn't generate profit. Robelia put a large bag on the table and said that there had probably been a small misunderstanding between them. Payments will be made according to the agreement, regardless of whether they find gold or not. The girl indicated on the map where to start digging and promised to pay everyone in advance equivalent to an annual salary if they found gold. Mr. Primer turned to the lady and told her that she looked very much like his friend James. He never gave up and always had the strength to achieve his goal, even when something unexpected happened. Robelia thanked him for believing in herself and promised that the ninth mine would not let her down. Marlon was a greedy adventurer who preferred short-term profits to great treasures. And Robelia tried to imagine what face he would have in a week when they discovered gold in an abandoned mine. Sir Germanis sat at the table and wrote a letter to Duke Ferrado with a report on life in Meridian. He said that they managed to acquire gold mine number 9 in just 1 week. Within a few days, the first pieces of gold were discovered, and the miners, at first, could not believe what they were seeing. The rumor that a gold deposit had been found in an abandoned mine quickly spread among the people. It was already known that the 9th mine was full of expensive minerals, no worse than the rich second one. 2 young men were drinking in a bar, and one of them could not believe that gold had been found in the 9th mine. Marlon's partner had already fled with those to whom he had sold the mine, and he was forced to return it before Count Marlon found out about the gold. Rumors spread so quickly in Meridian that the next day the young man went to meet Harold. He tried to buy the mine again and assured that there was no hope that the mine would continue to produce gold. Robelia said that if she mines gold correctly, she can easily earn that amount in 6 months. And now, under no circumstances, will she sell the mine for next to nothing. She asked Lohan to leave and not offer such deals again, but even though the lady was new to the business, she managed to win. Joachim wrote to the Duke that business in Meridian was going well, so there was nothing to worry about. Jade read the letter to the end and smiled, confident that everything was going well for Robelia. The Duke stood near a jeweler and chose an interesting bracelet as a gift. This bracelet was a good luck charm and was supposed to protect its owner from great adversity. But suddenly, everything went dark before Jade's eyes, and he saw a huge monster in front of him, in whose clutches was his Robelia. At that moment, the Duke felt such strong fear for someone else's life for the first time. The demon behind him whispered if he really wanted to help that girl and was very worried about her. He asked him to remember the curse, and instead of saving her, he would become a monster grabbing the sword. Jade woke up in a cold sweat, lying in his bed, and realized that it was only a nightmare again. The butler reported that Jade had not been able to sleep soundly for the last 15 days. He said the young man needed rest, but asked him to leave here immediately. Count Efflentia and Lady Efflentia were greeted by the employees of the Rose Boutique and welcomed the guests of honor. Marlon said he wants to find a dress in which his daughter will be the most unsurpassed. The lady said that they have a large variety and that she will definitely find the right outfit for her. But Aina's mood was at zero after their last conversation, and the girl seemed very annoyed. The lady showed one of the dresses that, according to her, gives a unique sense of luxury. In style, this dress was really elegant, but Aina felt strange after her father said that everything belonged to him. Marlon asked what his daughter thought of the dress he held in his hands that he had specially chosen for her. The soft pink satin dress looked elegant on Aina, but for some reason the lady was afraid even to move. Marlon exclaimed that his daughter looked absolutely wonderful and asked if there were other colors available. He patted Aina on the head and told her he works very hard to make sure everyone is happy. Then Aina made a big mistake with the queen, and Marlon got angry, but she was sure that such an affectionate father could not avoid Marla. They left the boutique with bags of clothes, and the employee unexpectedly asked the man to accept his congratulations, because a gold mine had been found in the 9th mine. Viscount Lohan was in a state of confusion, and it turned out that the count was already looking for him. Marlon asked if the gold reserves in the 9th mine were even greater than in the 2nd. Lohan said he tried to buy the mine, but Marlon considered him a useless person who managed to sell a profitable mine at such a low price. Marlon was indignant, but he invested hundreds of millions in this mine, and a week later, a girl found gold. And this upstart, in an instant, was able to take away everything he had saved for many years. Marlon suggested first making sure if the heralds had found gold, and if the lady did not need the money. They would have to take the mine away otherwise. Robelia noticed that she had managed to lose the bracelet the Duke had given her, and told Maria she was going out for some fresh air. Mary took the job responsibly and constantly made sure the work was completed on time. She asked Robelia to rest and promised to finish everything when she returned from the walk. Nearby, she found her bracelet, which unfortunately was broken and the stone was lost. Suddenly, Joquin approached the lady and reported. She began to worry and went to check if everything was all right. At that moment, a breathless miner from the mine ran into the house and looked extremely excited. He shouted loudly that the warehouse near the mine was on fire and that there were still people there. The miners are trapped inside and do not have enough hands to cope with the unexpected disaster. Maria ordered everyone to run to the rescue and get as much water as possible to put out the fire. Mr. Premier tried to put out the fire and shouted at the people to close the door so he could get the others out. Robelia ran to the fire scene and could not believe what she saw when she saw what was happening. Joel pulled someone out of the room and said there was another person inside and needed urgent help. Joquin doused himself with water and said he would personally go help the man out of the fire. A miner who was pulled out had smoke inhalation and was unconscious, and it was worse than Robelia had imagined. She asked Maria to bring her ammonia so the man would regain consciousness. And she herself said she would go to the doctor and that the people urgently needed medical help. She could not understand why the warehouse caught fire because there were no flammable items in it. And it was probably done intentionally. The lady ran and did not notice that a stranger was chasing her, who managed to run. And at the right moment, hit the girl on the head from behind. Robelia woke up in some basement, and in front of her sat a young man she had already met here. This was the same thief who attacked him and Mary on Midian Street. He stood next to the lady and laughed that they had met under such strange circumstances. He put the papers in front of her. It was an application to change ownership of the 9th mine, and he ordered her to sign them. The young man threatened. The lady should sign all the papers in a good manner and not get involved with a scoundrel like him. Robelia needed to buy time and lower her guard, so she supposedly agreed to sign the documents. The young man looked at the paper and said, "The lady did a great job today and barely got indignant." He put the document in his jacket pocket and ordered his companion to quickly take care of the matter. The young man attacked the girl with a knife, and she once again had to fight for her life. The thief began to strangle Robelia. She began to lose consciousness, but woke up when the attacker released her neck and fell to the floor. She saw a bloody thief nearby and realized that someone had come to her aid. It was Duke Jade, whom the lady did not expect to see here now. Kramer still could not regain consciousness and said it was the first time he had seen a warehouse on fire, and that he was more than sure that there was nothing in there that could catch fire. The fire itself was unlikely, and only mining tools were stored inside. Joquin asked where Catherine was, and it didn't look like she had returned. The young man realized that everything could be a setup, and Robelia was in danger. He just prayed that the girl was okay and had time to help her. The Duke and Rebelli tried to get out of the dungeon. At that moment, the thief took the keys, and they couldn't open the door from the inside without him. The thieves lay unconscious in the courtyard, and Jade had already managed to deal with them as soon as he arrived. He threw his cloak over Robelia and asked if she was okay, considering everything that had happened. First, she asked how the young man knew that she was here with the kidnappers now. Jade said that she herself sent him letters, and the young man decided that the lady would definitely need his help. So he came here. She knew that Marlon would want to take the mine as soon as he heard about the gold. He wanted to corner her, and she had no choice but to hand over the mine to him. So Robelia foresaw everything in advance and decided to transfer the mine rights to the Duke. But everything happened quickly. She didn't think of a backup plan and didn't take into account the possibility of an assassination attempt. Jade said he saw her on the street and some suspicious people watching Robelia. The lady thanked the young man for saving her and closely monitoring her safety. And it seemed they were trapped in this dungeon, and Robelia jokingly asked what they would do now. She said she had lost the bracelet he had given her. It probably broke and fell out of her hand. The lady was upset because it was a gift from the Duke, and the young man wondered, what if in that vision he managed to reach the lady? Jade smiled and asked the girl not to worry, because the most important thing was that she was alive and unharmed. He said he had a nightmare in which the lady's bracelet broke, so he immediately thought she was in danger and came here. This was a manifestation of her magic. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe a real miracle. After a while, they heard familiar voices. And these were their friends, who had been looking for the missing Robelia all this time. Kramer said that the miners were no longer in danger and were completely safe. He blamed himself for not being on guard and allowing this to happen, but the girl asked not to blame anyone for what happened. On the way to the forest, Joquim found the girl's broken bracelet, and it turned out that it saved her twice. The next morning, she sat by the Duke's bed and waited for the young man to wake up from yesterday's events. Maria informed Robelia that it was time for lunch. The lady already missed breakfast and should eat well. She saw the girl's tired state and worried that she was not feeling well. Robelia reported that she only suffered a bruise and was completely fine. However, the Duke has not yet recovered, Joquin reported. Due to the consequences of the curse, the Duke may sleep for a long time. And he should wake up soon. The curse of that sorcerer was terrible, and nightmares entered an active phase. Even after waking up, the young man showed symptoms of a psychotic disorder. It is difficult for such people to find peace due to overwork. The body has reached its limit, and the curse has completely exhausted him. Over time, Yodswell would fade. He would turn into a monster and die peacefully, as if falling asleep. But as long as things were not that advanced, Robelia was going to do everything she could. The girl asked Maria to go to the market and buy special scented candles to help the Duke sleep. Joachim was also worried about Mr. C and asked if he could help Robelia with anything. She asked him to put on the uniform of the knightly order and go out with him for a while. Robelia said that the image of Joachim Germanis was very important now, and she had a plan on how to talk to the Duke. Before Yade woke up, they should have prepared everything they needed and solved some problems. On this particular day, the maid was walking down the street, stumbled, and dropped balls of expensive fabric on the floor. The lady was worried. This fabric was for the Baroness's dress, and it would probably get dirty. Sir Germanus approached her and handed her the fallen roll of fabric and asked if the girl was hurt. The lady said she was fine and not to worry about her. Someone in the crowd noticed a young man. A boy recognized him. And when the troops arrived in the west, this young man was there too. The maid only realized that this charming young man was the aide of Duke Ferrado. She immediately told Baroness Abigail that she had met Sir Knight himself on the street today. The Baroness was delighted because by getting closer to the Duke, they could enter high society. Marlon sat that evening waiting because nothing had been heard from the mine since then. Count Lohan arrived to meet him with documents signed abandoning the mine. Marlon was delighted and said he knew everything should have gone well for Lohan. He said that not everything went as well as they would like, and that some people had to use brute physical force against high-ranking relatives. Marlon laughed and was sure that now he wouldn't have to envy the wealth of the imperial family. He said that the Baroness's party would take place soon, and they should attend the event. And the man was sure that this definitely joyful moment should be shared with everyone. The thief entrusted with this task was already running out of town to where no one could find him. At the Meridian District Court, Marlon was informed that they could not accept his documents. The young man reported that there were no errors in the documents and asked to see a clause in the contract. In accordance with this clause, the plaintiff requires additional confirmation from the union representative, Mr. Silverstone Promer. Marlon was cornered, and Lohan revealed that not even he knew about this strange clause. It turned out that in the documents, someone had set the miners' wages too high. It was double the industry average, and Lohan was sure that the miners would not be interested in working if the wages were lowered. Marlon suggested that, in any case, nothing would work as long as Silverstone was the union representative. He was going to get rid of Silverstone, and for that, it was enough to bribe the ordinary miners. Joachim informed Robelia that the kidnapper handed the contract over to the Viscount, and everything went according to his plan. The young man asked what the lady was going to do, and don't forget that they were trying to harm her. Robelia sighed and said that all participants in this crime will pay for what they did. The girls planned to take advantage of them and make them wish for a quick death. Recently, that thief was asked to hand over the contract to the Viscount and pretend that everything had gone well. Robelia knew very well that Marlon didn't care about the fate of the two gate thieves to whom they had entrusted the case. In any case, the Count is now drunk with victory and cannot wait to gather a crowd to show off. Robelia extended the invitation and said she was the guest of honor at the Baroness's party, and that the performance she had prepared would begin there. The girl said that Marlon would be humiliated in front of a large number of people, and that everything was going according to plan thanks to his help. Mary helped Robelia while Catherine was preparing for the next event, and the lady looked great. Robelia asked Joel to accompany her to the party and prepare properly. She warned that Sir Germanis would have to show up with the Duke. Maria asked the young man not to ask unnecessary questions and better go get ready for an important matter. Robelia understood. Joel was right, and Duke Judd still hadn't woken up after that incident. And the plan to join the Baroness's party might successfully fail, which would be quite bad. Jade had another dream in which he fought, confirming the rumors of his cruelty. The older brother did not praise him that day, claiming that the young man did not try his best. And he was very disappointed with such a fight. Jade thanked his brother for caring about his status, despite his busy schedule. That day, Robelia was in a duel with Aina, and at that time she was supposedly her servant. Jade saw the lady and thought she must be an illegitimate daughter, and the rumors that they had turned her into a servant turned out to be true. Suddenly, a voice was heard calling for help to the man, who had just fallen to the floor. Lying next to Aina was Robelia, who dropped the tray and fainted at that very moment. Robelia lay unconscious, and the girl looked very sick. Unfortunately, nobles could not interfere in the affairs of other families, and no one was supposed to help her. But Jade did not hesitate to lift the girl in his arms. Rumors spread quickly, and soon he was praised for saving the illegitimate daughter of the Effalentia family at the tournament. Everyone knew that nobles were selling their honor and dignity by swallowing the rumors they talked about. In this dream, the Duke saw another moment associated with Robelia's life, when a young man tried to annoy her. He saw how she convinced the young Robelia that she needed help, and that no one but him could help her. Then the lady managed to push the annoying young man away from her and move away from him. The Duke didn't think much of it, and immediately after the girl left, he dealt with the insolent one who dared to do this. It turned out that this cheeky one was Viscount Sunday, and the Duke smiled, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jade instantly found himself in an unknown place, although a couple of minutes ago he was definitely in the banquet hall. He saw dead people around him and was afraid that he had killed everyone and did not remember it. Jade felt the curse getting stronger, and he would no longer be able to calm it. At that moment, Robelia appeared in front of him. The young man closed his eyes and shouted at the lady to leave immediately. Robelia took his face with her hand and said softly, "Everything will be fine, and your sword will not hurt her." She reached out her hand and promised him that she would soon get rid of the curse and that the fear would disappear. In his nightmare, there was a person who saved him. She was his precious benefactor, giving him the hope of life, and compared to this, everything he could give her was insignificant. And he trusted her more and more, and he wanted her to become the person he could rely on. That day, when Robelia was in danger, for the first time he was more afraid than when he turned into a monster. Jade was afraid that she would disappear, and he might lose Robelia, and then he realized that he loved her very much. Jade woke up from a long sleep, with the thought that he seemed to be in love with a girl with whom he had a contractual relationship. Robelia, accompanied by her son Premier, went to the Baroness's party, which Marlon was supposed to attend. She thanked the young man for accompanying her and asked him to take care of what they discussed yesterday. At the event, many guests congratulated the Count and were sure that Effalentia was very lucky. Everyone admired him as a successful businessman, while she enjoyed the fame and praise. The ladies did not miss the opportunity to also celebrate Marlon's success, whom they thought was the owner of the second and ninth mine. But suddenly, the man froze and stopped responding to the guests' questions, and as if seeing a ghost in front of him. And in front of him was the same lady who bought the mine from him, and who for some reason was still alive after the attack by his thieves. Catherine said she was invited by the Baroness, and that is why the lady is present at the event. Marlon was sure the documents were signed and asked, did the lady really forget that she herself sold the mine? The guests were astonished and waited to see what would happen next, because this commoner clearly expected easy money. At the moment of their conversation, the Duke Ferrado appeared in the hall, and the guests were open-mouthed with surprise at seeing such a respectable gentleman. Robelia also did not expect to see the young man here and held her breath for a moment. The young man approached her and asked in front of everyone if she was the owner of the ninth mine. The day they kidnapped the girl and the Duke rescued her, he invited her to make a deal in a public place. And there the Count's antics could be made public. Jade came immediately after waking up because he promised to help the girl this time too. The Duke offered to buy the mine from the lady in front of everyone, but Marlon was indignant. And he has a request to change the owner of the mine. But suddenly, Robelia showed scars on her neck and made a loud statement that the documents signed as a result of blackmail have no legal force. She said that 3 days ago, she was kidnapped by bandits, and forced to sign an application for the transfer of the mine, which somehow ended up in Marlon's possession now. The man shouted. They were making ridiculous accusations against him, and he had absolutely no reason to do so. They asked him to swear that he had not done anything similar. The oath actually meant nothing to Marlon, and he said that in the process of restoring the mine's property rights, he would humbly renounce them. He was sure this should be enough for the Duke to stop asking unnecessary questions. Marlon thought the Duke was trying to take advantage of the opportunity and appropriate other people's property. But suddenly, the event was interrupted by some young men who entered through the hall doors. And this was the first detachment of the Meridian Guard. They accused the man of kidnapping Catherine Harold and attempted murder. Aina closed her eyes and did not understand why they were accusing her beloved father of a crime in front of everyone. The young man said Marlon should follow him for an investigation, and the man was scared because there was no evidence against him. Marlon didn't understand how everything was turning against him and was going to find out who dared to set a trap for him. The man tried to assure everyone that there had clearly been some kind of error, and that the accusations were probably false. He had no choice but to insist on his innocence and accompany the young men. The next day, the news of Count Effalenciai's arrest occupied the front pages of the newspapers. Joel was the first to see the newspaper publication and was glad that the aristocrat's arrest even happened. Jade said he heard the young man went through difficult times, but that he was excellent at coping with everything. Robelia reported that everything went very well, as expected. And now, thanks to the news in the newspapers, Marlon will feel even more pressure. The lady is pensive, he is under pressure, so Marlon must make his next move soon. Jade invited Rovelia for a walk, and the weather outside was beautifully sunny. Rovelia knew that Marlon underestimated the weak and had a bad habit of pressuring them. The court president told Marlon at the meeting that he was very sorry for what happened. He said that Count Effalentius clearly had no reason to commit such a sin. And Marlon was glad that the president understood this. But the difference was that some people really believed he had committed a crime. That evening, Marlon was with Aina, who couldn't believe what had happened. She couldn't even imagine that her father was capable of kidnapping her sister, and that he was behind it. Aina started crying bitterly in front of him and asked how he could act so cruelly. Marlon replied that his daughter should not worry, and everything was done by none other than Viscount Lohan. In fact, the miners were bribed by the Viscount, and Marlon himself supposedly gave him some advice. Aina was surprised her father really wanted to blame someone else for everything and get away with it. She asked if the lady should not have questions, and if she could endure the ridicule of absolutely everyone in the capital. Marlon said that in any case, they are family, and he will find a way to protect everyone. So no one will blame his daughter, and no one will dare to punish him. Because he is going to pin all the charges on Lohan, who is also involved in this deal. The next day, a hearing was held in court regarding the Count's case. And one of the miners testified that Marlon had kidnapped Catherine and blackmailed her into relinquishing her rights to the mine. The judge said she had already heard this story about how the man wanted to get rid of the succession clause. She tried to pressure the young man to admit that he had accepted money for this deal. The judge said that after receiving the money, his evidence was not credible, but the young man claimed that he took it to present it to the court. The judge suggested how she could know if the man was telling the truth or was simply frightened, and decided to get rid of the bribe. She said that the young man did not dare to discredit the sacred court and asked the guards to take him out of here. Catherine Harrell was also in the courtroom at that moment and observed what was happening. Marlon looked at the lady and was sure how naively she could think she would defeat him. He believed that her tricks should not work a second time and that Meridian was only his territory. The court did not believe the ordinary miners, and neither the testimonies nor the evidence were taken into account. One of the young men was upset. They had no right to win because Marlon was a very rich man. And everyone understood that such an influential nobleman could not be punished by a court based on the honest word of a commoner. The judge was going to dismiss Catherine's kidnapping and blackmail case due to lack of evidence to charge. Robelia suddenly announced that she had a person who could testify against the accused. She invited Viscount Logan as an additional witness if things did not go according to plan. Shortly before this, the Viscount was informed that the Count intended to pin all the charges on him. And if he had known then that he would be betrayed so shamefully, he would never have been so loyal to the Count. He understood that even if the Count was found guilty, they would not touch him, and he would definitely end up in prison. The man was on the threshold of his house and had no idea what he should do next to remain free. He was met by a sweet wife who asked her husband to come in and not stand on the threshold as if he didn't belong. That night, she said they had guests, and the Viscount saw the familiar face of the girl in front of him. Next to his wife was Miss Gerald, with whom he had signed the same agreement regarding the mines. Catherine said she knows the Viscount is doing bad things and that the man will definitely need help now. She invited him to testify at the upcoming trial and promised to do everything possible to reduce his sentence. And in his family, there are people who need protection. These are his wife and unborn child. One of the employees secretly delivered evidence that Lohan was the culprit in this case. And he knew that the Count had framed him. Therefore, he understood that he had a chance to act as a witness at the court hearing. Catherine knew that the man would agree to save his family, and understood that he was truly not guilty of anything. Lohan told the whole truth in court, and even how Miss Harold discovered a gold mine in the purchased mines. The amount invested in the mine was enormous, and he decided to look for Miss Harold to buy the mine back. And at that moment, Marlon's eyes widened, seeing how his partner was now opposing him. Lohan told how the Count really received the signature for the change of ownership, and moreover, he wanted to write his name there. The judge did not understand. The Count promised to investigate everything, but now the matter began to take a different turn. Lohan told how everything really happened, and after his words, there were enough accusations against Marlon. Lohan apologized to Miss Catherine in front of everyone because she was in danger because of his actions. He had no choice but to follow the Count's orders, and there is someone who really benefited from these events. The judge was told that the witnesses were victims of the case, and Catherine Harold is requesting clemency. Marlon's lawyer from the audience said that the Viscount's statements are not true, and he will present additional evidence of the complete organization by the Viscount himself. Marlon couldn't take it and shouted. Allegedly, Lohan himself went to Catherine and tried to buy the mine from her secretly. After his words, the Viscount said that he also had evidence against Count Marlon. He brought with him an instruction diary that recorded the dates and times of his testimony. Marlon already believed it. The situation began to improve, but now he realized that Loja had completely betrayed him. The judge understood that there was more than enough evidence. But still, during the case hearing, she could not recognize the kidnapping organized by Count Eflentia. Now the judge openly took the Count's side, and it seemed that she didn't care about status and respect in the circles of the nobility, and Premier himself spoke out against her words. He stated that no one wants to see a false criminal punished and demanded that the truth be revealed. The judge ordered the man and his son, who had come to be taken out, feared that the matter could end badly. Robelia called Joel, who had just arrived, and saw that they were taking her father away. Catherine provided the defense with more evidence indicating a change of ownership of the mines. Since this process is related to the case of the ownership of the mines, she requested to hear the current owner of the mines as a witness. The judge was afraid she couldn't say that the documents were invalid, and this could only worsen the situation. She said that she had allowed it, and Marlon became furious, as if they dared to sell his mines without his knowledge. Marlon was indignant. Initially, the mine belonged to him, and he was the one looking for a gold mine there. He cursed Catherine Harold in the courtroom and could not contain his aggressive emotions. And furious, the man raised his hand to hit the girl, but was stopped by Duke Jade Ferrado. The young man warned that he is now the owner of this mine, and all inquiries can be addressed to him. The Duke took the witness stand in the courtroom and told how the Viscount came to him a week ago. and told him everything. As a member of the nobility, he came to the conclusion that Viscount Lohan's story was true. Jade presented all the evidence, and Aina sat in the courtroom with tears in her eyes. And in Meridian, there was no longer any place for the Ephelentia family, whose head would go to prison in disgrace. Public opinion management and intimidation are prerogatives of authorized aristocrats. But he lost ground because the enemy was not a commoner, but Duke Jade Ferrado himself. The girl regretted that the only way to solve all the problems was the appearance of Jade. But the lady was going to do everything possible to take revenge on Marlon. And now Marlon must fully feel all the power he recently possessed, and which is now being used against him. And Marlon Ephelentia has just lost all his money, honor, respect, and status in the courtroom. A man from the audience raised his hand and said that previously they were minors under Ephelentia. However, after the death of the previous count, they were unfairly dismissed. And they were denied new employment due to their origin. But when Miss Harold hired them, they were delighted to work again. He said that now the ninth mine plays an important role in the lives of the miners. And he asked the judge to make the right decision. Jade spoke. If her decision was right, then all the imperial nobility would support him. The judge convicted Count Ephelentia and found him guilty of the crimes. For these crimes, the Meridian court imposed a fine of 40 million manhai on him. Robelia was happy that she managed to do this and send Marlon to jail. Aina guessed everything was thought out in advance, and the girl had the audacity to destroy her family. It was as if something had changed inside Aina, and she realized that she could never forgive her sister. This evening was special for Robelia and her friends, who celebrated their victory over Marlon. And it was not the size of the fine, but the fact that the entire empire recognized Marlon as a criminal. Robelia said that they achieved their goal, and that Marlon's influence would never be the same. Many miners realized that during this whole time, they had become very fond of Catherine as a kind housewife. And the lady was surprised that all the employees respected her and really valued her as a reliable friend. She made this decision because she could not protect the mine, but she must grow so as not to resort to outside help. Catherine announced her decision to buy back the mine from the Duke, and the miners were happy to hear it. Although Catherine could not admit who she really was now, she would like to return to Ephelenti and meet everyone again. She had warm and sincere relations with these people, and everyone managed to get used to each other. Duke Ferrado approached them, and Robelia really wanted to share the joy of victory with him. They went out into the courtyard, and she thanked the Duke for the great help he had provided to everyone. The young man smiled and said that he thought because of formalities, everyone would feel awkward around him. Jade said that the kidnapper who attacked the lady was going to be executed. He agreed to cooperate only to stay alive, but it turned out that in the end, he committed many other crimes. Robelia silently lowered her gaze and replied that she understood everything with this man. Viscount Lohan decided to move to a small town and live quietly, and the Duke asked him if he cared about his fate. Together they were getting closer to the denouement, and soon all the criminals would be punished. Robelia remembered the day they changed clothes and arrived at the bar, where Joel even thought she had been sent by Marlon. However, he admitted that Sir Jereminus and Mary helped her more than anyone else, which is why she was able to settle down so quickly outside the home. The Duke suddenly asked if the girls seemed to be getting closer to each other. The lady admitted that she would never have thought she could become such good friends with someone. And as a token of their friendship, Jade invited her to abandon honors and formalities in communication. He smiled and said that the lady can call him by his name, and there is nothing wrong with that. Jade asked if she wouldn't mind him calling her Robelia in public, and the lady didn't mind. They started with a friendship so as not to scare each other's feelings, which gradually turned into something more. The academy students were excited this morning by the arrival of the imperial carriage. One of the ladies reported urgent news to someone. Someone from the academy was invited to the Empress's birthday. The party in honor of Her Majesty's celebration was a big event, and commoners would never be invited there. They thought surely it must be a man, since women are not even allowed to take academic subjects. They saw Robelia sitting at a nearby table and recognized her because the lady had recently spoken at the trial. One of the students dared to approach Robelia and ask if she had been invited to the Empress's birthday. The girl said she was officially invited to the gala celebration. Joel was with a suitcase and was worried if his father had given him the right address to start a new business in this place. And in the same place was Aina, whom Marlon had also sent in search of a new venture. There was nothing good in saunas except the weather. A lot of starting capital is required, and Lair is a truly wonderful place. But the transport system is not developed here. Aina thought the only type of business one could do in the Empire was tourism on the blue ocean. And the lady could not return home without income, so she was going to compensate for the lost sums of the Effalentia family. And take Robelia's ninth mine. Robelia continued to do important things and successfully studied at the academy as well. Gerominus met her and said that first they would go to the Duke, then she would change her clothes and would go to the party. Her classmates saw that Robelia had indeed gone to the Empress's celebration. And some were even jealous of the young lady's success. She came to lunch with the Duke, who said he had hired a cook from Meridian to try dishes of this cuisine. The maid asked if it was time to tell the maids that it was time to get ready for the celebration. She said that Count Marlon had not been heard from for a long time and could surely return to the secular world. 2 months have passed since Marlon was punished for his crimes, and after the trial, he focused on rebuilding his reputation. He distributed money throughout the country, pretending to be kind, and this time he made a huge donation to the temple. She managed to shed the stigma of a sinner and win the sympathy of the people. Robelia shared that after the party, she was going to dedicate herself seriously to business, and suggested using her name so as not to take someone else's again. The Duke said that, in this case, she can now behave openly towards Marlon, and no longer pretend. The ladies were greeted by the maids of the estate, and everyone was happy to see sweet Robelia again. Mary couldn't hold back and ran into the lady's arms with words about how much she had missed her for a long time. Mary stated that she had picked out the most suitable dresses, taking into account the latest fashion trends. The Duke saw how happy the maid was to serve Robelia again. But first, he asked her to calm down a bit. The maids helped the lady get ready, and Robelia looked dazzling in a sky-blue dress. Jade noticed that the lady was more nervous than usual, and the girl was clearly very worried before the event. The Duke took her hand and told her that everything would be fine because she was the real Robelia Effalentia. The Empress's birthday celebration was the reason for a magnificent gathering of guests at the royal palace. Colorful invitations were sent in advance, and the guests' outfits shone brighter than the brightest stars. A festive banquet was held in the ballroom, decorated with flowers and gold motifs. The guests discussed the latest news and admired the culinary masterpieces, prepared for them by the best proven artisans. The Empress herself was magnificent in her masterpiece dress made of silk and jewels. Her smile shone brighter than all the lanterns of the city streets, and her voice during the toasts sounded like music. Wrapping everyone present in a soft veil, that night in the royal palace, an atmosphere of joy reigned. Fun and gratitude. And the guests congratulated the Empress on her happiness, health, and longevity, expressing their devotion and respect towards her and her family. The Empress promised to carefully consider every gift at the end of the party, and thanked everyone present. Robelia did not come empty-handed, and humbly waited for her turn to congratulate Her Majesty. The Empress was glad to see her, and the lady said she apologized for not being able to see each other sooner. She presented as a gift an investment certificate for the 9th mine and gold ore from the same place. Robelia reported that part of the ore extracted from the 9th mine has already arrived, which belongs to Her Majesty. The guests were shocked by what they saw, and it was the same mine where gold had recently been found. People will keep cursing anyway, but Robelia has only strengthened her position. One of the young men spoke. The lady was clinging to nobility with such a bad pedigree. And the Empress immediately directed her attention to the gossip. She loudly declared that she was grateful to Lady Robelia and that her gift was the best she had received all year. The Empress entrusted the girl with the management of expenses and said she had high hopes for her. And at that moment, Robelia realized that everything was not in vain, and she managed to carry out her plans. She thanked Her Majesty, and finally from that moment on she could fully dedicate herself to business. Robelia said she was glad the Empress liked her gift, and Her Majesty asked her not to be modest. The lady seemed to know about Robelia's secret activities and said that she had come from far away. The Empress was effectively a serious and influential woman with whom Robelia managed to become friends. She asked the lady not to keep her achievements a secret and that no one else but her would notice. They talked for a while until they saw the venerable Duke Jade standing in front of them. He put his hand on his chest and greeted the most important and wise woman in the empire. The Empress smiled and said that she would return soon anyway and did not dare to bother her lovers. She wished the newlyweds a nice walk and thought the couple was very cute. Her Majesty entered the hall and accidentally heard loud noises in the corridor. And this was definitely not the person she would like to see. Robelia told the Duke that the Empress knew she was impersonating Catherine, and realized it when she was not at a party in the capital. The man who ruled high society was, of course, different from others. But suddenly, Robelia heard a familiar voice. It was Marlon, and he persistently asked Robelia to give him time for an important conversation after that incident. Jade kept silent and instructed Robelia not to move and to attract attention. Marlon continued looking for the girl, while he and the Duke remained close to the tree. And making no sound. She whispered to the young man that they should be quiet and that she didn't want to get involved in a conversation with Marlon. After a few minutes, he finally found Robelia and the Duke, who were standing silently near a nearby tree. Jade hugged the lady, and Marlon found her in the Duke's arms, who asked the man not to bother them. He left. Robelia decided that she needed to prepare to leave for the academy for a few days. The Duke couldn't recover after the hug and said that the lady could stay on the estate for that time. So that Marlon would be left behind, the young man suggested to Robelia to pretend they were kissing. And that moment still couldn't leave the girl's head. As promised, Robelia brought those same royal desserts to the girls at the academy. And the ladies saw such beauty for the first time in their lives. The ladies were delighted with such a gift and surprised by such pleasant attention from Robelia. She gave the sweets to her friends and wished them a pleasant holiday after a long and difficult study. Robelia told the receptionist that she was staying at the academy for the holidays and promised to take care of all the paperwork. On the way back, she ran into a young man with blue hair whom she had seen before. This was the same young man to whom she had later thrown a stack of books, and he had dropped his things that day. The young man wanted to leave quickly, but Robelia said that something had fallen out of him during their last encounter. She handed him the family insignia, and the young man was very grateful for such a kind gesture. He didn't know how to thank the lady for what she found, so he offered to have dinner with her, and introduced himself as Louis Regretina. He was Eilen's half-brother. He was already aware that Miss Robelia had dealt with the curse that had fallen upon his family. The young man said that if the lady needed help, she could definitely contact them, and he would do everything in his power. Robelia said that a simple and sincere thank you is enough for her, and she expects nothing in return. The Duke observed their conversation, and the young man, seeing him, became very embarrassed, and even a little scared. He left quickly, and Robelia was left alone with Duke Ferrado, who was waiting for her. The young man smiled sweetly and said that it was already late, and they should leave to arrive before nightfall. They got into the carriage, and Robelia said they needed to continue the treatment for the third time, and that she would like to visit the Duke today. And if they waited too long, the nightmares might return. And Jade agreed to continue the treatment without hesitation. She lay down on his bed and thought that it had been a long time since she had seen a girl in his bedroom. Robelia asked him not to worry and to stay still, and gently took his hand. The young man no longer resisted, and in fact enjoyed the touch of the girl. It was strange, he constantly thought about the moment they almost kissed, but now he needed to focus on healing. And a few minutes later, when the Duke fell asleep, she found herself in a dangerous place, which turned out to be a monster forest, teeming with bloodthirsty monsters she had to deal with. In every generation, the Dukes of Ferrado exterminated the monsters of this forest once every 3 years. And Jade also took responsibility and hunted the monsters. It was said that during one of these campaigns, he was cursed by a mage from another nation. Robelia needed to find Jade before this happened, and the lady had to be careful. The girl stopped, held her breath, and in the darkness of the night, she saw the glint of a sword in front of her. She saw Joaquin, and this young man from the dream did not know her, and she needed to be more cautious. Robelia asked the young man for help and came up with a story. Allegedly, she was lost. Joaquin said that there is a knight's camp here, and they cannot do whatever they want. He suggested heading in the other direction to reach the village, and said they had gotten rid of all the monsters there, and that the lady could return safely. Robelia could not afford to be thrown out, and Duke Jade appeared just in time. The young man asked if it must have been difficult for the girl to get here, and called her by name. Jade said he would take this girl to the tents and asked her to prepare a change of clothes. He noticed that the lady was limping and that there were traces of blood on her leg due to scratches caused by plant thorns. Jade apologized in advance and, without asking, lifted the girl into his arms so that her injured leg would not cause her pain. He soon told her that he had gotten used to always looking at the clock whenever possible, that he behaved strangely here, and thus he realized that it was Robelia. The young man dabbed her legs with a special solution and applied medicine, and a sterilized bandage on the wounds. They were only minor scratches, but Jade said he could not leave them like that, even though it was a dream. They had to wait until the trauma manifested. The goal of the therapy was to heal the Duke's past trauma, and this happens, and heals during sleep. 4 years ago, Jade was 19 and hunting monsters, and in the same forest, he met a native. That night, the native whispered something to the Duke in a strange and incomprehensible language. And since then, everything has changed. He began to have nightmares every night, and everyone began to avoid the embittered Duke Ferrado. Robelia promised that this time, everything would be different, and this would not happen again in her life. Jade felt sincere care from the lady, and he trusted every word she said, even though everything was in a dream. The young man introduced Robelia as his beloved to all the knights, which made the girl feel a little shy. But their conversation was interrupted by a loud scream. The knights looked up and saw a huge wyvern dragon in the sky. Its wings were wide, like a blanket, and the flames from its mouth shone with bright sparks, illuminating the surroundings. The knights were amazed by the grandeur and power of this creature. They looked at the dragon silently, not believing what they saw, but suddenly a tense silence set in, interrupted only by soft whispers and creaks of armor, even though fear overwhelmed the knights. They understood that facing the dragon would not be an easy test, but their valor and courage left them no other choice after the dragon took Robelia away and lifted her into the air. The detachment captain took his sword in his hands and ordered his companions to prepare for the fight. After firing, the dragon released Robelia from its tenacious claws, and she fell from a great height. The wyvern was defeated, and the knights did not understand why it appeared during the day, because this dragon only came out at night. Moreover, no one had ever seen a wyvern grab a person and carry them away, and not just attack and kill them. Although the Duke understood that this was only a dream, he still did not want to lose Robelia. The girl asked if the young man really had to fight monsters like this all the time. Robelia looked the Duke in the eyes and tried to calm him, providing support and care. She was very worried about how difficult it had been for the young man all these years and could not hold back tears. On the 7th day, the Duke announced that he would soon be finished in the house and asked the knights to hold on a little longer. On the 10th day, the monster house was finally completed, and the knights had great success. Jade warned the girl that the shaman should appear a little later. Robelia said that the Duke should behave as in the past. He ordered the knights to stop and saw in front of him, not far away, the shaman sitting next to the wyvern's corpse. Jade was about to inspect the site said the shaman. The wyvern was ordered to search for and bring back a human specimen. But the dragon failed. He needed Robelia, and Jade ruined his plans, so he would pay a high price for it. He made some hand gestures and shouted strange words, and at that moment Jade felt a strong headache. The very sign of the curse that Robelia is trying to get rid of appeared on his neck. The shaman whispered that if the young man did not please someone, he would kill him without regret. And Robelia realized that the curse appeared at that very moment. A young man from a savage tribe said, "From now on the Duke will suffer every night and will pay for everything." Robelia ran to the Duke's aid and asked him to urgently regain consciousness to save himself. Jade suddenly brandished his sword and shouted loudly. His body stopped obeying, and Robelia needed to flee. She closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them, she saw Jade covered in blood, begging her to leave quickly before he hurt her. Jade injured himself so as not to hurt the girl and fell almost unconscious into her arms, while she once again performed the magical sacrament of getting rid of the curse. The Duke woke up to Robelia, tearfully calling his name and begging him to get out of those nightmares. She was very worried. Jade couldn't wake up for a long time, and the young man hugged Robelia tightly with all his might as soon as he woke up. The Duke was glad that everything was fine with the girl and that the monsters did not manage to harm her health. He admitted that he was very afraid that the lady would get hurt in that terrible monster-infested place. Robelia said that she felt a little uncomfortable with such a strong hug, and Jade apologized for his insistence. The lady left the young man's bedroom. She felt very strange and was surprised by the Duke's sincerity. The Empress invited Robelia to a meeting to thank her for the great benefits from the mine. The girl said that, while the railway tracks are being expanded in all industrial complexes, they plan to start a tourism business. Until recently, only the nobility had funds for long journeys and accrue commoners. And the middle class could not afford to rent a wheelchair and could not even take a vacation to rest from work. The Empress asked if the lady planned to build a railway to tourist areas so that people could travel freely. If they start transporting people, and not just goods, the number of passengers on steam locomotives will increase significantly. And as the number of trips increases, the profits from the railways will also increase. Besides, it will be a good measure to improve the quality of life for the population. The Empress said she could help. And so that they would have no problems, Robelia could use her name. The Duke informed the girl that she needed to look around before opening a tourism business. One of the reasons for choosing Lair Coast is that it is close to Meridian, instead of building new routes from the capital. It would be better to establish a branch connecting Meridian and Lair Coast. And after people arrive in Meridian, will it be easier for them to cover the remaining distance by carriage? Robelia suddenly felt dizzy and told the Duke that she felt sick in the carriage. She pressed against the young man's chest, and he felt her body trembling violently. And the lady felt unwell. Jade gently hugged her and whispered that the girl should feel better soon, and asked her to close her eyes so as not to get dizzy. Soon her dizziness really disappeared. It had happened before, and this feeling was very familiar to Robelia. She had a strange feeling, as if she had awakened from an exhausting dream that had tormented her for a long time. This is the same feeling when you realize that this is just a dream, and that, in fact, everything is fine. Soon the girl's dizziness ceased. It was quite strange, but she only felt this way on the train. Robelia looked out the window, and the Duke asked her if it was the first time in her life she had seen the sea. The aunt told Joel that aristocrats had arrived, and they seemed to have a lot of money. And they left their luggage here. Robelia told the Duke that they had almost arrived, but no matter how many times she heard it, she still couldn't believe it. They arrived at the designated place, and Robelia pointed to the huge rock they were looking for. The Duke thought this could really attract a lot of people, and Robelia said that when they develop tourism, she plans to open a restaurant or a cafe here. There are beautiful landscapes, fresh air. This place is ideal for relaxing. Judd suddenly said he would like to come back here with Robelia another time. The young man became embarrassed and immediately said that he had another business trip in mind that could take place in the future. The girl felt a little embarrassed by such sincere words and promised that they would return here. Rovelia heard a familiar voice behind her. It was Joel. He said he had rested a bit at the hotel and ran here as soon as he could. Because he was very busy. The Duke couldn't stop seeing him here, so he was very surprised how Joel found this place. Robelia said that a month ago, she had asked him to conduct research in these places. And thanks to him, they found these coastal cliffs. Joel also found people who could manage the future cafe or restaurant. His father contacted people who had previously worked with Count Effalentia. And as soon as he learned that the lady was opening a tourism business, he immediately got to work. The Duke didn't even know how fast the work was going, and the girl said that opportunities should not be missed while summer was passing. Joel warned, and there is a person he would like to introduce them to. A man approached them. And he introduced himself by the name of Aaron. He said he had been in the railway business for 20 years. As soon as he heard about them, he immediately asked Joel to schedule a meeting, saying he had a favor to ask them. Robelia understood that this was the most important person in this matter, and she had to seek his help anyway. The lady introduced herself by name and thanked the man for expressing his desire to meet her and offer help. He asked her to contact him as conveniently as possible, and he wanted to tell her that he still valued the mercy that the former Count Effalentia showed him. He said he would like to help directly, but now he has no hands to work, but only knowledge to build a railway. A few months later, a meeting took place at the estate of the Marquis of Oral regarding the construction of a railway. Marquis Oral asked the man to tell him what kind of new profitable business he wanted to offer him. The first thing he did was ask the Duke to take this commoner out of here right now. And Robelia was very interested to know what it was like to be a character who was not written in the original. And it turned out to be very difficult. The Marquis insisted that the Duke send this commoner away immediately, but Robelia said that was her job, and that he should investigate it. Tourism in Layer Coast will bear the name of Her Majesty the Empress, as they must lead the route from Meridian through lands belonging to the Marquis. And Robelia needs labor and permission to use the Marquis's railway. The Marquis suggested that if it is a business on which Her Majesty's name depends, then it will have the support of the imperial family. The lady said, naturally they will be paid. If the Marquis supports them, he will be rewarded. And he will also be honored for his contribution to imperial policy. The Marquis said that the amount of 1 billion menish that Robelia offered him would not be enough for him. The young man asked what they thought about the deal, and if it wasn't the basis of a successful business. He suggested that if the road was built and the tourism business went well, he would become the goose that lays the golden eggs. And they couldn't just pay him 1 billion and forget about everything. Jade suddenly asked what percentage the Marquis would like to receive from this deal with them. The Duke told the girl that 1 billion is not that much money, so this time it is better to focus on the smooth promotion of this business. Jade reassured the lady and suggested that it would be better to entrust this matter to him now, because he has more experience in this. She accepted the Marquis's share, but the young man still didn't believe that this business would bring them success. The Marquis said he did not make empty offers, in addition to labor and permission to use the railway. He promised to invest another 2 billion. His assistant warned that 2 billion was not much, but now they only had 3 billion. The Marquis instantly became angry, slapped his assistant, and shouted how dare he contradict his owner. The enraged young man said he needed to be taught a lesson, and these commoners did not understand the words at all. Railway construction takes quite a long time, but the workers were ordered to work without rest and finish it in 3 weeks. Robelia realized that this was an impossible plan and suggested modifying the contract. But the Duke stated that work had already begun, and they had to finish early to conduct a trial run. The Marquis was surprised that the girl promised a reward to the workers, but the lady was sure that this was enough to increase productivity. The Duke warned the Marquis that they were now in the same boat, so he was counting on him. Robelia noticed something strange. The Duke now began to negotiate with the Marquis without her opinion or knowledge. The empress received an invitation to Air Coast, and after some time, the lady had already arrived at the designated place. She knew Robelia. She never disappointed her, said the empress's assistant. Journalists from the press arrived. The journalists greeted the empress and said it was an honor to meet her. The lady noticed that there were a lot of people here. Although only 2 months had passed since the opening, the journalist confirmed that this place had become extremely popular thanks to the construction of the railway. And now one can reach the capital from here in just 2 days. The young man greeted the empress, and she asked him if he shouldn't enjoy his well-deserved rest. The young man's daughter approached her, brought her a shell, smiled, and said she wanted to give it to her. The daughter's parents feared that the empress would not like it and immediately asked the girl to observe etiquette. The empress smiled, took the shell from the girl, and promised to open even more beautiful places for her to see. The young family was very grateful to the empress for having the opportunity to speak with such a respectable lady. It turned out that Robelia did not know about the empress's arrival, and the duke sent her this invitation secretly. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked him to stop after seeing the crowd of reporters. And the empress, and this was the greatest betrayal on her part. Her Majesty saw a fight between the girl and the duke and was afraid of what was happening between them. The slap on the duke's cheek burned his skin, and he looked at Robelia in astonishment, who was beside herself with disappointment. It turned out that not only the empress was invited to the railway opening, but also all the secular nobility. Cyrilin also arrived, saw the duke, but noticed that now was not the right time to talk. He saw how the duke had just been slapped, and tearful Robelia was next to him. Ailen approached the girl and asked if she was okay, and Lady Yu apologized for appearing like this in front of him. The Marquis approached the empress, and with a fake smile, asked her what such a respectable lady was doing here. He insisted that he had prepared a table for her on the 2nd floor, but her assistant asked the young man to observe etiquette. The empress said she didn't need empty words, and that she would like to encourage an important person. Her Majesty said goodbye to the Marquis, and did not want to waste more time on stupid conversations. This morning, the butler brought Mr. Marlon the latest edition of the newspaper, and lemon sorbet, but the man was indignant and ordered him not to bring anything else related to this stupid girl. He asked him to calm down and look at the newspaper, and the man became interested in what might be there. The front pages were full of news that the largest shareholder, Duke Ferrado, was slapped by his lover in front of everyone. Marlon suggested that this could mean that tourism in Lair Coast would take off, and ordered the butler to study the list of investors. He immediately went to the first of them and told him that he had heard that they had made good profits, thanks to the railway they had recently built. This first person turned out to be the Marquis, and Marlon asked for permission to pay his respects to the successful businessman. Marlon reported that, when he was walking here, he noticed something interesting. There was a sculpture by a skillful artisan in the hallway, and the Marquis reported that this time he put the item up for sale at an inflated price. The man said, "This work of art is perfect for the Marquis's mansion, and it must have been destined to fall into his hands." Marlon reported that an investor had withdrawn from a business in Lair Coast, and he asked the Marquis to lend him a hand because they say that thanks to this business, he gained the trust of Her Majesty the Empress. And Duke Ferrado. The Marquis asked about that girl Robelia and asked how it was possible that she behaved inappropriately with him. And since Her Majesty was worried about this commoner, he didn't even manage to greet the Empress. Marlon apologized and asked for forgiveness for the fact that this child did not receive proper etiquette training. He promised, as the Marquis already knows, that she was born a commoner, and since she caused him a lot of trouble this time, he will definitely punish her. Marlon asked for help to enter this business and promised to invest everything in it to make it bigger, more successful than now, and Her Majesty the Empress will no longer neglect them. That evening, Aina looked for her father in the office, but his workplace was empty. She saw the newspaper on his desk, and she learned about the sensational slap of the Duke, and the lady wondered, even if the profits in the railway business were huge, would Robelia really leave him? Marlon was informed of the arrival of his daughter, who had been expecting his return for some time. He told his daughter that he was going to start a business in Lair Coast and invited her to go with him. Supposedly, this could be a good lesson for her future business. But Aina suddenly shouted that her father should not do this under any circumstances. The father looked at his daughter in surprise and asked again why she suddenly started dissuading him. Aina thought that there was clearly some kind of inconvenience in the business, and that it was strange to resell a share in the business when it was going so well. She told her father that she had investigated the topic herself, Lair Coast, and that it would be difficult to develop it further. So she suggested saunas with a mild climate all year round. Marlon was indignant that his own daughter had dared to transfer money to her own father. He shouted that he had been involved in charitable activities for a long time for the sake of his reputation. And now a situation had arisen that could favor them, and it would be strange if he did nothing. He was sure that he heard nothing but nonsense from his daughter and sent her to expand her knowledge. But she only became more stubborn. But suddenly she asked if her father knew that this same Catherine Harold was his Robelia. The girl stated that she disguised herself and bought a false name to impersonate someone else. But she had no proof she could provide to Marlon at this moment, but she was sure of it. Marlon asked her if she really believed that they had specifically bought his ninth mine just for humiliation. He didn't believe her, and how could they know that there was still a gold deposit there? He ordered that his daughter not be allowed out of the room, and Aina became obsessed with thoughts about Robelia to finally reveal her, and to forever close the path to this house. After the conversation, Marlon could not stop thinking about his daughter's words that Robelia supposedly, under a false name, bought the mine from him. There was only an hour left until his meeting, and Marlon suddenly asked the coachman to change the direction of the carriage. He imagined that he would soon reveal the truth about Robelia, and that she would still ask his forgiveness. He dreamed of how he would humiliate her for pretending to be calm and deceiving him, while she hid behind Duke Ferrado, and received financial support from the Empress. But now she crossed the line. He hated Robelia with all his cruel soul, and knew that the girl would never forgive him for bringing her mother to the very brink of the abyss. But he still could not believe that Catherine and Robelia were the same person, and considered that idea absurd. Marlon wanted to see the girl's pathetic image for as long as possible and imagined telling her the news of how he had asked the president of the academy to postpone graduation. He dreamed that he would forbid Robelia and force her to marry the man he had chosen for her. He imagined how he would find him as the vilest person and force him to live with him for his entire miserable life. The man planned to make the girl suffer and take revenge for everything she had done to him, and the shame she brought him. 2 months later, the newspapers were full of news. Since the co-owner of the business in Lair Coast had changed, and the gambling house had been built, the aristocracy began to come more and more often, so due to the lost money and the heavy consumption of alcoholic beverages, they assaulted and started fights with passers-by. Marlon's butler warned that the neighbors' protests did not stop due to the noise generated by tourists, and the man did not know what to do now. The Marquis suggested simply locking them up with money, because there are no people in the world who hate gold, and forcing them to withdraw the newspaper. Marlon was supposedly good at business, but for some reason the profits did not triple when he decided to open a casino there. The man smiled sarcastically and said he hoped the Marquis would continue to trust him and provide him with financial support, and he promised that he would increase profits in the near future. He followed the path he was always used to taking and asked the journalists to write an article praising his achievements. Marlon's wife, seduced by his success, told her husband that she would like to receive a gemstone. But at that moment, the butler entered the room without even knocking and said that an earthquake had just occurred in Lair Coast. He reported that they said all the coastal cliffs had collapsed. And for the man, it could have been a complete failure. They soon arrived at the site, and the servant reported. They tried to move the stones from their place, but it turned out not to be so easy, and there is also a risk of another collapse. If this happens, the rock will completely collapse. Marlon understood that all his investments were buried under these stones. But the profits from the gambling house were quite high, and he assumed that he could further develop the tourist destination. He asked the butler to urgently look for a vacant lot next to his casino, where he planned to build a new hotel. Robelia read the latest newspaper and admired. It seems they succeeded. The Duke confirmed that it was an absolute victory and said he had come to take the girl away. They already knew in advance that the coastal cliffs would collapse in September. And before the collapse, the Duke had to develop this tourism and sell it to Count Marlon, who in any case should bite the bait. And indeed, everything turned out perfectly, just as the girl had planned. And today was the first meeting with the Duke since then, and the lady apologized for causing him trouble. The Duke reported that there were other difficulties, and the girl began to worry about what might happen. Jade said that wherever she was, people everywhere talked about her, and that these conversations were not always kind. The Duke shared that he tried to restrain himself, but he asked the girl not to do this to him next time. Robelia noticed that for a while now, her heart had started beating fast next to the Duke. And now she wondered if, when they were together, she could be more honest and open with him. Robelia had a hard time getting people to avoid Marlon's gaze, but fortunately, no one was injured. In no case did she want other innocent people to suffer for her plans. The Duke knew that after the rockfall everything would end, but apparently due to the gambling-addicted people. Marlon still had hopes for success. But now Lair Coast will quickly become an abyss that will exhaust Marlon and send him to the bottom. Robelia was sure that Marlon would get what he deserved for cornering her family. And he would pay for all his sins. And when his revenge was fulfilled, everything would end. She asked Jade to wait a while and help her complete her plan. The Empress told the girl that she was very scared when she and the Duke fought in the middle of the resort for no reason. And only after returning did she find out that everything was actually planned. She said that she and the Duke were very similar and behaved like cunning foxes. And the girl asked Her Majesty for forgiveness. The Empress said that when she first heard this, she couldn't believe it. But when the girl said she had dreamed where something bad was happening, she thought she was fed up with nonsense. But everything happened exactly as she predicted. The Empress believed that this could only be possible with the blessing of the gods. And the lady considered this an opportunity provided by her late mother. She said that she plans to open a more profitable tourist spot anyway, but in a different area. So she will have to leave the capital for a while. The Empress said that this time she could not help the girl in any of her plans. Of course, it was easier for her this time because the girl calmed her down. But there are rumors that she deliberately caused harm to Ephelentia, and if she also provides support, then her position as representatives of the imperial family will be in danger. Such a situation could be perceived as an attack on aristocrats by the ruling dynasty. So the Empress had no other option but to maintain neutrality. The girl said that Her Majesty was already helping her despite the discontent of the nobles. And that was enough for her. At first, the Empress was attracted by her bold gaze, but now she managed to take a liking to Robelia and promised that she would wait for her return. A fisherman did not have a good day today because his net broke again and he had no money to buy a new one. One of his friends called him, but the young man told him not to try to joke because he was already in a disgusting mood today. But they told him that someone had visited his interior and that a stranger had arrived in the village. Robelia was greeted by a local chef who prepared delicious grilled fish, which did not leave the lady indifferent. One of the women told the cook that the girl really liked his cooked fish. And he was not surprised, as for many years they had only prepared fish. The lady tried to find out why such a young lady came to her region, and the girl noticed that there were very friendly people here. She said that while traveling she came across this village and decided to investigate it. This village was called Von Slad. It was one of the tourist spots Aina visited in the original, characterized by cool summers and snowy winters, but despite the low temperatures, there was no strong wind. And this place was ideal for doing business, but in order. To develop the village in the right direction, cooperation was necessary. But local residents were hostile to nobles. Robelia was sure that she had an opportunity and continued a pleasant conversation with the locals, who actively asked her about her life. She spoke of her low origins, of achieving success in the capital, and that she is now a representative of the imperial family. And to be precise, she works for the highest authority and has the right to dispose of the property of Her Majesty the Empress. Robelia said she had the opportunity to develop tourism and services on the south coast. But unfortunately, the successful development was interrupted by an earthquake, so she asked what the locals thought about the future of their village. One of the women instantly darkened, and it became clear that she did not expect to hear such a question. She asked her son to immediately accompany the guest, who should understand that her village does not need tourists. Robelia did not understand why they were doing this to her. But the lady said that the girl did not understand at all where she was. She said that several years ago an imperial official came to their village and placed this ugly metal structure on the main street. Robelia wondered if there really was a government guarantor here. And she did not recall anything similar being mentioned in the original. The lady continued to shout. She knew what the lady was achieving with her condescension and definitely could not help them. She ordered the girl to leave, and Robelia realized that she must have made a mistake somewhere in her plan. The autumn nights became very cold, and the lady, while returning through the forest, heard a strange sound. She listened and indeed heard a crack nearby. Robelia approached the bushes and saw a woman lying on the ground near them. And asking for help, she quickly approached her, took her hand, and realized that her body temperature was too low, and that the woman urgently needed to be warmed up and moved to a warm place. But Robelia could not imagine how she could carry her to the village alone. That afternoon, a local neighbor was looking for firewood from a friend to cook soup for the children. But she had nothing to light the stove with. She went to the door of a friend's house, but no one answered her, and her room was silent. And in the dark, the girl became worried and went to look for people on the street to find out where her mother was. The man said that the woman wanted to cook food and take it to the children and should have returned. But she still hadn't appeared at home, and it was likely that something had happened on the way. The locals were about to go look, but they saw Robelia heading towards the village and carrying an unconscious woman. The lady recognized her mother, whom they were just about to leave to look for. She asked her mother what happened and where she had disappeared all day, because many were looking for her. Amy recognized Robelia, and she was the unfamiliar girl who had already come to them during the day. They always chased people away from the ruling family, and the lady did not understand what the right thing was now. And the woman said that she survived only thanks to Robelia. She saved my Mia's grandmother, and everyone noticed that the lady was not feeling well and was not responding to their words. After a couple of minutes, Robelia collapsed to the ground unconscious and could not say another word. She woke up with a severe headache and saw a bright light as soon as she opened her eyes. Robelia saw the girl whose grandmother she had saved the previous night in the forest in front of her. She introduced herself as Amy and said that Robelia was in Mia's grandmother's house and that this used to be her room. A woman approached them and cheerfully declared that she was very happy that Robelia had regained consciousness. The woman said that she was scared of a rabbit in the forest and fell. She could have frozen, but thanks to the girl, everything turned out fine. The woman said that in any case, she saved her, and now she can stay here as long as she wants. The woman asked if the girl had really come here to open a resort here. And Robelia realized that rumors about her had already spread. She said she heard that someone from the Empire came here and installed some kind of metal structure. The woman said that about 3 years ago, a nobleman came here and said he was an imperial official. Supposedly, he wanted to develop tourism here and kept insisting that this would enrich the local population, who finally agreed to his proposal, but in reality, he just stuck himself a little. That's when he tore down the tower. The villagers tried to demolish it, but only hurt themselves on the rusted metal. And they got sick, so even thinking about what happened overwhelmed the locals. Robelia wondered if the man who introduced himself as an official had only built one structure and fled, and he had probably misappropriated government money. It turned out that the locals suffer from a chronic disease since birth. Migraines and coughs due to smoke, so people often suffer from attacks. The girl noticed that people here cough quite often and that the locals had severe symptoms. And there must be a reason for this. Robelia thought about this problem, and a very interesting thought came to her head. This morning, the Duke, while in his office, received a letter, and the butler said it was from Robelia. The Duke got an idea, and a week later he sent a special gift to the locals. It turned out to be a snow tree, and the locals were surprised that the Duke managed to get such a large amount. And it was a special wood that the local woman had requested. This was a special snow-covered tree. This species grows only in one northern region. The trunk of the tree is very dense and dries out its entire life. Thanks to this, its wood burns for an extremely long time. There is even a saying, you put a log on the fire, you don't smother it for a week. Moreover, this tree burns with almost no sediment. Its ash is harmless to humans. People called it a healing tree, and it was a unique plant in its own way. And the young man had only heard of them in fairy tales, but today he learned that these trees really exist. Robelia told the people that during the few days she spent in Vonslad, she learned that the wood they used was very harmful to the lungs, causing coughs and migraines. Therefore, as an apology, she brought firewood supplies and admitted that she was very sorry that the imperial official treated them this way. The locals offered to leave behind the grudge and offered to start a fire right now with new wood. But one of the young men believed that even if the tree was really medicinal, they would not accept her apologies. Nothing is free. Therefore, he refused to take the firewood, but other local neighbors did not refuse this opportunity. The whole village was very happy about such a gift. But this young man remained on the sidelines. The following week, the local ladies were discussing the use of new firewood. And it turned out that a week had passed and a log was still burning. One of the girls said that her son loves to watch the fire, but that because of the smoke, she did not allow him to sit near the stove before. They concluded that Lady Robelia had done a lot for them. They had no choice but to accept her offer. Noise was heard in the street, and the locals slowly approached the spot to find out what had happened. And it seemed that the neighbors already knew the stranger that Robelia had especially brought to them. He was standing next to a man whose hands were tied and who planned to quickly escape from here. And 2 hours before this, a very interesting story happened to this young man on the street. He met a man who asked him for help. Then a girl approached him and greeted him, calling the young man by name. She introduced herself as Robelia and said that they say the Count is going to Bonslad right now. He recognized her and asked if she was really the commoner who maintained contact and good relations with the Empress herself. The lady did not know for sure, but 3 years ago they already tried to open a resort here. And no matter how much he tried to bring this interior to life, everything was in vain, so he asked the girl not to waste time and return home. But she did not immediately understand what he meant and asked again about his many efforts. She reminded him how once, in a village, he nailed a tower and ran away. And he couldn't even imagine how difficult this had been for the locals all this time. The young man asked if the girl was really so stupid that she blamed him for everything, and if the lives of the peasants worked directly for the nobles, and if the lady should thank him for coming. The young man said that the girl had no respect at all, and he kept wondering why there was so much scum among the nobles. These people do not care at all about the consequences of their actions. The young man said that the lady would quickly understand everything. Otherwise, she would lose her position as a representative of the crown. But the girl suddenly said something about the list of those who accepted bribes, which included the names of many counts and, of course, Earl Headington. The girl said that they say he spent a lot just to become the youngest imperial official. But the strange thing was where this young man got the money. And probably the raw materials that the count sells are not worth much money, and yet he was sponsored for 3 billion. Robelia said that wealth must have gone to his head. It wasn't about robbing commoners, he simply robbed the imperial family, and the young man had no choice but to fall to his knees before her. He began to beg her for mercy and declared that he would do whatever she ordered him to. The girl invited him to go together with the village residents so that he could take care of the tower he had placed there. The count considered the girl naive and was going to take away the list of those who accepted bribes. But she said that her bodyguard would not be there for a couple of hours, and that the man should not behave with such willpower. After this, Robelia took the count to the local residents so that he himself could apologize to them personally. And now he was on his knees in front of everyone, but still did not want to apologize. But the girl insisted, this is not how nobles should apologize, and he must apologize in an appropriate manner. A huge man stood next to him and asked if the gentleman had really forgotten the promise he had made to him just an hour ago. He apologized barely audibly, but the local residents believed that this was not enough, and that he should apologize louder. Robelia also believed that a man must ask for forgiveness sincerely and promise people that he will remove this tower. After the man apologized publicly, the girl said he could be free, and that this was an order from Her Majesty the Empress, and her order was fulfilled, and the count did not expect that this was all that was asked of him. Robelia said that the Empress already knows everything about his illegal possession. The young man instantly became angry and shouted how the girl was challenging him to deceive her and discredit his honor. But at that moment, a young man approached him from behind and told him that the young man was accused of high treason for harming the imperial family. From that moment, he was arrested. He began to make excuses, saying that this girl deceived him and that everything that the imperial knights are doing now is illegal. And she is the real criminal. One of the neighbors admitted that she was to blame because she hated the imperial family for no reason. But Robelia said that she would have felt the same way instead. This woman turned out to be the head of the village and suddenly announced that she was willing to listen to her with a proposal for the development of a tourist destination. Robelia smiled and thanked the woman for the trust and kindness she showed towards her. Robelia said that without a doubt, her village is very beautiful and has something special, like a unique rose water spring. Pink water really made it unique. In addition, the village had an excellent climate for tourism development, and there are no strong winds, which makes walks much more pleasant. There is only one drawback, the lack of good firewood. And it was in her power to help the locals with this problem. Thanks to the firewood from the adjacent tree, the quality of life has improved. But since this concerns the whole village, the inhabitants will need time to think. They had already caused a lot of trouble once, and she hoped that Robelia would understand their concerns. She replied, the chief does not need to give an answer right now, and first they need to build a railway to the village. Once the road is built, transporting the snow tree to the village will not be difficult. And they will also be able to develop medical infrastructure to make life easier for the elderly in the village. Things were not going well at the Effalentia estate, and Marlon wondered why his expenses kept increasing. He hoped that the hotel built next to the casino would bring him profits, but nothing had changed since then. And that day, the butler told him unexpected news. The Marquis approached him and told him not to pretend that Marlon didn't know what was really going on. He was outraged at how a man could allow what happened at the hotel, and now, due to the abundance of commoners, nobles refused to check in. He asked the man to fix this because only a week had passed since the hotel was built. And this was the largest casino in the empire. He planned to introduce a ban on the entry of commoners, and Marlon promised that they would soon fence off the hotel area. And he asked to wait a little longer, and instead of tourism, they would develop a casino. And it would be a secret place, accessible only to aristocrats, so he offered to participate together. And he asked if he could smell money. The count said he was fed up and asked for all his investments back, which hadn't borne fruit for a long time. He said he wanted to close the business and asked to look for another investor, but Marlon said it would be very difficult because he had absolutely no money. The Marquis was outraged at having invested in this business and losing his investment because Marlon's actions differed from his words. And now the hotel was on the verge of bankruptcy. Things were going much better in the village, and Robley approved of the coffee for the first time. Made in the new village tavern. She brought a cup of coffee and asked the manager to try this freshly handmade drink. Robelia showed the locals how to correctly use a coffee grinder and taught them to understand the types of coffee. But the local women immediately managed to fix it, so while one took the coffee grinder from the other, they dropped it and the beans scattered in the air. She approached them and quietly told them they shouldn't do that because the ingredients and the coffee grinder were very expensive. She gave them new beans and asked them to hold them more carefully this time, to place the grinder on their hip and turn them and not to worry because there was enough money. The town chief asked if it must be difficult for the girl to deal with older people and explain everything to them several times. Thought Robelia. Before she would have thought so, dreaming only of revenge. She only cared about economic problems and the desire to achieve what she wanted as soon as possible. But as soon as she looked at the things of the world, and after working, she realized that the most important thing is within themselves. And she would never have thought that the main reward for her was seeing their happy faces. That is why she now also wanted to see their happy smiles. And if she hadn't met Jade and heard those necessary words from him, she would have lived without knowing the importance of these feelings. So she replied that everything was fine, and now she wanted to earn their trust with her good relationship. At that moment, the same young man who was against the gift entered the cafe. And out of principle, he did not use new firewood. He was outraged by what the people were doing here without his knowledge, and why everyone was here. 2 hours earlier, he came home to share the good news that today he had caught a very large fish. He shouted happily that he could share it with all the villagers, but he saw that no one was home. And on the table lay a leaflet on which an invitation to a master class on how to make coffee was written, which was to take place that day at the tavern. So he immediately went to the tavern to see why all the locals had gone there. Robelia told the young man that she was simply teaching them how to make coffee. But he was indignant because before her arrival, their small village lived well. But then she appeared and brought the snow tree, and now she is trying to fool everyone with sweet speeches. Many believed that the young man was too cruel to the lady, and this girl was not to blame for anything. So they came out in her defense. The young man asserted that he was doing everything for the good of the village, but Robelia was sure that if he tried to stop her for the good of the village, it would be a very big mistake, and this place needs to develop tourism. She replied that their life before was worse, and their firewood was unsuitable, and there was no other village nearby to trade or exchange. Therefore, there is a food shortage in the village, and there is not a single wild animal in the forest. And it is difficult to surprise everyone with a big fish, and the situation in the village at the moment is very sad. And considering all these facts, he still thinks that everything is fine in the village. The young man said that the lady had no idea how much he thought about the village. He said that he saw all this after being here for only a month, but he knew not only the shortcomings of this settlement, but also its positive aspects. There is pleasant cool weather here all year round, and the only hot spring in the country. In addition, kind and friendly people live here, and she still does not understand why he resists. And he will have to be responsible for these people. And she asked him to think again, because this village could become more beautiful and much brighter. He put his hand on his chest and promised in front of everyone that he would not cause any harm to this beautiful village. The young man admitted that he could not entrust everything to a person he had known for only a month, especially if it concerned the villagers. The chief, who was his mother, approached him and asked him to simply admit his mistake. It is time for the village to move forward. The residents are aging, the birth rate is falling, and if this continues, in a few hundred years, the village may disappear completely. And this girl offers them an opportunity for development and a bright future for young families. She hugged her son and told him that the decision he made 3 years ago was not a mistake. And she says this not as a mother, but as the head of the village. This happened 3 years ago, when, following a proposal from an imperial official, Jerry was the most enthusiastic about this idea. At that time, he asked all local residents to trust him, because officials could help them in development. If everything goes well, people will flock to them, and life will boil in the village again. And that time he was wrong. After the tower was installed, people began to have big problems. And the young man felt that he was to blame for their misfortunes. Even with minor injuries, many suffered infections for several months. And people still have to deal with the consequences of these injuries. He told Robelia about this, but admitted that he was prejudiced against her, and that all this was just because of that reason. The girl replied, although the result was depressing, the young man then decided to do the right thing for the good of the village. Therefore, he now asked the lady to promise him that she would keep her word. And he would do everything according to plan. And under no circumstances would he harm the village or the neighbors who trust him. That day, the Marquis sat in his office with a glass of wine and reflected on how he managed to return the investment without problems. The butler approached him to inform him about the construction of a cafe, the work on which was about to finish. But the butler reported that they could not find workers willing to work for the Marquis. All the workers who saw this announcement were sure that the Count simply decided to take advantage of them. And they did not agree to work for that pay. They were sure that no one would work for those pennies, and that their families would not even have enough to eat. Because before they had no other choice and had to work for him, but now there was no need. And the reason was a lady. 2 months later, Rovelia finally appeared in the capital, where all secular society was already talking about her opening a tourist business. Many discussed how Lair Coast began to develop. And there were rumors that it was better not to go there now. Because there was a lot of noise there due to numerous protests, people considered it a wonderful place. And they hoped that the timid would manage it again. Lananha greeted the Marquise of Devon and said that it was a great honor for her to see her at this reception. LKDI asked about a new tourist destination and said she was currently looking for a place to spend her honeymoon, but that she hadn't found anything suitable yet. Robelia told her about the village of Fonslad, which was a quiet place ideal for lovers. In addition, you can have many unforgettable experiences there. Robelia knew in advance that Marquise Dibben would ask that question. That's why she attended this evening party. A few hours later, the girl decided to relax in the living room, but suddenly Sir Island approached her. He said that thanks to her now being free from the curse, her health was excellent. But now he came to talk about something else. He asked if she expected the Marquise Diwan to speak to her first. And the lady replied that he probably had a good eye for such people, and that she had come a long way to the capital because she needed to somehow promote her business. She invited the young man to go to the village, and he happily accepted her offer. Ilan noticed that he felt as if the girl had changed and was now completely different. Robelia suggested that he bring someone else with him, and they come together to see the village sights. But their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted by a lady who brazenly entered the room without knocking. It was her stepmother who asked if the lady was now trying to seduce someone else. And her duke was not enough for her. She was sure that it was Robelia's fault that they fell into a huge hole of debt. And they called the girl a vile and stingy thing. She claimed that she saved her, but the girl understood that the lady had suddenly appeared and probably wanted to show her off badly in front of everyone. The guests noticed that the situation was not tense and realized it, and the lady continued to shout at the lady in front of everyone. She was sure that the girl sold the place to ruin them, but the angrier she got, the tighter her bond became. Robelia did not succumb to her tricks, and the lady did not know what to do with herself due to the strong anger she felt towards her. She could not contain her emotions and raised her hand towards the girl, but skillfully stopped the angry woman, and asked in front of everyone if the murder of her own mother was not enough for her family. And she wanted more trouble for herself. Robelia said this specifically loudly, so that the rumor would spread among the secular nobility that Count Effalentia was a real murderer. Their conversation took place in front of everyone, and the lady was frightened when she heard the guests whispering behind her. Robelia loudly declared that she was only telling the truth about her, and that everyone should know what kind of person she really was. The lady replied, there was too much talk about illegitimate children, and that the lady should not think that everyone would believe her words. She was sure that the aristocrats would never believe the words of a commoner. And she left the room. Robelia took the bait, and very soon many people will talk about this incident. She was going to destroy the image of a noble high society countess, and people did not keep their mouths shut because the reception was held in honor of Robelia. The lady was sure that she should have let Robelia die as a child from a fever. And she considered her arrogant scum. Robelia thought about it. That day, her mother offered Marlon something in exchange for his treatment. This was not in the original text, and perhaps this is an important key to everything. Sir Ilan approached Robelia and told her that he was even a little surprised by how skillful the lady was at communicating with those people. He said he was very happy because many people and the Empress support her. And gradually, Count Effalentia and his wife became a disgrace to all Soviet society. Sir Island also told the girl that he was supporting her, and she was surprised how easily he could say such things. After meeting the girl, the young man could not find a place for himself. And his heart beat faster for the man whose heart had recently been broken. After that fateful evening, rumors spread everywhere without proof of Josephine's involvement in the crime. She could not be punished. But the truth is that she killed Robelia's mother out of jealousy. For the people, this became irrefutable fact because of this. Trust in the family wavered, and the aristocrats whom Marlon had borrowed money from. Now they were bothering him to return it. Meanwhile, tourism in Winsland developed, the number of tourists per month. Here became double that of the coast. This place became especially popular. But unlike the coast, which takes 2 days to reach, you can get here in just 1 day. Tourism development here is safe, and now was the time for Rovelia to return to the capital. Everyone at Duke Ferrado's estate was preparing for Rovelia's arrival, and they were cautious for fear of making a mistake. This was the girl's first visit since the rumors of separation, and the butler assumed that the Duke would definitely be nervous. However, after the rumors of separation, everyone who threw mud at the lady was expelled. That is, the Duke was forced to stay away from her for several months. The butler told the Duke that he had heard about a romantic place where lovers should visit, and suggested that this time they go on vacation there with Miss Rovelia. The Duke replied, "It's the end of the year, and there are many things to resolve, especially since the lady has lived there for more than a month. And she is probably not interested anymore," but the butler asked him to entrust this matter to him. The maids prepared for Rovelia's arrival and talked about the Duke, who was clearly very pleased with her quick arrival. They noticed that the young man looked very happy today and even spoke kindly to everyone. They entered the dining room and saw Robelia sitting opposite the Duke, and she had become even more beautiful. Jade was very happy to see her after so long, and it was noticeable that he even missed her. It seemed to the girl that she had only left recently, but winter had already arrived. She thanked the Duke for his help with that tree, which made him very happy to hear her praise. The girl said she had important news for him and asked if he would like to go with her this time. She said she would like to go with them and show him this place at least once. The curse has not yet been lifted, and he needs to leave, if only for their agreement. In fact, even without agreements, he really wanted to go there with Robelia and spend time together. The next day they got out of the carriage and entered the icy winter, and it only took them 1 day to reach Winsland. The rumors were true. This place was truly simply wonderful. And Robelia said that she told at the party that there was a place in the village for lovers. Everyone thought it was the color of snow, and she decided not to question this opinion. But other places here were also popular, and wherever you looked there was unlimited beauty. The Duke warned that he was here on business. The girl suggested he go to a unique place. In fact, her plans were to treat Jade with everything in the village. And now she had to tell the truth. But she was met by acquaintances over time. They were delighted to see Robility, and they thought that she and the Duke looked like newlyweds. They thought the couple was very cute, and if they weren't lovers, they should definitely get married. And the men were asked to bring a suitcase, and the Duke thoughtfully took it by the handle to help. And the man noticed that this guy was very strong, and definitely, he immediately liked his manners. They took their suitcases and said they would ask their mom to prepare a place to live. And for now, the young people could take their time and look around. Robelia apologized and said that they probably thought the young man had come only as a tourist, and that almost no one could know him in this small village. They were still embarrassed to have mistaken them for a loving couple and felt a pleasant excitement. Robelia suggested that the Duke go to a unique place located in this village, which was the same hot spring with rose water. The Duke accepted her proposal, and after some time, they were enjoying the hot springs, sitting in rose water. Robelia said this is the ideal place for lovers and approached him. The hot springs were used by local residents, and of course, the Duke did not go unnoticed that day. They couldn't be alone with the lady, as, besides them, there was a crowd of people in the hot springs. When Robelia suggested that Jade go to the hot springs together, the boy's look turned out to be scared. It was his idea to come to the village, but he brought Jay from here due to an agreement or probably discomfort between them. So the lady thought he was simply attracted to her and realized it only now. And now he should keep his distance, so that Jade wouldn't feel uncomfortable. After the hot springs, the young man waited for the girl after she changed her clothes and came out. Suddenly, he offered Robelia a sleigh ride and asked if she would like to go with him. There was a market on the way, and the girl said that at sunset it turns into a night market. And it is very popular for its atmosphere, which is different from the daytime one. They arrived at a place where they were giving out sleighs, and the girl said that each would travel separately. And she asked for a single-seater sleigh. But the Duke interrupted her and asked for a sleigh for two. He looked at Robelia and asked if they had become a couple. He invited her for a ride together, and after a few minutes, the two were sliding down a high snow slide. They rejoiced like children, and the Duke didn't even know that time would pass so quickly, and Robelia couldn't even open her eyes. It turned out to be very fun, and the Duke was happy that the girl liked it, but he had to brake sharply because a white cat ran out in front of the sleigh. After Jade braked, their sleigh overturned, and they flew together into a huge, fluffy snowdrift. The girl reported that she was unharmed, and all this was only thanks to the young man she fell onto. Her clothes were all wet from the snow, and the Duke warned her that before she froze, they should go to the house where they were staying so she could warm up. He handed her his cloak, and the girl accepted his proposal. They entered the room that the locals had prepared for them and saw a heart made of candles on the floor and rose petals. Jade told the girl that she needed to change her clothes to avoid getting sick, and she asked him where to put her coat. The Duke's clothes were also wet, and Robelia imagined how the young man would change now. She couldn't handle her thoughts and told Jade she would go in when he changed his clothes. But the young man stopped her and asked why the lady was avoiding him. She said she thought she was causing him trouble, and he wondered if that was the real reason. He confidently told her that she had never made him uncomfortable, and therefore she should no longer think that way. Robelia understood that, in any case, pretending to be in love was part of the agreement reached. She knew that the Duke was simply a polite person and still thought she might like him. But she assumed that all his actions were based on an agreement, and they only had a contractual relationship. After this conversation, they felt awkward, and the Duke was worried about why she mentioned this agreement, and if he really looked like a guy who was dating only because of the agreement. In fact, he was going to say that the girl was not causing him any inconvenience. But his words were in vain. They were again greeted by neighbors who were preparing a room for them. And they noticed that there was again a tense atmosphere between the Duke and the girl, and that the young people had probably quarreled. They said they would not tolerate the couple having a bad relationship in their village and signaled for them to approach. The venerable man and his charming wife asked if the Duke had time to urgently help them. They shouted at the young man who was on stage and told him that a couple wanted to participate in the competition. They pointed to the Duke and the girl, who, confused, began to participate in the 10th princess hugging contest. The contest consisted of the couple staying, hugged the longest, and receiving a collectible love ring as a gift. made only in Winceland. Jade held Robelia in his arms and felt his heart beat faster after these words. After the competition, dance music began to play, and a local lady and her man began to slow dance. The Duke took the girl's hands and asked her to trust him for this dance. And this was the first time they danced together. He suddenly whispered that he was ready to dance with the lady all night. After these words, Robelia began to think that pretending to be in love was the happiness of their agreement. But she felt special sensations from the Duke. She couldn't understand if she was mistaken or if she had really misunderstood him. And all this time, he expressed sympathy for her. It was a special dance where people changed partners, so when different music started playing, another girl invited the Duke. A local friend of hers approached Robelia and asked her to dance with her on this special day for their village. The man noticed that something was bothering the girl and asked her if something had happened to her. She said it might seem strange, but she and the Duke were not a real couple. And they made an agreement, and Jade was simply a good person. He liked her actions. But she didn't know what to do next. The man was indignant. How can a lady be sure that all her actions are completely fair because of the contract? The man realized that there were many misunderstandings between them and decided to tell the girl everything he knew about the relationship. He realized that the young people simply didn't want to reveal their feelings to each other. And he asked the girl several important questions, after which many things became clear to her. He gave her convincing evidence and several situations, and now Robelia looked at the Duke's actions from a completely different perspective. After their long conversation, he asked to review his actions again and whether he was really kind to her only because of the contract. Robelia remembered everything the Duke did for her, how worried he was even when she got the slightest scratch. And even when they were in the carriage, she felt dizzy. He did everything possible to prevent her from feeling dizzy. And it seemed that after all this, she already knew the answers to all the questions that had been tormenting her for a long time. But only now did she realize how foolish she was in her relationship with the Duke. And all her speculations were in vain. And everything that happened between them was real. She hid her feelings and wanted to please him. But in reality, she was selfish all this time and couldn't admit her feelings. She approached the Duke at the moment when the girl who was dancing with him invited him for a walk. She took the young man's hand and asked what he was chatting about with her boyfriend. Jade was happy to see Robelia again, but asked why she refused at first. Or if he had misunderstood. She said she was just furious because he was talking to this girl. And that even if it was a contract, he was still her boyfriend. The young man was embarrassed and realized that now Robelia was jealous of him. And she couldn't contain her strong emotions. And although she didn't really show it, she really liked him this whole time. She invited him to watch the fireworks and told him she knew a very good spot. On the way to the fireworks, the Duke stopped at one of the stalls and bought them something to eat. He handed her a chicken kebab and told her that he was only worried that the lady was hungry. Robelia looked at him with her sincere eyes and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for everything he had done for her. She admitted that everything had changed now, and now her heart was open to other feelings. She thought she could never experience them again, but she was wrong, and all this thanks to the Duke. Robelia revealed her feelings to him and admitted that only he could save her faith and hope in love. That night she admitted to him that she liked Jade very much and had very warm feelings for him. Robelia shared that she didn't know when it started, but she felt excitement and fear next to the Duke. Duke Jade, an intelligent and brave ruler, took the hand of the beautiful Princess Robelia and knelt before her as the rays of the setting sun played in her sparkling eyes, reflecting the warmth and love that reigned between them. He took a ring from his pocket and put it on the girl's ring finger, who was stunned by what was happening. Jade smiled and warmly invited Robelia to officially date and become a couple. He won this ring in that competition, and the legend said that if a young man wants to achieve eternal love, he must keep this ring. Jade shared that he also liked the girl very much and thanked her for all the warmth and kindness she showed him. Robelia couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears before his eyes, due to the feelings overwhelming her soul. Robelia looked at him with gratitude and admiration, and her smile was brighter than the brightest stars in the sky. And her eyes reflected happiness and love. The young man hugged the girl and wiped the tears from her face, and then asked why such a sweet lady was crying on such a beautiful day. These words made her cry even more, and in a choked voice, she said it wasn't the young man's fault. She admitted that she never really thought she could be loved again, and that's why her tears began to well up. The Duke took her hand, squeezed her against him, and hugged her tightly, making her feel all his support and care. He promised her that he would be there until she got used to it and would make her happy every day. The next morning was special for them because they woke up in the same bed. It was already noon, and due to nerves, the Duke couldn't sleep all night. Robelia woke up, rubbed her eyes with her hand, and asked the Duke how he slept. It seemed the young man was very embarrassed by the first night they spent together. And he even moved away from the girl out of shame, promising that he would get up later. On the street, they met their local acquaintances who were very worried about their relationship. And only now did Robelia realize that everything had been organized by Braddon. They stopped near one of the restaurants, which, according to rumors, cooked very well. And the Duke saw for the first time such a long queue at the establishment. It was rumored that the future head of the village worked here, but no one could have imagined that an aristocrat would like to stand in line. A man in line spoke up and asked to immediately abolish the unique menu per person so that aristocrats could visit this establishment. He said that they wouldn't have such a demand if the dishes weren't so tasty, and how dare they impose their rules on nobles. Many people did not expect to see Duke Ferrado himself here, so the people in line immediately paid attention to him. This reaction was to be expected, and many wanted to let the Duke go first. And that man, he knew, did not know before that the young man who arrived with Rovliets was a real Duke. Local residents expressed their desire to let the Duke go ahead, so that the honorable guest would not have to stand in such a long queue. He asked Braddon not to take things personally and apologized on behalf of the young man who had been rude to him in line. And it was incredible. The aristocrat apologized in front of everyone, and anyone else in his place would have considered doing this shameful. Local residents noticed that the lady clearly knows how to understand people. And she brought a very good person with her. Robelia took the Duke to taste how local fish was prepared, and the young man was surprised that it was the first time he had tasted such juicy stewed fish. The Duke said he would be delighted to take this cook with him, but the locals said that this guy was very loved here. Suddenly, all the locals turned around, and a young woman, whom Robelia had seen for the first time, entered the tavern. She was holding Jerry's arm, and it seemed that many already knew her. Later, the ladies said that Jerry had a girlfriend, and she was indignant that everyone knew about it. And she remained silent. The lady said that she had wanted to meet her for a long time and personally thank the girl for everything she had done for this village. She said that she visited the village to collect material for an article about where love can be found. But she couldn't even believe that she herself would find her soulmate here. Jerry unexpectedly confessed his love to his new girlfriend in front of everyone and proposed to her. And at that moment, the Duke thought of Rovelia. He took her hand, and the girl thought that this moment was very sweet, so she looked at the Duke and smiled. A few days later, the locals saw the Duke off, and they were very upset that the young man was leaving so early. One of the women was so upset that she couldn't even hide her emotions. And she burst into tears in front of everyone. Her daughter asked Robelia not to get too angry. It's just that her mother was very attached to her. Robelia laughed and said everything was fine, and she was still the first person who was so happy to meet her. The train was about to depart, and the Duke and the girl had to say goodbye to this place they loved so much. The town chief was also upset because it was time for the young people to leave their cozy and quiet place. He approached Robelia and personally thanked her for everything she had done for this village. He understood that the girl must have gone through difficult times in a foreign area, and where there wasn't a single acquaintance, and when he thought about it, he felt guilty every time. He remembered that she once saved his grandmother, who had lost consciousness, and the lady carried her through the forest for many kilometers. Only thanks to that girl did they manage to remove the rusty tower. They received an apology from this ungrateful gentleman. In addition to this, the girl even thought about the health of the neighbors and gave them firewood that did not harm their condition and therefore the woman. She couldn't even describe in words how grateful she was to this girl. She admitted that she was lucky to see Robelia in her village again to express her gratitude in person. The lady promised to visit, and the lady said she could visit them at any time. They would always be happy to see her. All the neighbors saw them off, and this moment was truly sad for many. Because no one wanted to leave. Girl Jerry shouted that Robelia must come to her wedding, and with these words, she made the young man very embarrassed. In Winsland, you can meet different couples. Some declared their love under the red fireworks, some swore eternal love under the snow-colored leaves. And others met their soulmate together, which they never thought they would. And according to Miss Robelia, a specialist in tourism development, somewhere in the village there is a place where love can be achieved. But it is not indicated anywhere. The reason why the exact location was not revealed is most likely that each person found their love in different places. And what unites many lovers is the eyes full of love when a couple looks at each other. At Count Effelencha's estate, the maids commented that after this incident, he had been lying there for several days doing nothing. The day the newspapers published an article about this romantic place that many tourists began to flock to. Even the estate butler got injured. The doctor said Marlon was fine, but his daughter didn't understand why the man still didn't get out of bed. The count lay in his bed and spoke to no one, not even reacting to the words of his wife and daughter. His wife asserted that he was their head of the family and that he could overcome all this. She unexpectedly said that there was only one person to blame for everything, and that this person had lived with them for a long time. She whispered, all the problems were due to this girl, Robelia, who probably cursed them. The man said they had a successful business, but then this girl cursed them. And not in vain did he not want to let the gypsy into the house. Everything failed. Whatever he did. And he could no longer lend money. His wife offered to sell the opera house and pay his debts, but the man said the price dropped after rumors that she was a murderer. He shouted that he asked her to be careful, but she again could not restrain herself. And now he has no idea how to fix all this. Aina could not believe that Robelia could commit such cruelty against her family. She was sure that the girl was now rejoicing and celebrating her victory, while her family crumbled before her eyes. The girl told her father that she had a good offer that would help her solve her financial problems. She whispered something to her father and asked him not to worry and to rest well before the important task. And she herself promised to take the matter into her own hands and ensure she understood it completely as soon as possible. Effelencha has already borrowed $1 billion. Even if it is a good business proposal, it is impossible to invest in it until the debts are paid. Aina was very happy to learn that she had finally received a letter from His Highness the Prince. She was glad that he sent the reply so quickly, and quickly unfolded the letter in which he asked to understand that the royal family's property cannot be invested randomly. The lady was sure that he acted as if he were going to give her the stars in the sky. And now, when the family's honor was threatened, he abruptly changed his mind. And all his love turned to dust. Sir Ilan asked Aina if she was going to start a new business, and she said it would be good if he became her partner. She admitted that she was ashamed to say this, but a few months ago the young man built a large new hall. Thanks to him, the number of customers in her family's hall has decreased. But instead of competing, they want to cooperate. He said that his family was going to build a new building to sell off-season products. Unlike brand stores that have to monitor new product releases, the stock in the showrooms only accumulates. So if they gather this stock in one place and sell it in the store, many citizens of the empire who could not buy before due to the high price will now be able to buy these things. The young man said this proposal was interesting, but if the girl is going to build a large building there, then the family will need a lot of money, and currently they cannot afford it. He offered to give her 10 billion, and the young man had a counteroffer. He wanted to sell the Effalentia family's railway. He said that there was a time when he communicated with the family's daughter, and as an heir, he can say that this situation is not unique. The young man thought about it. His plan was good, but due to the lack of investors, the situation was difficult. And in the end, the girl would accept his offer. He remembered that Rovelia had previously said that Aina could come to him and offer cooperation. 3 months ago, at the dinner of Her Majesty the Empress that day, Rovelia was present, who hadn't been talked about before. The young man then saw her fight with Josephine and was very surprised that the girl had changed incredibly and had become self-confident. However, he was surprised because he did not expect to see what happened next, and the lady invited him to negotiate together. That day, he received information about the hall. She proposed creating a cultural space. Anyway, their only clients were aristocrats, and the only way to meet one was to discover them accidentally in galleries or receptions. But if the artist is given a space in the hall and allowed to lead, then it will be possible to attract aristocrats who understand art. Furthermore, if several types of products are provided, the number of customers will increase. And the young man admitted that he had never thought of that before. But as Miss Robelia said then, it was a wonderful thing that would further increase the status of the clan. This would have a great influence on the development of culture and art throughout the empire. And after talking with Aina, he met Miss Robelia and told her that she could buy the railway for 10 billion. In fact, he presented the plan that the girl had talked about earlier. The young man said that she approached him and offered to sell the railway, and that it was really reckless. She was sure that the young man would listen to her because he had a good entrepreneurial instinct, and warned that she should already know who she would rather choose between the Count and Effalentia. And Robelia did not understand that if she chose Count Effalentius, she would communicate with him as an enemy. But betting on a girl with such passion was very frivolous, surprising, and inspiring. So Ailan had no doubt when making a decision. At that moment, Marlon was looking for Count Legretina to come immediately and explain how he dared to deceive his family. The butler asked the Count to calm down first and speak calmly. But the man shouted how the Effalentia railway fell into the hands of this girl. Shortly before this, his father asked Ailan why he did this if he knew such a situation could arise. The young man said he did not foresee it, but still did not regret his decision. He said he would listen to the request, and the reason why he made this decision is simple. It is a lie at the bottom. Therefore, the young man, without hesitation, shared all the necessary information with Miss Robelia. And necessary. Ailan told his father that Robelia was the true heiress of Effalentius. For 3 months, he conducted an investigation into her family. During her life, there was never any talk that this girl was an illegitimate daughter. On the contrary, many called them a close-knit family. Immediately after Marlon received the title of Count, she began to be treated as an illegitimate daughter. And she became a commoner. There is still a high probability that Julia could not deny this and was bullied by the Countess. Furthermore, the young man learned about the accident that caused the death of James, Robelia's father. But the most important thing he wanted to tell his father was that he had discovered circumstantial evidence proving that James had been murdered. Marlon arranged a meeting with Count Legretina, who agreed to listen to his claims regarding the sale of the railway. The Count warned that if a man came without any particular reason, then he should understand that this could start a dispute between their families. And Marlon had nothing more to say. He said that he supposed the heir made a mistake and got carried away by this girl. But before the situation went too far, the Count should return the railway to her. And the man was indignant. If Marlon had really come only to ask about this, Count Legretina reported that the railway was sold for 10 milliards of menis, and that selling it at a much higher price, named by Miss Robelia, would be correct. It would be logical for all aristocrats, including the Count, to side with Effalentius. An aristocrat like him, but if James was murdered, then the situation changes. The main suspect was his older brother Marlon. If he kicked Robelia out to hide it, then everything fits, and there is no need to remain neutral anymore. Because Effelentia will belong to Robelia. The man shouted if the Count was really going to betray the trust among the aristocrats in this way. But the Count said that, as a businessman, he needed to pay the required amount. And Miss Robelia spoke about it. He remembered a situation where his father said that the boy should be ashamed, and that he was no better than his younger brother. Marlon became furious and threatened the Count, who doubted his success and connections. The Count asked the knights to take the man out, who kept shouting that Legratina dared to do this to him. Finally, he promised that he would definitely pay for his humiliation. Robelia reflected that her father had started a mining operation with the money he managed to save thanks to the railway. She first heard about this place when she was planning to go to Meridian, and it seemed that the day she could visit it would never come. But now the lady was determined to return everything and restore the honor of the E family. Valentia, mine number 9, was constantly producing gold. Now they had sufficient funds, as they received income from the railway's cost. To Winsland and the attractions. Now only one thing remained to be done: return the e-business. Valentia, which her father was engaged to, so the girl needed to convince Marlon to sell the land. Sir Eilen went to meet Robelia and brought her a photograph of a man who was male, and said that this information might help the lady. The young man asked the girl to entrust the investigation only to someone she could truly trust with such a serious matter. Legratina is a family that, from generation to generation, managed the commercial activities of the empire. So this information was ultra-secret, and the girl couldn't know it. She couldn't even imagine who could have gotten this information for her, because she herself had been looking for it for a long time. But it was in vain. Robelia decided to ask Jade for help, and soon arrived at his office. Robelia entered and saw the young man lying on the sofa, which was strange, because the Duke slept very soundly. She called him by name, but the young man did not wake up or move. She noticed he looked very tired and understood that he had a lot of work to do. Suddenly he writhed in his sleep, trembled, and shouted for someone to stop bothering him. Robelia thought. The curse was still haunting him in nightmares. It was strange. The young man was experiencing such torment after repeated treatments. She shook him by the shoulders and tried to wake him up, but he kept screaming. And he didn't wake up. The girl was seriously frightened, but after a few minutes, the young man opened his eyes and looked at her surprised. It was clearly visible from the lady's face that she was very scared, and he asked her when he started having nightmares again. He was worried that if everything remained as it was, the curse might intensify again and cause great harm to the Duke. The Duke tried to calm Robelia down and told her it was just a bad dream and not a cursed nightmare. And in reality, everything is fine with him, and you shouldn't worry so much about his curse. Robelia looked him in the eyes and asked again if everything was fine with him, and it was just a dream. He said that he only had one dream since childhood, and this is not a curse. He remembered how he received many injuries in childhood, as he learned to wield a sword from a young age. But unlike his studies, he had aptitudes for fencing, and his father praised him for it. So after the young man turned 15, he focused on fencing and was really interested in it. Since childhood, he dreamed of both battles, and his goal was to become a royal commander. And important. He admitted that he had received an offer from the imperial family, but he was ashamed that he could not hold two positions at once. And at that moment, this title was too overwhelming. The Duke set out to tell this story from the beginning, when his brother would inherit the title. His father was an unknown man, but he was more capable than anyone, so everyone's respect was imposed. But one day his father fell, and an unknown disease was diagnosed. But very dangerous. All feudal lords believed that the elder brother should inherit the title of Duke. And this matter needed to be resolved urgently, so Mayor Ferrato, his son. He promised his father to take care of everything until he recovered. Naturally, Jed also thought the same, but his father thought otherwise. And from that moment, he asked to name Jed as the youngest Duke. And then, his father said that this was his most sincere request, and he wanted to see young Jade become a titled duke. Less than a few days later, his father died. He was 19 then. He needed to take the duke's place, and on his side, there were only people waiting for his downfall. Even a good relationship with his brother was completely ruined in an instant. Moreover, from now on, Jade became a stranger to his brother. It is not surprising that after the young man received the title, his brother held a great grudge against him. That day, in the competition, they had a conflict with his brother, and then they stopped communicating completely. At first, Jade felt disappointed and hated the change in his brother's relationship. But after a while, he was able to understand it. Although later he wanted to improve his relationship with him, but 3 years later he passed away. It was a great loss. As if what he knew his whole life disappeared in a moment, and the young man felt not only emptiness and depression, it seemed to him that he was more dead than alive. The brother disappeared, and the feudal lords, who were trying to find some reason to overthrow him, finally calmed down. His brother had to die for his future life to be safe. The duke was worried that he might very well not have the right to be that person. Robelia confidently asserted that she had no reason to be disappointed in him, and that the young man had done nothing wrong by her. And as one might think, she liked him not only because he was a duke. She admitted that he expanded her small world and awakened many feelings in her. That's why when she is next to him, she feels wonder and excitement. She admitted that she wants to know everything about him, what he likes and what he doesn't, a moment of intense joys, and even hidden anxieties within. The duke took the same pocket watch that belonged to his father out of his pocket. He said they were passed down from generation to generation and left them a few days before dying. That's why he always carried them with him, and the only reason he achieved all this was because his father recognized him. But now another appeared, and this is the reason why he sits in front of her and looks at her with big blue eyes. He once again thanked Robelia for everything she had done for him and asked her that in any case. If it was necessary to say something, he would definitely help her. He said they were asked to find a man named Varan Elon, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any information about him. The duke suddenly approached her and told her that they live in the same house, but since he is so busy, he doesn't even have a chance to see each other, and since he is so bored, he cannot even sleep. The duke gently hugged Robelia, as if protecting her from all the evil in this world. His strong arms encircled her slender waist, giving her a feeling of security and love. Then the duke slowly leaned his head and kissed her lips, as if every kiss was a guiding star on their common path to luck. And at this moment, words were not needed. Only the contact of lip to lip conveyed the full depth of the sincere feelings burning in their hearts. The girl said she was going to Meridian again. This time she needed to go without him, and she found a mine there. The duke looked at her intently and asked her what kind of mine she had found there this time. Revelia said it was mine number 28, and the duke was surprised, because there definitely hadn't been anything in this mine for many years. That day, Aina was looking at the sketch of the hall, which was very similar to the existing one, and which she was going to redo. She took this matter seriously and asked all her subjects to work hard to complete everything as quickly as possible. Aina ordered her servants to check Catherine Harold's movements, and today they told her how she boarded the train towards Meridian. The girl urgently asked them to send a person to find out once more what Robelia was doing. Robelia went there with the same people she had been with last time, and Mary was very happy to return here again. He said he was more interested in those trips than in the boring and monotonous work in a mansion. Robelia thought about it. She really didn't care about the people who supported her back then, and suggested everyone rest well today. This time, they have some free time, so it's okay. This time, the knight they took with them for the first time in his life was in danger of disobeying an order. A tall, burly man suddenly approached them. But it turned out to be an old acquaintance, and the girl was really in no danger. They stopped to talk at a local tavern, and the man asked her if she would really participate in the auction of the mine being held in Cockbelk. The locals said that the mine she will participate in the auction for is known to be the smallest and useless. The communication among the locals up until now had been amusing this time. The man again reproached the young man for not communicating courteously with the lady. The girl said she arrived early especially because she missed everyone very much and wanted to spend more time with them. That day, Aina received a message that a new auction was being held, and she was determined to participate in the bidding for mine number 28. Previously, Robley bought an abandoned mine and achieved great success besides. Lair Coast was evacuated before the earthquake occurred, and this is like looking into the future. The lady did not understand how Robelia knew all this and did not want to admit it, but now the family only had debts. And land and they were on the verge of collapse, and the profits from their business would have to wait at least a year. So the auction was the last chance, and she believed that if Robelia lost mine number 28, her family might resurface. Marlon asked if it was true that Robelia, disguised as Katerina Harold, was going to buy the mine and participate in the auction. He still couldn't believe it was the same person and that the common girl and current one who bought the abandoned mine was lucky and simply succeeded. The man said he was tired and asked the girl not to complicate her life and work on the case she was doing before, and he asked the butler to take her away from here. But Aina was very indignant and asked her father to listen to her proposal, which could really help them. Well, this time her father didn't listen to her. He simply threw her out the door, and the girl understood that there was still a week until the auction. And in 2 days, she needed to find proof to convince her father to go to Meridian. Aina did not understand at all how she could prove that Rebelli and Catherine were the same person. Only a few days were left until the auction, and Aina tried to do something to reveal the whole truth about Robelia. Among the secular nobility, everyone was also talking about the girl who bought mine number 9 and achieved success with it. One of the young men remembered that Count Effalentia was so jealous of this that he was going to hide the miners. The men commented that the girl was already lucky to buy mine number 9, and probably not many people would participate in the auction. But someone thought there was something to think about here, and how to know if there were diamonds hidden there. The most important day of the auction had arrived. The guests were already gathering in the hall and taking a seat. There were many people here today, and almost all seats were occupied, because everyone dreamed of getting rich. The young man started the auction and announced the starting price of the mine at 28 million menji, warning that the minimum difference with each subsequent amount should be 10 million. Robelia felt something strange. She felt like looking towards the door, and to her surprise, she saw Aina and Marlon just entering the auction. Recently, the butler told Marlon that the taxi driver told him how he took Katerina Harold to Ermeng Station. The butler also said that it was definitely Catherine, and that she would never dare to lie. And he even remembers which station she boarded at, and it was in front of the Ferrado Duke's mansion. Catherine Harold's house is located in the south of the capital, but she boarded a carriage in the center of the capital, not far from the Duke's mansion, so Marlon decided to go to the auction and check it out for himself. This time, he looked at the girl from a completely different perspective and was surprised that he had never thought that she would deceive him by disguising herself as someone else. Robelia and Joel were sitting not far from Marlon, and the girl felt a close look and heavy upon her. Marlon was sure that this was the end of his game and offered 1 billion for the mine, trusting that he should be the one to take them. It was clear to everyone that this mine could not be worth 1 billion, but his daughter was sure that. In any case, if they found something in the mine, they could pay off all their debts in 6 months. The father believed that his daughter was right, and the words of those who cannot even buy an abandoned mine at a low price are just garbage. And it is better to ignore such offers. The auction continued, and Robelia offered double the last amount to buy back the mine. Many guests started whispering. The girl had just offered 2 billion for an abandoned mine. But suddenly, the young man announced that guest number 31 had offered 2.5 billion. And it was Marlon. All this was watched from the second floor by the Marquis, who did not believe that those people could go so far. because the amount offered for the abandoned mine was already 4.5 billion. And that was a lot of money. Viscount Rick Hurid Cockville, the owner of the house, could not believe that they were willing to buy a mine for 1 billion that nobody would buy. Not even for 100 menki. A few days earlier, Robelia came to a meeting with him to ask him for a simple matter. She proposed holding an auction without changing the name of the mine owner. They talked about letting Count Marlon win the auction for mine number 28. Robley said that the man must have already heard rumors about her and knows that this man previously threatened her and almost killed her, so she is going to pay him back in kind. Of course, the man could refuse in any case, but it would not be beneficial for him if the Effalentia family went bankrupt. And this was a good opportunity for the Cockbell family, second in the mining business. Then she invited the man to split the auction profits 9-1, where her share was 9. So now she was sitting at the auction and offering 5 billion. Joel was surprised how far the lady would go, but Robelia was confident that everything was fine. And they would have no problem raising the prices, and she was interested to see how far Marlon could go. The auction for the abandoned mine continued, and 7.5 billion was already offered for its purchase. Marlon shouted that he was willing to offer 8 billion, and Aina understood that the situation looked very strange. Joel also tried to stop Robelia and warned that they might be in big trouble. But the girl could not stop and already offered 9 billion. Nobody understood, even assuming the mine was profitable, why raise the stakes so much. And something was wrong here, so Aina had the strange feeling that they were trapped again. She supposed they might have been dragged into this on purpose and asked her father to stop, assuring him that he could not win the auction for this mine. She assured her father that Robelia understood that she knew everything, but that she had deliberately come here in a different identity. And if she wanted to come here secretly, she would have thought of a new way. Therefore, the father must give up immediately, because Robel is deliberately trying to drag them into this. But they were still raising the bid, and Marlon, distressed, offered 10 billion to buy the abandoned mine. He did not want to listen to his daughter, and was sure that at any cost he must get this mine. The Count had the final say, and the young man announced that mine number 28 had been sold to Count Effalentia for 10 billion menji. The Count abruptly rose from his seat, and after this announcement, burst out laughing throughout the hall. Robelia had thought everything out beforehand, and this move was another trick by Bill Marlon. The auction came to an end, and Robelia's plan was truly dangerous, but she said that thanks to her friends, everything went well. After the auction, the neighbors rejoiced at the victory, and Joel stated that it was all because his game was excellent. His friend Thompson, in these clothes, was indistinguishable from an aristocrat. And shortly before, she asked him to gather several people to help her win. Robelia said that she deliberately spread the rumor that there might be diamonds in this mine. But she was sure that Marlon should not find anything there. Because in reality, the mine was bought by a poor young businessman, and nothing came out of it, as it is a famous empty mine. The situation turned out that Marlon paid 10 billion and immediately ordered the mine to be mined. As it was a small mine, the more money he invested in developing it, the more disappointed one would be, and they probably would. Not even see copper, let alone diamonds. In fact, Aina understood everything a long time ago, and Robelia knew it too. But it was really no longer that important. Marlon took advantage of the accident involving Robelia's father. He kicked them out and took his surname, and then deceived his beloved mother and led her to death. And the girl only wanted one thing: for him to pay back in kind and answer for all his atrocities. Therefore, she cruelly deceived Marlon so that he could understand the feelings of those he had deceived. However, his look of astonishment was too predictable and fake, and now the girl needed to find his ID and restore her identity. But after all this, now she only wanted to rest a little and just see the face of her beloved hide. After the auction, Robelia immediately went to her office and met the young man with a happy face. But the Duke looked quite tense, and Robelia felt invaded by a strange and exciting feeling of anxiety. He said that the results of the investigation she had requested the other day had finally arrived. The Duke led the lady to one of the rooms where Varan Elon had just been taken. He begged for forgiveness on his knees and said that it was Count Effalentia who forced him to do it. The girl really wanted to know how this could happen, so she asked Varan to clarify the situation in more detail. The man continued kneeling and trembling, and the knight beside him asked him to explain everything in front of everyone. Varan Elon was a taxi driver, one of the common inhabitants of the empire, but at one point he suddenly became rich and began to buy land, mansions, titles, made connections, and boasted to women. But the problem was that there were also many women with whom he communicated frequently. And we managed to learn about his behavior from the stories of those he betrayed. The girls said that self-praise was his routine, and not a day went by without him bragging about purchases. If you ask him what a man did, there will be no answer, so it is unclear where he could have gotten the money from. And they never saw a man at least worked somewhere. But one of the girls unexpectedly said she knew the information. The man was indebted to Count Effalentia, and Joachim was surprised by this answer. She said that he often boasted about his friendship with him and called him his sworn brother. In fact, he was related to Count Effalentia, and the young man tried to find out this information within days. He discovered that he had received enough money to buy a mansion and land. So he decided to follow him, and on second thought, his security was terribly incompetent. Therefore, he easily managed to reach his mansion, and the security provided to Varan was not difficult. The news that Marlon bought the mine for 10 billion spread quickly throughout the secular nobility. The man went crazy and bought an abandoned mine for that amount of money, becoming completely buried in huge debts. That day, Varan was going to look for a new aristocrat, and at that very moment, he was alone and without security. And this was a great opportunity for Joachim to capture him and bring him directly before the Duke. He put the sword to the man's neck and told him to be quiet if he didn't want to die. He told him that he had found records detailing all his deeds, and therefore asked him to immediately answer his questions honestly. The Varan knelt before the girl and told her that he was one of the taxi drivers for the Effalentia family. But one day Marlon approached him. He gave him a large sum of money and told him to take Earl James to a certain place. And the man simply followed the order. At the designated place deep in the mountains, mercenaries killed Lord James. After which, he joined them as they said they would hang him for murder. And today it turned out that it was a premeditated murder from the very beginning. It's not that Robelia doubted this fact, as thanks to Her Majesty, the Empress, she was able to access information about this case. But she did not find the necessary evidence of the murder and thought it had been an accident. But today the cruel truth was revealed, and it turned out that it was actually all a setup. And Robelia could not believe that the same man who participated in her father's murder was right in front of her. It seemed that the man did not believe at all that he had caused the girl a lot of pain. She ran towards him and grabbed him by the shirt, shouting that the man felt no remorse. If he had repented, he would have confessed back then, if he hadn't done this. She wouldn't have been so unhappy, and her mother wouldn't have died. The girl burst into tears and shouted that the man did not understand that he had committed the brutal murder of her father, and that he considered his crime completely conscious. The lady said that, after that they treated her worse than a street rat. But she worked hard, and every one of her movements was monitored. She cried because they were treating her unfairly, without even knowing the whole truth. And at that moment, Robelia fell to her knees and simply could not withstand the surge of emotions, bursting into bitter tears of despair and disappointment. The girl's suffering was incredible. That day, she finally decided that she would definitely give a miserable life and a tragic death to those who participated in this. Who was responsible for all the suffering that occurred on her life's path, and for the death of her relatives? At that moment, Jade was nearby, who helped the girl get up from the floor and calm his lover. She left and apologized, and apparently this affected her more than she actually expected. She admitted that, in fact, while driving from Meridian, she dreamed of simply relaxing with him and not worrying about anything. But today, she discovered the cruel truth that her father's death was planned by Marlon. And all this time she was so stupid. She scolded herself for the fact that for some reason she had never suspected him in the murder. And it turns out that she hadn't taken full revenge on him yet, but her resentment towards this man grew stronger every day. Leaving behind thoughts about her parents who had died unjustly, the girl decided that after that she would start thinking only about herself. She cried and said she was very ashamed, but the Duke replied that her words were unlikely to comfort her. But that it wasn't her fault, and that only Marlon was to blame for everything. She was heading straight to avenge her parents, and she should think about what she had actually already achieved. He deprived her of everything, and thanks to a single thought of revenge, she managed to become a representative of Her Majesty, and received a special favor from her. Under the guise of another person, she took over a gold mine that belonged to the Effalentia family, and even managed to get Marlon convicted, but for this she had to spend a lot of money and time to restore her reputation. And after that she raised Lair Coast and tricked Marlon, and she herself achieved great success with the village. She recovered her father's business, her railway business, and finally completely blocked Marlon's access due to the scam with mine number 28. And now Marlon really can't do anything, so he shouldn't be ashamed of anything. After these words, the girl really felt better and thanked the Duke for telling her it wasn't her fault. She felt when the young man was by her side, her heart calmed down. She listened to him and realized that he was actually right. And only Marlon was to blame for everything, and now all that remained was to condemn him for everything he had done. She said she needed to find a document that could prove that the girl belongs to the Effalentia clan. Marlon also burned her birth certificate and registration a long time ago. But she still had a document that he didn't know about, and it was a baptism certificate. Robelia said she probably knows where it might be, so tomorrow she needs to go somewhere to get this document. The road was long, so the girl postponed this trip for a long time. She asked Jade to stay in the capital and find out what Marlon was planning. She got annoyed again because she kept thinking only of herself every time, but the young man desperately asked her not to think that way, and suddenly told her that he loved her just like that. It was clear that he was very worried about Robelia, so she shouldn't apologize because she did nothing wrong. And in fact, the truth is that he really wants to help the girl get revenge, and when everything is over, he wants to see her freed from the burden weighing on her heart. His soul had long belonged to Robelia, and his heart responded to her words. He admitted that he would be with her until then, and would always be ready to help at any time. The Duke was very angry, because Varan Elon had deprived an innocent girl of her father. And he couldn't leave it like that. He stood in front of this vile man and told him that he didn't seem at all sorry for what he had done. The Varan asked to be forgiven and promised to do everything the Duke ordered him to do. The young man looked into his false eyes and said he was willing to listen to his proposal. The Duke decided he would not kill the Varan until he received all the information he wanted. So the next morning was special. He assigned the best knights to accompany Robelia and said that, to make her feel more comfortable, he specially hired women to play the role of knights. The young man said he was worried there would be few guards with the girl, so in tears, he asked to accept all the knights as her escort. After this, the girl finally embarked on what was going to be a long journey. And only a month later did she arrive at the place she had so longed to go. And so Robelia stood in front of the house where she lived as a girl and experienced very strange emotions. And exciting ones. She knocked on the door of the house, and a little girl in a beautiful flowered dress opened the door for her. The girl knew the door should not be open to strangers, but why did you trust this sweet lady? Although she seemed very strange to her, Robelia apologized to the little lady and asked if she had gone correctly to Mrs. Dillon's house. The girl said she went to the address, and Robelia heard a woman's voice coming from the house. Her grandmother approached little Sophia, and Robelia saw her for the first time with this woman, who had been her nanny in childhood, and she constantly spent time with her. After Marlon kicked her out, she lived in a village, and the one who took care of her was her nanny. Dillon. The woman immediately recognized Robelia, with whom she spent her entire youth. She couldn't contain her strong and sincere emotions and burst into tears in front of the girl she missed very much. Once upon a time, Rovelia's mother told her that she was going to the capital to get treatment. That day she asked to keep one of her special things and not show it to Marlon. Her mother said it would be safer if Rovelia didn't yet know what it was. And if someone found out, it was unknown what Marlon would do. She said that with the help of this baptism certificate, it was useless to claim her origin now, because Marlon was leading public opinion. She asked the woman to believe her words and told her that one day she would definitely come for him, no matter what. And now, right in front of her, stood the same Robelia, who smiled and cheerfully announced that she was a little late. The woman couldn't believe this was really happening and asked Sophia to escort the lady. And the knights inside, and Robelia realized she had arrived at the right time. While she was out, the Duke dealt with the Varan and tried to get all the necessary information from him. The man begged for the interrogation to stop and assured that he had told everything he knew. But the Duke said he still had questions that the Varan should answer if he wanted to survive. He asked him to recall again the day he last contacted Marlon. And the man finally admitted that he had seen another young man that day. While one of the knights was dunking his head in the water, the Duke asked the man to still remember and tell everything that happened that day. He finally admitted that there is another man who receives orders from Marlon. And the last time, the man came to say that he had a case and would pay a little later. But he refused, knowing that Marlon was deeply in debt, therefore, he did not accept borrowing his payment. The Varan said that it must be the same person as him and Marlon, who definitely ordered him to commit the murder. The Duke wondered if there had been any incident since then, and most likely Marlon didn't have money for such things. So he asked the Varan if he was lying. The Duke stopped his interrogation and asked the knight to get a list of those who had communicated with Marlon for the last 3 months. The Empress did not feel well that night, and a young man who entered the room asked if she was all right. The lady replied that nothing was wrong and said she might get angry with the young man for no reason. So she asked him to leave. The prince did not want to leave his mother alone and decided to ask her what had happened. He said he heard Count Effalentia arrive, and the lady said that she asked him to lend her money. The young man was indignant that the man dared to threaten Her Majesty the Empress. And this was unacceptable. After a warm welcome from her nanny, Robelia settled comfortably in her house. After some time, the lady got her very baptism certificate that she asked to keep. The woman said that her mother asked to keep it and promised her that one day she would definitely come back for it. She took the box with the certificate and brought it to her chest, remembering her mother. But the woman unexpectedly asked how her mother was and probably wasn't aware of what happened to her. Robelia wondered if the woman really didn't know what was happening in the capital. In fact, she had moved here to get away from Marlon, and the lady had given her the tragic news that her mother had died 2 years ago. Tears appeared in Dylan's eyes. The woman broke down crying at such sad news. Robelia said she had to watch her mother die due to the cruelty of Marlon's family. So after her death, she worked hard to take revenge on him, and now the time has come when, with the help of a baptism certificate, she will put an end to the story. The woman was surprised how, after surviving such a terrible event, the girl could remain so brave and kind. She got emotional and started hugging Robelia with tears in her eyes, very worried that the lady had to go through a lot of hardship. When they met again, the nanny's gaze filled with warmth and affection. And Robelia saw in her eyes long-standing affection and boundless love. They hugged as if they had met after many years of separation, and now there was so much tenderness and understanding in their hug. Robelia felt the past mixing with the present, and tears of joy appeared in her eyes. The nanny always took great care of her and her mother, and was very worried that after the girl's death, it must have been very difficult to live in the Count's mansion. The woman was worried that the lady would have to leave soon, and apologized for not being able to stay longer and tell everything in more detail. She promised that she would take revenge soon and that they couldn't talk in a warm atmosphere again. And cozy. Dylan asked what the girl was going to do with this baptism certificate, and she replied that she was going to offer a deal to the imperial family. She was going to ask them to strip Marlon of his aristocratic status, and Marlon has a government debt agreement. 30 years ago, the imperial family had financial difficulties, so as a last resort they issued bonds with a high interest rate. Then James bought them to help the imperial family with the promise not to resell them. But in reality, it was a perpetual loan, thanks to which the nobles gained the trust of the imperial family. And they were able to introduce matters into the empire. But problems started later. The imperial family paid all the debts to the nobles. In reality, these bonds were with Mrs. Julia, but now they were in Marlon's hands. 30 years have passed since that moment, and the interest accumulated there is not small. So the imperial family now cannot pay them. And when everyone finds out, the authority of the imperial family will be undermined, and they will say that he was deprived of his title due to the national debt agreement. And the woman realized that the lady was really planning to destroy this scoundrel. After Robelia took her baptism contract, she realized that her mother had given this contract to Marlon in exchange for her treatment that day. If she hadn't gotten sick, she wouldn't have given him this contract, and she wouldn't have died. But then she remembered the Duke's words, who told her that Marlon was really to blame for everything. And Robelia was not to blame at all. She was firmly convinced that now was not the time to blame herself, and she needed to think about how to resolve the situation. It took the girl several days to find out the name of the young man who met with the Varan. And there was almost no information about him anywhere, but she managed to find out his name. And his name. The Duke had difficulty finding where he lived, but he still reached his house with his knights. He said that while inspecting the second floor, they should search the basement and all other rooms, and not miss anything. He walked through several rooms and still did not see anything particularly important. But suddenly, one of the knights approached him. He said he had found something in a safe in the basement and that the Duke needed to see it urgently. Jadon looked at the newspaper, which stated that they were going to attack someone in Venice in 3 days. He informed all the knights that the plans were urgently changing and ordered everyone to move immediately in a different direction. And only now did he realize that they had deliberately chosen this place, and that on the way back she would definitely get stuck at a fork. And this meant that Robelia was in danger. That day, Robelia was informed that in a few days she would see the Duke very soon. On the way back, Robelia was not destined to arrive quietly and peacefully. And someone had already shed blood on the road to provoke an incident, while the girl's carriage was being followed by a huge, bloodthirsty monster that had just emerged from the depths of the earth.